recording started.
Good morning. I'm Dwight Keenan. I'm chair of the Kansas Corporation Commission. I'm joined this morning by fellow Commissioner Susan Duffy and Commissioner Andrew French. I'm convening this evidentiary hearing in the matter of the application of Evergy Kansas Metro Inc., Evergy Kansas South Inc., and Evergy Kansas Central Inc. for approval of its demand-side management portfolio pursuant to the Kansas Energy Efficiency Investment Act, or KEEIA, under K.S.A. 66-1283 at SEC, and pursuant to and under docket number 22-EKME-254-TAR. We are conducting this hearing by Zoom and broadcasting to the public on YouTube. Please bear with us if we experience technical difficulties. Let's turn first this morning to the entries of appearance. I'll begin first with Evergy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Glenda Kafer appears on behalf of the applicant, Evergy.
Thank you, Glenda. Atmos, Black Hills, and Kansas Gas Service.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. James G. Flaherty, Ottawa, Kansas, appearing on behalf of the interveners, Atmos Energy, Black Hills Energy, and Kansas Gas Service. Also, Robert Elliott Vincent, managing attorney with Kansas Gas Service, appearing on behalf of Kansas Gas Service.
All right, thank you, Jim. K.I.C.
Good morning, Commissioners. Connor Thompson appearing on behalf of KEEIA this morning.
Morning, Connor. The Sierra Club, Kansas Appleseed, the NRDC, and CEP.
This is Teresa Woody appearing on behalf of Sierra Club and Kansas Appleseed.
Good morning, Teresa.
And this is Tim Laughlin appearing on behalf of CEP. Thank you, Commissioners.
Good morning to you, Tim. Curb.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is David Nickel. I appear with Joseph A. Strab and Todd Love on behalf of the Citizens Utility Repair Board. Thank you.
Good morning, David. The KCC staff.
Yes, this is Walker Hendricks appearing on behalf of the Kansas Corporation Commission staff and the public generally. And I have Justin Grady with me, and he's sharing space here in the third floor here.
All right, thank you. Good morning to you as well, Walker. Does the staff have a recommendation regarding notice?
Yes, I believe that notice is correct. All the parties informed, and I think the posture of the proceedings are ready to go with the notice.
Very well. Are there any objections to notice? Hearing none, I find that notice is proper and that the Commission has jurisdiction over this proceeding at this time and place. Before we turn to the preliminary matters, let's review a few matters incidental to conducting these hearings via Zoom. First, if any party encounters any technical issues today, please ask to go off the record so that we may resolve the technical issues off the record. Second, all witnesses participating by Zoom are asked to keep their microphones off until they are scheduled to speak. Third, if the Commission needs to deliberate, we will go off the record, enter into a Zoom breakout room where you can neither hear nor see us. And then after that's concluded, we will return. Fourth, in the interest of administrative efficiency in the conduct of this hearing, the Commission has ordered, and the parties have all agreed, that Atmos, Kansas Gas Service, and Black Hills will combine their representation and presentations in this matter. The Commission has also ordered, and the parties have agreed, that the Sierra Club, Kansas Appleseed, the NRDC, and the Climate and Energy Project will also combine their representations and presentations. For sake of abbreviation and convenience, we will refer to these consolidated presentations as the gas companies on the one hand and the environmental groups on the other hand, respectively. Are there any preliminary matters we need to discuss? Hearing none, let's turn to the procedure for the hearing. By way of overview, this is the second evidentiary hearing in this matter. This hearing will address the non-unanimous settlement agreement filed on November 15th, 2022, which is being referred to as the alternative settlement agreement. Today, we will hear from the 5 witnesses who filed testimony in support of and opposed to the alternative settlement agreement. We intend to complete this hearing today. All parties have previously been informed about the time they have been allotted for opening statements. So without further ado, let's turn to opening statements. And we'll begin first with Evergy. Ms. K.S.A, please.
Thank you. I did submit a PowerPoint if that's available. Put up. If not, I'll just move forward.
Michelle, I think it is available. I'm going to give Michelle a moment to share a screen on that. It's on my screen.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Last time we were here in August together at that hearing, we were focused on the initial settlement agreements. And as a result of comments that were made during that 2-day hearing, Evergy recognized that the DSM portfolio, the settlement agreement that it was presenting to the commission with the other signatories may be at risk of having some modifications made to it that could likely end up not being acceptable either to Evergy or some of the other signatories, and might cause a problem with the programs going forward at all. So we determined at that time that we needed to make some additional effort with staff, especially to see if there could be some resolution on the financial recovery mechanism that staff was unable to sign off on in the initial settlement agreements. And so those discussions, we determined that to align Evergy and the staff on financial recovery mechanisms, that it was going to also require us to substantially reduce the program portfolio in order to minimize the lost revenues that would result from the energy efficiency programs that were going to be offered under the initial settlement agreement as well as the application. Accepting those parameters, we were able to work with staff and come up with a settlement agreement on both programs and financial recovery, which is the alternative settlement agreement that we're here on today. Next slide, please. The settlement, the alternative S&A is supported by staff and Evergy and the gas companies, and it is posed by CURB, CEP, NRDC, Sierra Club, and Kansas Appleseed. It's presented by staff and Evergy for the commission to consider as in addition to the package that was presented to you in the initial settlement agreements, which were 2 settlement agreements, one on program and one on financial recovery. Those initial settlement agreements, they remain effective and they continue to be supported by Evergy and the other signatories to them. So the posture at this point from our perspective is that there are 3 options available to the commission. One is the proposal and Evergy's application. One is the package in its entirety that was presented in the initial settlement agreements. And then the third one being this new alternative settlement that also deals with programs and financial recovery. Adopting any of those 3 guarantees to the commission that Evergy will move forward with implementation of the DSM programs. Of course, the commission can always fashion its own resolution. It just doesn't come with that guarantee. Next slide, please. This is, I'm not going to go through the specifics of the alternative settlement agreement because that has been set out in Mr. Ives' testimony that was filed in support of the agreement, as well as the agreement itself. And I only have 10 minutes. So what I'd like to do is just highlight some of the differences that Mr. Ives presented in his testimony, differences between the initial program settlement agreement, financial resources or financial recovery settlement agreement as compared to the alternative settlement agreement. And this slide number 3 shows the programs. And as you can see, the alternative settlement agreement removes 4 of the programs and reduces the budget on 2 of the programs. It was important to Evergy and the signatories that the alternative settlements still include education for all customers and also provide an opportunity for all customers to participate if they want to. And that goal was accomplished through the home and business education programs and home and business demand response programs. So all customers can access those programs. The next slide, please. This is a comparison of the program budgets and the energy and demand savings under the application, the initial settlement agreements, and the alternative S&A, but I'm focusing on the settlement agreement comparison. As you can see, the budget was reduced from the initial settlement agreements. It was reduced by $77 million, or about 63%. That results in a reduction of energy savings of 224,000 megawatt hours, which is equivalent to powering about 18,000 homes for 1 year. There's also a reduction in the demand savings of 83 megawatts, which is about the equivalent of building a small combustion turbine. So predictably, the larger portfolio investment under the initial S&A results in more energy and demand savings, as well as customer bill reduction. Next slide, please. By removing most of the energy efficiency programs and reducing the overall budget, the overall financial recovery amounts are significantly reduced as well. The financial recovery components include carrying cost, the program spend, lost revenue, and earnings opportunity. And those amounts in total have been reduced by $51.9 million. Because energy efficiency programs were significantly reduced in the alternative S&A, the throughput disincentive, or the lost revenue recovery, that was decreased. Therefore, the amount of lost recovery that Evergy is allowed to recover under the provisions of KEEIA in between rate cases is reduced. With respect to the earnings opportunity, it's driven primarily by the scale of the portfolio. And so with less DSM investment for customers in the alternative S&A, there is less avoided future generation and therefore a less of a return through the earnings opportunity. Slide, please. The approval of either the application or the initial package of settlement agreements or this alternative settlement agreement is in the public interest. They all provide a movement forward on DSM for Kansas, and we believe that's in the public interest. It is important to remember that the initial settlement agreement package and the alternative settlement agreement package are mutually exclusive. Mixing them would likely result in a portfolio that would risk that we couldn't go forward with implementation of the program. But Evergy supports the initial S&As or the alternative S&A, and the commission's adoption of either of those is acceptable to Evergy. Thank you very much. We look forward to presenting our witness.
Thank you, Glenda. Michelle, yes, thank you very much. Very well. We'll next turn for an opening statement for the gas companies to Mr. Flaherty. Jim.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Just to refresh your memories, the gas companies, which include Atmos Energy, Black Hills Energy, and Kansas Gas Service, objected to one section of the initial DSM program settlement, and that was filed on August 1st of 2022. And that section specifically was section 2, paragraph 4B, II. Specifically, the gas companies objected to that portion of the settlement that would have allowed Evergy to implement its proposed business comfort measure, referred to as the business comfort HVAC measure, without restricting the implementation of that measure to a like-for-like replacement. In other words, a provision that required electric appliance to be replaced with a more efficient electric appliance. Or as stated by Evergy in its residential tariff, incentives for efficient heating systems will only be for the same as existing technology. Under the KEEIA statute as implemented by the commission, a program covered by the statute and conducted by an electric utility must result in a reduction of the net consumption of electricity by the participating retail customer. Because Evergy's business comfort HVAC program would have allowed for Evergy to offer a ratepayer-backed heat pump rebate to an Evergy business customer who had a natural gas furnace heating system, the program in that case would have increased and not reduced net consumption, and therefore violated and would not have conformed to Kansas law. The gas utilities do support the alternative settlement that was filed with the commission on November 15th, 2022. That alternative settlement eliminated the business comfort HVAC program and therefore adequately addressed the objections raised by the gas companies relating to that settlement filed on August 1st, 2022. The gas companies would request that the commission either approve the alternative settlement, or if it does move forward and approve the initial settlement, that the commission require Evergy to include a like-for-like program restriction for Evergy's proposed whole business efficiency and hard-to-reach business program measures before approving the program S&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. For our next opening statement, on behalf of the environmental groups, Mr. Laughlin, please.
Yeah, good morning, commissioners. Thank you very much. Good morning to the stakeholders and also everybody viewing on YouTube. Climate and Energy Project, Kansas Appleseed, Sierra Club, and NRDC, otherwise respectively known as the environmental groups, opposed the proposed alternative settlement agreement and continue to support the original program and financial recovery settlement agreements filed with the commission on August 1st, 2022. Energy efficiency is a least cost energy resource. It's a reliable resource that remains stable even when the reliability and affordability of other energy sources are put in flux by inflation or severe weather conditions. The alternative settlement agreement cuts out nearly all the energy efficiency programs that the original settlement agreement proposed. While the original agreement is expected to generate 243,822 megawatt hours in energy savings, the revised proposal will only yield 19,789 megawatt hours. As Ms. Kafer stated in her opening, this amount of energy savings is equivalent to the reduction in powering over 18,000 homes in a year. So it's a pretty significant cut. In other words, the slimmed down agreement will save only about 8% of the energy expected to be saved when compared to the original agreement. This is a disservice to customers. Evergy and the other stakeholders should be advocating for an increase in energy savings, not a decrease. And I know that Evergy also supports the original settlement agreement, but I think we can all agree that it does a lot more than this alternative agreement. Additionally, the alternative agreement removed the Pay As You Save program, otherwise known as the PAYS program. This program is offered to Evergy's customers in Missouri and was one of the highlights of the original settlement agreement. The PAYS program will assist low to moderate income Kansas in paying the costs of purchasing and implementing energy efficiency measures such as energy saving appliances and energy efficient HVAC systems, payment of which will be provided through the energy savings that such measures will generate. So without the PAYS program, many low to moderate income Kansans who will otherwise not be able to pay for these upgrades without the assistance of PAYS will be disproportionately impacted by the slimming down anticipated by the alternative settlement agreement. An additional concern with the alternative settlement agreement is that it significantly limits the ability of stakeholders who oppose the agreement from collaborating with staff and Evergy moving forward. The original agreement dedicated an entire section to the collaborative process. It was open to all stakeholders, regardless of whether they opposed the agreement, and established reporting requirements, the development of a data dictionary, collaboration on statutory language that would enable low-income rate assistance, and collaborative discussions involving cost-effectiveness testing and evaluating decoupling mechanisms or alternative methods to support energy efficiency in Kansas. Not only are these collaborative efforts absent in the alternative agreement, it goes a step further by limiting collaboration between staff and signatories to the agreement. In other words, those who oppose the alternative agreement cannot, for instance, collaborate with staff and Evergy when the company wishes to move budgets across the 5 programs. This is concerning given that money from the Hard to Reach Homes program, the program that is designed to assist low to moderate income folks that need it most, could be shifted without any input from the stakeholders who have zealously represented the interests of these folks throughout this proceeding. It is imperative that a collaborative mechanism is provided to all stakeholders. This will help improve both the programs offered in Kansas and the financial recovery utilized in future cycles. Only the original settlement agreement has this collaborative process. Additionally, it bears repeating that compared to all 50 states in the District of Columbia, and based on the American Council for Energy Efficiency Economy's 2022 report, Kansas continues to rank 49th based on its policy and program efforts to save energy, advance equity, and pursue efficiency as a cost-effective critical. After years of falling behind almost every other state on energy efficiency, the alternative settlement will not meaningfully bring the state out of this rut. In fact, Evergy's efforts in Missouri provide the perfect case study of how almost a decade-long commitment to energy efficiency can improve the overall impact to customers and the rating it receives from the ACEEE. Back in August, when we were having this hearing over the original settlement agreements, I stated that Missouri was ranked 33rd by ACEEE. Well, today, it has risen in rank and is now sitting at 29th. And like I said, it's much to the credit of MEEIA. MEEIA continues to help Missouri's customers save millions of dollars in energy costs. And as CEP's expert witness, James Owen, stated, Evergy's Missouri energy efficiency portfolio has resulted in over 900 million kilowatt hours saved between the years 2013 and 2019 alone. Now, ratings are all great. They're all fine. We like to be highly rated, but this issue goes beyond national rankings. The fact is that Kansas citizens, especially those who are most vulnerable, need a robust energy efficiency program. Let's not forget about Maddie Bell from my opening statement in the original. A Lawrence resident who submitted a comment in this proceeding who had memories where coming inside didn't feel like much of a change. She had to cover her windows with blankets just to increase the temperature in her house from 60 to 63 degrees during the winter freeze of 2021. Like many public comments stated, this docket is about helping people increase energy efficiency and decrease the potential of having to choose between paying for food or paying a utility bill that could be lessened but for the lack of a robust energy efficiency program. KEEIA requires the KCC to allow Evergy to recover its costs in delivering its energy efficiency program so long as the program results in energy savings and is beneficial to the customers in the targeted class. Based on the results of MEEIA in Missouri, which track most closely to the original settlement agreement, Customers are saving $2 in energy savings to every $1 spent on energy efficiency. It's unknown, but highly unlikely that this result will not follow in Kansas if the alternative settlement agreement is selected. It's time to implement a robust energy efficiency program in Kansas. The alternative settlement agreement, by its party's own admission, provides for a minimal energy efficiency program at best. It is not what the KEEIA statute was designed to promote, and is merely window dressing that does not move the needle of energy efficiency in Kansas in any meaningful way. It's time to take a bold step, and that bold step would be to approve the original settlement. The environmental groups appreciate the time this morning and want to thank the commission. Thank you.
Tim. We'll next turn for the opening statement to KERB, David Nickel.
May it please the commission, David Nickel on behalf of the Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board, KERB. Thanks for allowing KERB to explain its opposition to the Alternative Settlement Agreement, or Alternative S&A, in distinction to its preference for the initial settlement agreements or initial S&As. Some may have misperceived KERB's support for the initial S&As as a desire for energy efficiency at all cost. To the contrary, KERB agreed to the initial S&As because they are a reasonable transition to best energy efficiency practices that KERB believes can be achieved. The alternative S&A is not. While KERB stated in its cross-answering testimony that staff's Lost Revenue Adjustment Mechanism, LRAM, was an improvement to the throughput disincentive, TD, contained in Evergy's application, Evergy made several changes to the initial TD in the initial S&As that improved it significantly. The improved TD, combined with the contemplated discussion and negotiation towards decoupling and improving the transparency of the TRM and EMMV, was significantly more in line with KERB's overall perspective in this docket than staff's LRAM or TD. The truth is, staff's LRAM fails to achieve its intended purpose. That is, to eliminate the disincentive to utility implementation of energy efficiency programs, because these programs are designed to ultimately reduce sales. The test of whether an LRAM meets that purpose is this: if a utility would be better off not engaging in energy efficiency programs than engaging in them with a particular LRAM, the LRAM fails. This is very important because if an LRAM fails to meet its intended purpose, then no future energy programs will come about. Under staff's TD, Evergy not only loses revenue gains between rate cases, those revenue gains are used to offset revenue losses suffered by Evergy for promoting energy efficiency. Evergy is better off not promoting energy efficiency in Kansas with staff's TD. Thus, if staff continues to insist on its TD, robust energy efficiency in Kansas will never move forward. The effect of staff's TD is shown by a simple example. Assume that a utility has increased net sales of $10 million due to several unidentifiable reasons. In between rate cases, the utility is entitled to retain those increased sales to offset capital expenditures made between rate cases. The utility is $10 million ahead without offering energy efficiency programs. But let's also assume that the utility offers energy efficiency programs that result in $20 million of lost revenues. Under staff's TD, the $20 million revenue loss is offset by the $10 million gain. This results in only $10 million of lost revenues being recovered, plus the utility loses its $10 million in revenue gains that had nothing to do with energy efficiency measures. Why would any utility agree to offer a program that results in a $20 million loss when by doing nothing, it gains $10 million? It wouldn't. Staff's LRAM is antithetical to developing energy efficiency in Kansas. That disincentive is still present when staff's modification for EV sales and industrial growth is considered. Under staff's modified TD, there is significant litigation risk. Therefore, it is reasonable for Evergy not to move forward with significant DSM programs in Kansas, even under staff's modified TD. KERB's major concerns with the initial TD proposed by Evergy were twofold. First, KERB believes that full decoupling is preferable to an LRAM, due principally to the disputative nature of the latter. Secondly, KERB wants transparency in the TRM and the EMMV. Significantly, neither of these concerns are alleviated by staff's TD or the alternative S&A, which substantially reduces energy savings due to the impasse on staff's TD. Staff's modified TD does not alleviate the disputes that generally occur with LRAMs. If anything, since industrial sales and EV sales could be contested issues, it increases the potential for disputes to arise. Second, staff's TD is not full decoupling. It adopts Evergy's LRAM but places limitations on lost revenue recovery. And the alternative S&A will not lead to full decoupling. It will lead to legislation. Despite staff speculation, Evergy will not necessarily over-recover lost revenues under the initial financial S&A. Under the initial financial S&A, lost revenues will be subject to EM&V, and the TD will be adjusted retroactively. In addition, recovery of lost revenues is limited to 4 years. Further, Evergy has used an LRAM in Missouri for a great number of years. To insinuate that the Missouri Commission blindly allows Evergy to over-recover through its LRAM, either intentionally or negligently, is unfounded. Several states allow utilities to recover lost revenues through LRAMs. Evergy's LRAM, particularly with the modifications agreed to in the initial S&As, is not unreasonable. In fact, the LRAM in the alternative S&A is substantially similar to the LRAM in the initial financial S&A, but with virtually no energy or capacity savings. What is extremely interesting is that the ACEEE article that staff attached to his testimony posits that LRAMs can be a transitory step towards decoupling. That is precisely CURB's position in this docket. The initial S&As allow a transition to best practices in an orderly fashion. Only in the initial S&As did Evergy agree to engage in future discussions towards decoupling and transparency. That agreement is not only absent in the alternative S&A, it is futile if staff continues to insist on its ineffective TD. CURB would not deny that robust energy efficiency is extremely important to CURB's constituents. It does not take a focus group to know that Kansans need reduced energy cost. And it is common knowledge that cost-effective energy efficiency as a least cost resource will reduce energy cost. Thus, Kansas will lower energy cost through the energy efficiency programs offered in the initial S&As. In fact, it is the lack of energy savings in the alternative S&As that chiefly induces CURB to oppose it. The alternative S&A reduces energy savings proposed under the initial S&As by over 90%. The alternative S&A reduces demand savings by approximately 1/3 from the demand savings estimated in the initial S&As. And the alternative S&A does not have PACE, for which there was a significant outcry during the public hearing. Kansas must move forward. It ranks 49th, down from 47th, out of all states regarding energy efficiency, and it will remain that low if the Commission adopts the alternative S&A. Meager energy savings simply do not serve the public interest. Thus, there is an obvious dichotomy before the Commission today. The Commission can approve the initial S&As supported by the vast majority of parties in this docket, allowing robust energy efficiency to begin in Kansas with adequate protections for ratepayers. Or it can follow its staff and approve a very meager energy savings. The latter path effectively vitiates the cost-effective energy efficiency programs in the initial program S&A that most stakeholders, including staff, support. It would unnecessarily destine Kansas to languish as the lowest state in the nation on energy efficiency, with embarrassingly meager energy savings for years to come. The better choice is obvious. CURB urges the Commission to approve the initial S&As and to reject the alternative S&A. Thank you.
Thank you, David. All right, well, next turn to the opening statement for the KCC staff, Walker Hendricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May it please the Commission. I uniquely, I guess, was involved with the passage of KEEIA. And it's an interesting piece of legislation. And it has a lot of different operational issues. One is that even though the Commission has a fairly broad authority, a public utility may reject or veto a proposal that the commission might put forward. So let's just start with a review of the law. I think that would be important. The commission has independent authority over the establishment of demand-side programs or a portfolio of programs, together with implementation of cost recovery or incentive mechanisms under KEEIA. The commission may accept or reject any proposed program. Demand-side programs under the Act include demand response, load management, energy efficiency measures that don't promote fuel switching, and interruptible and curtailable loads. The goal of the Act is to promote cost-effective demand-side programs that value those investments similar to traditional supply-side and infrastructure programs for public utilities. The commission is authorized to approve reasonable and prudent costs associated with delivering demand-side programs that are approved by the commission. The commission is given broad discretion over the cost recovery mechanisms for demand-side programs. The commission must provide earnings opportunities for public utilities that implement programs based on verifiable demand-side savings. Although the legislature provided the commission with broad authority over the types of programs and reasonable costs to be allowed for cost recovery, a public utility also has independent authority and is not required to offer, implement, or continue any demand-side program approved by the commission. As such, the Act requires the commission and the public utility to both accept programs and cost recovery before they are implemented. If that does not occur, the programs may not be offered. In fact, as provided in KEEIA, Evergy's predecessor rejected approved demand-side programs based on cost recovery measures approved in docket number 16 KCPE 446 PAR. The commission held hearings, as was noted, on two non-unanimous partial settlement agreements for programs and financial recovery, respectively on August 9th and August 10th. At the end of the hearings, Evergy requested a stay of the proceedings to explore additional outcomes with the parties based on staff's opposition to the financial recovery settlement agreement and concerns expressed by the commission about the initial settlement at hearing. Staff had challenged amounts in the financial recovery agreement as too costly and excessive for earnings opportunity and lost revenue throughput disincentives, which resulted in a proposed recovery of $63,775,857 for budgeted programs of $121,901,423, or roughly 50% of budgeted program costs with carrying costs added in. In other words, staff objected to the inclusion of 52 cents of incentive costs for every dollar of program spend that was being proposed. Because Evergy has indicated it would withdraw its request for approval of the programs, if staff's financial recovery proposals were adopted, the company and the staff began a series of discussions to determine if a set of programs and associated cost recovery would be acceptable to all the parties. After a period of 6 weeks, the company and staff came to agreement on a set of terms embodied in the alternative settlement agreement. The parties filed a joint update report to permit the commission to consider the alternative settlement agreement as an option. And an alternative settlement agreement was filed on November 15, 2022, after receiving input from all the parties. The alternative settlement agreement was supported by Evergy Metro, Evergy Central, the staff, and the gas utilities. K.I.C. did not join, but did not object. KERB and the environmental parties, as they've indicated, do not support approval of the alternative agreement and have strongly argued to go with the original programs and financial recovery agreements on which the commission heard testimony in August. All told, the commission will be considering the original programs and the financial recovery partial settlement agreements, the staff's revisions to the final financial recovery agreement, or the alternative settlement agreement. The alternative settlement agreement is pared down to include a more specific hard to reach or low income homes program with the same budget as originally proposed. So the low income programs are comparatively the same with respect to the amount of spend. It also includes residential and business energy education programs, home demand response, and business demand response. The alternative includes a more rigorous site-specific engineering approach to evaluation, measurement, and verification, and still permits the staff to retain its own auditor. The program budget was significantly reduced from $121.9 million to $45.06 million. Financial recovery being reduced from $63.7 million to $11.7 million. As a backdrop to this process, it is interesting to note that the Inflation Reduction Act was passed by Congress and signed into law after the commission held its hearings in August. This act provides billions of dollars for home energy rebate programs, home electric appliance conversion, and energy efficient retrofits. Many of the rebates, grants, tax credits, and loan programs are directed at low and middle income households. The act provides 10 years of consumer tax credits for heat pumps, rooftop solar, electric HVAC, and water heaters. There is also consumer tax credits for new and used electric vehicles. The alternative settlement agreement does not include the home and business energy efficiency programs, except low income, as these programs dramatically increase cost recovery, and as noted by KEEIA's expert witness, leads to contentious debates over energy savings tied to lost revenue cost recovery. They also would overlap with programs in the Inflation Reduction Act. The alternative settlement agreement is designed to find a middle ground that will lead to both commission and Evergy approval. It is more affordable when considering participation in these programs hovers around 17%. The commission staff maintains support for the original proposed program settlement agreement, but not with cost recovery equal to 52% of program's cost as set forth in the financing agreement. The cost recovery in that agreement is excessive, not tied to the value of traditional investments in supply and delivery infrastructure, and not reasonable or prudent under the KEEIA statute. You will hear several arguments from KEEIA and the environmental groups to go ahead and approve the original program agreement and financial recovery agreements for the time being, deferring more reasonable cost recovery proposals that even their witnesses say they prefer until another hearing or renewal of the program occurs in 4 years. Staff does not agree that the commission should approve the financing agreement with a 50% incentive payout until some indeterminable time. It is not just and it's not reasonable to do so. And the company would have the ability to reject it in any event. As a fair compromise, something that Evergy has agreed to accept, the alternative settlement agreement provides a known option that can pass muster under KEEIA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Walker. Before we move from the opening statements, if you're still on, Connor Thompson, I would ask you, did K.I.C. wish to make an opening statement?
Good morning, commissioners. K.I.C. indicated in the pre-hearing conference that we were planning to waive our opening statement. However, if the commission wishes, I am prepared to give a brief opening statement outlining our position on the alternative settlement agreement.
Actually, I wanted to give you the chance to do that if you wish to do so. If you wish to proceed, please do.
Yes, thank you, Chair. K.I.C., as you may remember, was opposed to the initial settlement agreement filed on August 1st of this 2022 due to the throughput disincentive and the lost revenue recovery mechanism, and KIC's position that was contrary to precedent of the commission. On the alternative settlement agreement, we are still uncomfortable and therefore cannot support the throughput disincentive as proposed in the alternative settlement agreement. However, we do agree with staff that the throughput disincentive is an improvement, largely due to the reduction of the overall spend on the program, and therefore KIC is not in support of the settlement agreement, but also chose not to oppose the settlement agreement. And as promised, I'll keep it short, and that is KIC's position. Thank you, Chair. Chair, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you, Connor. This now concludes the opening statements. We will now turn to the examination of witnesses. I'll turn to you, Ms. Kafer, and ask if you would please call your witness.
Yes, Evergy calls Mr. Darren R. Ives.
Please raise your hand, Mr. Ives. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
And Mr. Ives, you state your name and place of employment for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Darren Ives. I'm the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for the Evergy Utilities, and I'm employed at 1200 Main, Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, and are you the same Darren Ives who filed rebuttal testimony and testimony in support of the initial settlement agreements in this case?
Yes, I am, as well as testimony in support of these alternative SNAs.
And that testimony in support of the alternative settlement agreements that you filed on November 22nd, 2022, does it consist of 23 pages?
Yes, it does.
Do you have any changes or corrections you need to make to that testimony today?
None that I'm aware of.
I were to ask you the same questions today as are contained in your testimony in support of the alternative settlement agreement, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Move for the admission of the testimony of Darren Ives in support of non-unanimous alternative KEEIA settlement agreement into the record, please.
Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
And tender Mr. Ives for cross-examination.
Very well. Good morning, Mr. Ives.
Good morning, Chair.
We'll begin on our cross-examination with the environmental groups. Ms. Woody, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Mr. Ives. With respect to the settlement agreements before the commission, it's true that Evergy supports both of the initial settlement agreement, both the programs and the FRSA, and the alternative agreement. Is that right?
Yes, that's absolutely true.
And with respect to the alternative agreement, I just want to take you through some of the things that that are not in the original settlement agreement that were left out in the alternative settlement agreement. And that would be certainly there's a significant reduction of programs, energy efficiency programs. Is that true?
That's correct. I think the differential in the megawatt hour savings was outlined pretty well in openings.
And it's about 90% differential in the programs. Is that true?
Between the two SNAs, yes, that's correct.
Also, the alternative settlement agreement doesn't provide any provision for the PAYS program. Is that correct?
That's correct. For really the same reason as the reduction in the other energy efficiency programs, which is centered around the ability to gain agreement between Evergy and staff on throughput disincentive recovery.
And the PACE program, if I understand it correctly, is a program that allows customers to undertake energy efficiency measures, and the cost of those measures are recovered through the cost savings to the customer. Is that correct?
That's generally correct, yes.
And the alternative agreement doesn't provide for any of that. Is that right?
No, for the reasons I stated, yes.
Also, in the alternative settlement agreement, there is no there's no language in there that would allow the stakeholder collaboration that was present in the original settlement agreement. Is that true?
Yeah, that language is not specifically in the alternative. You're correct about that. The two real reasons for that, in my opinion, one was the scale and the scope of the programs is much more limited. There's less opportunity for R&D of pilots to propose future things, future programs, which would certainly benefit from collaboration. And then candidly, the other reason is it was apparent relatively quickly in discussion with the opposing parties that regardless of whether that was in or a number of other items were in, the differential in energy efficiency was too great for the opposing parties to be supportive of the alternative S&A.
True, but the alternative S&A doesn't provide for any input going forward by those parties either, does it?
Not by written word, but I would suggest that we've been collaborating on energy efficiency in Missouri for over a decade. We certainly started this process, well over 18 months ago now, meeting with parties, talking about what we were doing, taking input, and I don't think Evergy's approach will change in terms of our interaction with stakeholders, regardless of words on the paper or not.
Right, but the original agreement provided that regardless of who might oppose collaboration, even if staff were to oppose collaboration by other parties, that those other parties would be allowed to be at the table and have their concerns heard and their input valued, correct?
It was specifically addressed in the initial S&As, yes.
And also, as you just mentioned, the alternative settlement doesn't provide any, there's no provision for any of the pilot programs that were in the original settlement agreement. Is that right?
That's correct.
And with respect to you've had experience with the program on the Missouri side, correct?
Yes, I do.
And that's been going on for what, over 10 years? Is that right? Over a decade?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that you believe that has been very successful. The energy efficiency parts of that program have been very successful in reducing energy costs for customers, particularly low-income customers. Is that right?
Yes, I think I think the stakeholders in Missouri would agree that we've had substantial success in not only demand savings, but energy efficiency savings in Missouri. And we've done it in a way where the financial recovery mechanism is very similarly designed to what was put in front of the commission on the initial S&A. And it still demonstrates meets the cost effectiveness test and goes through substantial evaluation in Missouri. There was some discussion in the openings about it, and it was all accurately stated.
And with respect to that, the financial recovery mechanism in the Missouri program, as you said, it's very similar to what was proposed in the initial FRSA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there's a talk about the percentage of recovery was the of lost revenue that was projected. Is that substantially different in Missouri from what was proposed in the original settlement?
No, in fact, I think if you looked at cost recovery as a percent of spend for, I had that in front of me, for throughput disincentive. Wait a sec, hold on, I don't want to misspeak.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, so the throughput disincentive model, very similar between what is in the initial S&A for Kansas and what we employ in Missouri, with the exception that there's a little bit more lag in the negative utility lag in the Kansas approach than there is in the Missouri approach. Missouri provides for some contemporaneous recovery based on forecasts with a true up mechanism. The initial financial recovery S&A here has a retrospective view on that. And on earnings opportunity, I think very similar as well. I think we currently have about a 17% of spend recovery on earnings opportunity in Missouri, and I think it was calculated a little bit differently in the initial S&A, but I think it was an aggregate or a weighted about 14.5%, something like that in the Kansas one.
So very similar to what's taking place in Missouri.
Yeah, with a little bit of calculation or mechanism differences, that the concept and the impact is equivalent. And I might add, because I heard in the opening statements, and I might take this time to clarify, the 50 or $60 per dollar was identified as incentives. Those aren't incentives. A substantial portion of that is the mitigation of the disincentive that Mr. Nickel talked about in his opening statement. I would not call the mitigation of demand destruction an incentive. I would say it's the mitigation of the disincentive of offering programs to customers.
And that's because if the energy efficiency programs are successful, you'll sell less energy. Evergy will, correct?
Yeah, that's right. And between rate cases, your rates are made on your expectation for sales before the implementation of those energy efficiency measures. So you have to remember that in Kansas, like most jurisdictions in the country, a significant amount of the kilowatt hour charge that customers pay is not covering just variable cost of fuel. It's covering fixed installed costs of the system that we would not be recovering as people use less energy under the programs.
And with respect to Missouri and Kansas, was one of the purposes of the merger of KCPL and Westar to sort of get some parity or consistency across those areas of Missouri and Kansas, particularly in the Kansas City area?
Yeah, I think that's one of the opportunities, right, with the merger is to do that. Have to remember that pre-merger, Legacy Kansas City Power and Light operated in both Missouri and Kansas, so it's always been a goal for us to have similar offerings across the state line, even before the merger. That's why we've worked going on 17 years to advance energy efficiency in Kansas. And as you know, we're still here because we haven't been successful in getting it off the ground yet in Kansas. But that's certainly one of the goals. I think somebody pointed out in their testimony that it was specifically identified by me as a witness in the merger proceeding that the ability to deploy KCP&L's expertise in DSM portfolios and offering of programs was one of the things that we hoped we could unlock to legacy Westar customers post-merger.
And with respect to customers who are in the Kansas City metropolitan area, the KC metro area, the individuals on one side of the state line and the Missouri side of the state line have access to a robust set of programs for energy efficiency that benefit them. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think, I don't remember if we talked about this in the initial hearing, but the last time that the company advanced a portfolio under KEEIA, which was mentioned that we ultimately pulled that based on the commission's ruling in that proceeding. I think there were actually hotel groups that had intervened in that process, or at least spoke at public hearings, and they brought that same issue up, right? That they competed against hotels that might be right across the street, but took advantage of Missouri energy efficiency programs for more efficient lighting and upgrades that they weren't able to take advantage of on the Kansas side of the state line. So we've seen that and heard that for years.
And so on the business concern there, it would be that folks on the Kansas side of the state line were had a competitive disadvantage. Is that right?
That was the position articulated by the hotels in that prior proceeding, yes.
And with respect to residential customers, and particularly low-income customers, the folks in Kansas have far less access to energy savings through energy efficiency than those on the Missouri side. Is that right?
Yeah, at this point, we have, a robust set of programs, as I mentioned earlier, very similar to the initial S&A set of programs that have been operating for the benefit of Missouri customers for, better part of a decade or more now.
And one thing that is included in the alternative settlement agreement is lost revenue recovery. Is that correct?
There is a component for lost revenue recovery. It is the mechanism that we are familiar with and has demonstrated its ability to mitigate impacts to us while continuing to allow programs to provide benefits to customers. The impact in the alternative S&A from a dollar magnitude, certainly much less as outlined in the opening statements, really driven by the overall reduction in the scale of the budgets and in the reduction of focus on energy efficiency, yes.
And staff opposed the initial FRSA because they were not going to allow the recovery of lost revenue. They were not comfortable with that. Is that right?
Well, it's probably more complicated than that, and probably a question that Mr. Grady be better suited to answer as to why they oppose. But in general, I think you heard it in the opening a little bit. They misconstrue the lost revenue as an incentive rather than a reduction of a disincentive. So it looks like there's quite a bit of incentive when you bundle it all together inappropriately like that. So I think the magnitude of impact was of concern to them, and I think they expressed in the initial hearing that they do not have the comfort maybe of the folks in Missouri and the stakeholders in Missouri on the EM&V process and the TRM process and the utilization of those methods to determine the savings that you build the EO and ultimately the throughput disincentive off of. I know it's a long answer, but I think it's it probably more accurate than just saying they didn't agree with lost revenue.
And you're satisfied that those mechanisms in Missouri have been successful. Is that true?
I am. We've been in this. We do cycles over there similar to what we've proposed here. Our early cycles were 3-year cycles, so we're in an extension year in cycle 3 now. We've had interactions, as frequently as quarterly or more with stakeholders over there. We've had a number of EM&Vs conducted and ultimately reviewed by staff and the parties. And I think people understand that, the utilization of EM&V measurement tools and the utilization of TRM has significantly evolved over the last decade plus. There were 4 flaws identified by the commission a number of years ago, more than a decade ago, and some of it asserted discomfort with those methodologies. They've been employed across the country and certainly in Missouri for over a decade now. They continue to evolve. They continue to be refined. And I think we, as well as the other stakeholders in Missouri, continue to be comfortable utilizing them as the tools to measure effectiveness.
And Mr. Hendricks mentioned in his opening the Inflation Reduction Act. You recall that?
I do recall that.
And is it your position that because of the programs in Missouri, customers there will be more able to utilize the funds and more able to access those funds that will be available from the Inflation Reduction Act?
Yes, it is. And I think there are a couple reasons for that. One, obviously, the infrastructure is in place for continued deployment of, energy efficient electric appliances and equipment. The vendors, the supply chain, the program managers, those are all in place in Missouri. So it'll be probably be a quicker adoption of use of IRA funds. I think that what we will all have to do, not just in Missouri and Kansas, but everywhere that there are energy efficiency programs, is we're going to have to figure out how to be complementary to our programs working with the IRA funds for the betterment of customers. We don't need to be duplicative. We don't need to be competitive. We need to be complementary to continue to advance energy efficiency opportunities. And that'll be the challenge for all of us. It will be achievable. As you know, I think, you could characterize the focus of IRA in some respects, and particularly in this area, as a move towards electrification and funds unlocking that capability. I think, DSM portfolios like we're talking about is a move towards efficiency of electrification. So I think there will be a way to marry those funds and advance maybe more rapidly what we're already trying to undertake here.
With respect to the lost revenue recovery mechanism in the initial settlement, that was viewed as a temporary mechanism. Is that correct? I think I'm taking that from your own testimony. Is that correct?
Looks like he's frozen.
Oh, yep.
Okay. We've lost a connection here. Darren's trying to reconnect.
Okay.
If you need to come to mind, Darren. We can't get him on here.
Denise, when we come back on with Darren, would you be able to restate the question asked by Miss Woody?
Yes, let me look at that.
Chair King, do we want to just maybe take a short break while we're waiting?
Let's we've been going just slightly over an hour. Let's see if we can make it, how quickly we can make a reconnection. If not, we will do that.
Yeah, I'm watching for him to come back on, but he hasn't yet, so.
Yeah.
He's rebooting his computer and we're getting close. We hope.
Didn't mean to freeze the witness.
Yeah. Here. Cross-examination.
I don't think it was the question that did it, Teresa.
Glenda, there's also a phone number if it'd be easier for him to just call in.
If you want to just call in, you can call in on the phone too. Wouldn't have your face, but they could hear you and you could hear them.
It was on the Zoom invite, but I can email or message you the phone number.
Should we clarify that we're off the record for this technical conversation?
Yes, that'd be good. We're off the record.
Thank you.
Sorry, Denise, I didn't mean to make you type all the nonsense I was saying. Glenda, I'm gonna email you that phone number.
Okay.
Okay, I'm inclined to follow David's first suggestion at this point. Let's go ahead and let's take a 10-minute break. I have about 10:12 here. We'll resume at 10:25. We are in recess until 10:25. Thank you.
Michelle, this is Darren. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Looks like you're back up and going again now.
I think I'm back. I'm gonna see if my video.
Yes.
All right. Hopefully we'll stay connected this time.
Hope so. Thank you.
Thanks. That's very frustrating. I'm gonna spend some more time with Mr. Wagner.
Do you want to mute while we're on the
Oh,
break? with him?
sorry.
Michelle, if you can hear me, were we able to restore Darren and?
Yes. Yes, he is on again. So whenever you're ready to come back from break or sit,
Very good. Thank you.
you're welcome.
All right, Michelle, very good. Before we go back on the record, Denise, were you able to locate the question that was asked just before we lost the connection?
Yes, I'm ready to do that whenever
Okay,
you are.
very good. Very good. We'll start now then. It's now 10:25. We're back on the record. We've returned from our recess. Just before we broke for the recess, Ms. Woody had asked a question of Mr. Ives, and then we lost Mr. Ives' electronic connection. I would turn to our court reporter, Denise Haas, and ask, would you please state the question that was asked by Ms. Woody of Mr. Ives?
Yes. Question, with respect to the lost revenue recovery mechanism in the initial settlement, that was viewed as a temporary mechanism. Is that correct? I think I am taking that from your own testimony. Is that correct?
All right. Thank you very much, Denise. Mr. Ives, I would just caution you that we are back on the record. You are under oath. Please answer the question.
Thank you, Chair. Apologize for my connectivity issues. Hopefully we'll stay on here. The lost revenue mechanism, and I did not go back and look at my prior testimony. I don't know that I would consider it a temporary mechanism. I think that's how the question was phrased. Lost our throughput disincentive or lost revenue mechanism has been in place in Missouri for a number of years, and an LRAM methodology is used across a number of states. There was language in the initial S&A that said that the parties, I don't remember the exact language, but it basically said the parties would evaluate alternatives to the mechanism, whether that be decoupling or other mechanisms that may be available to be utilized. So certainly there was an intent to continue to explore and see if there was a different methodology that might be employed prospectively in the state of Kansas, but it could easily be that with experience with the LRAM and the EM&V and the TRM, that parties could be comfortable that it is, absolutely a viable mechanism for Kansas moving forward. I wouldn't want to discount that potential either.
Yeah, and I think my question was inartful, Mr. Ives. With respect to the lost revenue recovery, it's temporary in that it would be reevaluated in the next rate case. Is that accurate?
I think reevaluated as we move towards the next KEEIA cycle. And I think maybe the agreement said that we would advance based on the collaborative work, views on that mechanism from the parties. I think maybe 12 months in advance of the completion of this KEEIA cycle.
Right. And the original agreement provided that the stakeholders through that collaborative process would actually make a recommendation to the commission 12 months prior to the end of the first KEEIA cycle. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I think you said it clearer than I did.
And that would include, at least an analysis of the potential of decoupling and other alternative mechanisms or methods of funding energy efficiency. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there's nothing in the alternative settlement agreement that provides for any such recommendation or report or collaboration amongst the parties. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Although I think I'd answered the same way I did before. I mean, nothing in the alternative that says it will happen, nothing to indicate that it shouldn't happen anyway if the parties continue to collaborate. And certainly Evergy will be willing to continue to talk about the best way to advance energy efficiency in Kansas.
And in the event that there was a presumed windfall through the lost revenue recovery mechanism, that could be adjusted in a rate case, isn't that right?
Well, I don't know about the answer to that. We might not see that the same way, but it would certainly be adjusted through the use of actuals in the M&V process that would be reviewed and evaluated, including I think by a third party auditor that the agreement called for staff to have. I personally, from Evergy's perspective, I don't have a concern about that because we've utilized this methodology for over a decade, and we've faced the audits and we've worked with stakeholders. It's not going to be a windfall opportunity.
With respect to the hard to reach homes program, I want to turn to that for a second. There's a statement, well, the budget isn't really reduced between the two agreements, but the initial agreement provided that in years 3 and 4, the budget for the hard to reach homes could be increased if the program was working and meeting its metrics, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's right.
And there's nothing in the alternative settlement agreement that provides for any increase in the budget to the hard to reach homes throughout the first 4 years. Is that correct?
That's right. There are, I guess there are no opportunities like were in the initial S&A for expansion of programs in the years 3 and 4.
With respect to your testimony, I think you said that there is a choice for the commission to make between really how much investment there's going to be made in energy efficiency in Kansas, whether it's going to be the more robust investment or whether it's going to be this much more minimal investment, correct?
Yeah, it might not have been my words, but I think the point is, I would just reiterate, Evergy is supportive of the initial S&As. We were when we advanced them, and I have a lot of testimony on that from the prior hearing, both written and live testimony. Evergy is also supportive of the alternative S&A. It certainly is a completely different scale of programs and in particular energy efficiency impacts between the two SNAs, but both of them balance the recovery that's adequate for the portfolios that are advanced, which allows Evergy to be supportive of either approach.
And with respect to the energy efficiency portion of the program specifically, they're vastly different between the two agreements. Is that correct?
It is a pretty substantial difference. I think the opening was accurate. The initial programs estimated to provide, 243,000 megawatt hours of energy efficiency savings. The portfolio under the alternative SNA is reduced to about 20,000. So vastly different construct of programs.
And a vastly different amount of investment in those programs, correct?
Yes, hand in hand, right? And, I just reiterate, and there's the primary rationale for that is it's the energy efficiency programs are what drive the lost revenue impacts and the demand destruction that is addressed by a TD, a throughput disincentive mechanism. And that mechanism is, where we had the largest agreement between the parties in the initial settlement and staff. And that was what we needed to solve for, to put together an alternative that staff would be supportive of for the commission to evaluate.
And with respect to that investment, it's directly related. The more investment you have, the more savings to the customer on the energy efficiency piece. Is that correct?
On the energy efficiency piece, sure. I mean, you need to do all the work, right, as you set up programs. And I'm not the program expert, but you need to do all the work to evaluate the cost effectiveness tests that are out there to make sure that the program makes sense as designed. That work was done, and we were comfortable, and I think the parties were as well, for the initial SNA. That still holds true in the alternative SNA. For the programs that are offered, they've been evaluated under the appropriate test, and they also are cost beneficial to customers, just at a different scale, as we've talked about.
Right, and that's because the energy efficiency programs have largely been stripped out of the alternative settlement agreement, correct?
That is a significant difference between the two. Yes, is the energy efficiency programs.
I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Ives.
Thank you, Ms. Woody.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Woody. Cross-examination, Mr. Nickel for Kerb.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ives.
Good morning, Mr. Nickel.
How are you today?
I'm good. Hopefully my computer will keep working.
Well, yeah, we hope so. I have to admit, I'm a little bit confused by Evergy's agreement to the alternative SNA. I just want to make sure that I clarify a few matters. Do you have your rebuttal testimony in front of you, or can you get that?
My from earlier in the proceeding, my rebuttal?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have it. Let me get it here. Okay, I'm there.
Would you look at page 6, please? This is your rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
And I'm looking at lines 10 through 11. And I have you as testifying, quote, Mr. Hall's one-sided proposal inappropriately offsets the loss of KWH sales from DSM programs with any growth in sales Evergy may otherwise experience due to other factors and efforts, end quote. Do I quote you correctly there?
Yeah, in terms of, I'll say staff's modified approach to the LRAM in the initial part of the proceeding. That's right.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Ives. And I'm going to go a little bit further then in that same page, at lines 18 through 20. And I'm quoting you as saying it guarantees that Evergy would receive all of the cost of the program, but no assurances that it would recover the cost. This would be a significant indication that, once again, Evergy should not move forward with DSM programs in Kansas. End quote. Do I quote you correctly there?
Mr. Nickel, are you still in his rebuttal or did you?
It's still rebuttal.
Yeah, I see it, Mr. Nickel. I was just reading the sentence or two in front of it there. And I think, again, as part of the same response to my concerns about staff's modified LRAM that Mr. Hall had proposed, that is what I said.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure now that you've testified in support of the alternative S&A, would it be your position today that your criticisms of staff's TD are no longer valid?
No.
Okay. There's still
they're still valid. The recovery methodology under the alternative S&A does not employ Mr. Hall's modified LRAM approach.
Thank you for that clarification. If the commission accepts staff's position on financial recovery as it sets forth in its August 22 hearing, would Evergy move forward with a full portfolio of programs that staffs and other parties agreed to in the financial programs S&A?
Your question was if the commission adopted the initial S&A on programs, but modified the financial recovery to adopt the staff's modified throughput disincentive or LRAM?
Yes, that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, so no, we would not. I think I've put that in both written and live testimony previously, and I think that would not provide adequate or balanced recovery and mitigation of the disincentive. I think you stated it well in your opening as to how to think about the disincentive, but not being able to mitigate that with an effective throughput disincentive recovery mechanism wouldn't allow us to proceed. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, your example is very simple, right? We are better off as an organization not adopting programs if it's going to create financial harm. That's the simplest approach and measure. The second thing to think about, we've talked about this in other contexts, we have programs in Missouri right across the state line. Putting a financial mechanism in place that is detrimental in Kansas while we are utilizing an effective and appropriate mechanism in Missouri, it's not going to bode well for us organizationally either. We need to have balanced, appropriate, adequate recovery and mitigation of disincentives in both states to advance energy efficiency in both states.
Thank you, Mr. Ives. That's very helpful. I want to turn to Mr. Hendricks's opening remarks for a moment, and I don't want to put words in Walker's mouth, but my takeaway from what he said was that 52 cents on the dollar is rich and maybe unjustly rich, Evergy, with regard to its offering of energy efficiency programs in Kansas. Walker and Jim Flaherty would appreciate this, but Pete Lux, when he was chairman of the commission, would have said that's the peanut in this issue, this whole hearing. So I think the commission needs to hear your perspective on whether or not Mr. Hendricks states that correctly, whether the programs as they're offered, including TD and EO, are too rich. And do they unjustly enrich Evergy? I think the commission needs to hear the other side of that. So could you oblige me?
Yeah, I alluded to this a little bit in my response to Ms. Woody, but to characterize the carrying cost on program cost, the throughput disincentive, and the EO all in one bundle as incentives is disingenuous. It's not reflective of what's occurring in establishing a DSM portfolio. If you break it down into the three parts, the carrying cost on the program cost, I would say that's a very traditional regulatory mechanism that considers the time value of money, because there's a lag in recovering those program costs from when the utility spends them. Sometimes it's a weighted average cost of capital. Sometimes it's tied to the short-term debt. In the case of the initial S&A, it was a blend of short-term and long-term debt, 12 months at short-term debt and 6 months at long-term debt rate, because it was an 18-month gap from spend to recovery. That's not an incentive. That's a coverage of the time value money. Throughput disincentive, which I talked a little bit about with Miss Woody, it is just that. It's a mechanism to remove the disincentive and allow for the utility to be indifferent as to whether energy efficiency measures that are offered are adopted or not, particularly between rate cases, because rates are set with an expectation of a certain amount of kilowatt hour cells, and that's how you design billing determinants and design the ultimate rates to customers coming out of a case. If you purposely change those kilowatt hour cells through the adoption of programs, you are not going to recover what you expected to recover when rates were last set, as a result of those programs. That mitigating that disincentive is absolutely imperative to being able to move forward. Your opening statement addressed that in quite a bit of detail, and I thought was well done. The third component, earnings opportunity, is exactly what it says. It's got some performance-based measures to it that ensures that there is a process to validate the effectiveness and the efficiency of implementing the programs, and provide an earnings opportunity if the utility is able to meet those targets. The earnings opportunity is what I would call the incentive, or the reason why you can make a demand side investment appear equivalent to a supply side investment as much as practicable.
Yeah, I'd like to go into that just a little bit, Mr. Ives. So, we talk about DSM as being a demand resource versus a supply side resource, right? You're familiar with that discussion, and I may oversimplify, but generally, you know what I'm trying to get at, right?
Yeah, I would just say, a DSM portfolio can, my opinion, and I speak a little layman, can address both energy efficiency and demand response. But it has both components, in my opinion, or can.
So if you were to build, you need capacity, and you build out, let's say, a wind turbine, Evergy is going to get a return on investment, aren't they?
I hope so.
Well, yeah, I mean,
we probably shouldn't build it if we don't.
Yeah, well, and I'm not going to say that CERB would always agree to whatever return you ask for on it, but you are, generally under the law entitled to a return. So, doesn't the DSM EO kind of equate to that aspect of traditional rate making methods, if you will?
Yes, it's utilizing the availability of demand side management programs, whether it's a reduction of demand, to your point, or capacity needs, or whether it's a reduction in energy needs, and it's providing a return on the utility successfully implementing that as part of your resource portfolio. No different than a solar farm or a wind farm or a CT, to your point.
Thank you. Now, the TD that Evergy initially proposed in its application was modified through the initial settlement agreements, correct?
It was through negotiations with the parties, yes.
And those modifications were intended or agreed to or negotiated to protect the ratepayers, correct?
Yes. I mean, I would say I felt like, and Evergy's position was, as proposed in the application, there were more than adequate safeguards for customers based upon our experience in Missouri. But certainly the additions that were negotiated with the parties were intended to help the parties feel the same way.
Thank you. And in fact, if you look at the TD that Evergy applied or Evergy applied for in the 16.
Nicole, can I have you start that question over?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'll try again.
Nicole,
so
can I have you start that question over? Thank you.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nicholas, my connection is not stable right now. I just got that message.
Okay, I'll try again, and I'll try to speak very slowly. So the TD that Evergy applied for in the docket 16 KCPE 446 TAR, it's different, isn't it, than the LRAM, modified LRAM that Evergy agreed to in the initial SNAs? It's not the same.
Yeah, different. I mean, I think there are a number of similarities on how you think about the intent of the TD and what it's working to accomplish. But certainly the one that went into the SNAs has some specific guardrails that were important to the parties to make sure, whether it was enhancements on the utilization of the measures from the first year before moving to deemed savings on a TRM or a 4-year max limitation on that. Those were things that the parties thought were important for guardrails, and those are different than in the 16 446.
Right. And you've already talked about the 4 faults and how those have been addressed in the LRAM. So I'm not going to go ahead and ask those questions again. In the initial SNAs, Evergy agreed to a collaborative process to discuss such matters as decoupling and rate design modifications, et cetera. Do you recall that? I
do. All the parties agreed to that.
Right.
In those SNAs.
And just to clarify, that was not an empty gesture on behalf of KCP&L. I'm sorry, in the case of Evergy, was it?
No, not at all. And, I talked to Ms. Woody about it a little bit. And, I would suggest that whether it's on the paper for the initial SNA or it's not on the alternative SNA, Evergy continues to be willing to collaborate and work with parties to advance DSM portfolios and energy efficiency in Kansas. We've been working at this, from a Evergy and predecessor standpoint for the better part of 17 years. We think it's the right thing to do to have DSM portfolio as part of our overall supply portfolio. So we're going to continue to work on this, kind of regardless of what's on the piece of paper.
We appreciate that. And we do certainly appreciate the work that Evergy did to bring in workshops and the like. But to the point, if staff continues to insist on the TD that it proposes here, energy efficiency from Evergy at least will not move forward. Isn't that correct?
In terms of the scale of energy efficiency that was in the initial SNAs, I would say that's right. Certainly in the alternative SNA, which staff and Evergy support, There is a level of energy efficiency, much less, significantly less, as Ms. Woody walked me through. But there is energy efficiency in there, and certainly there is demand response benefits in there. That portfolio, I know the opposing parties do not think that portfolio is adequate. I would remind the commission that portfolio is more than we have today in the state of Kansas, both from a demand response and an energy efficiency, and it demonstrates that it provides benefits for customers based upon the established tests that we typically look at, whether it be the TRC or the RIM or others. So that there's certainly customer value there. It is just a different scale and certainly a different approach to starting out.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Ives. If the commission were to agree to the initial S&As or would agree to the alternative S&A, between the two, does Evergy have a preference?
Evergy supports both of them. I would say this: we are in a very unique situation in this docket. Probably the first one I've been in my career where there have been two competing S&As set in front of a commission to provide alternatives. I think maybe that's because we're in a unique spot because we've had a hard time advancing energy efficiency and DSM in Kansas to date. So we were, as a group of parties, willing to take this unique step, but I support them both. My name's on both of them. They are either one approved by the commission would allow us to move forward in Kansas. They have different approaches and different benefits. I probably won't say that I support one or over the other. If you ask me a question differently about it, like, does one of them advance energy efficiency more rapidly? I would say that would lean towards the initial S&As.
So really, to get down to brass tacks, the alternative S&A at least moves energy efficiency forward, albeit at a very meager rate, and something is better than nothing.
I would say my hope is, and been my hope for a lot of years in Kansas, my hope is we get to start a DSM portfolio and start to educate Kansans, start to work on the process in the state. I believe if we do, based on our experience in Missouri, people, stakeholders, and customers will become more comfortable, not just with the programs being offered, but with EM&V, with the benefits of an appropriately designed TRM, things we haven't really dealt with in Kansas yet. And I hope that getting started under either set of these S&As will allow that comfort to grow and allow us to continue to look at new offerings as we move forward in Kansas.
But under the initial S&As, Evergy doesn't stand to over-recover on lost revenues, do they?
No, it is intended to, as I tried to mention before, it's intended to mitigate the disincentive between rate cases of asking customers to use less of our product.
Okay. Well, thank you. And just a few more questions, Mr. Ives. We do appreciate the efforts that Evergy made with regard to bringing in stakeholders and their concerns. In fact, even before the application was filed, Evergy held a number of workshops with stakeholders to consider their viewpoints on energy efficiency program offerings in Kansas, correct?
We did. I think I mentioned it maybe earlier, but I think we've probably been at this with stakeholders a little over 18 months now. including the advanced meetings before the filing.
And after the application was filed, you had a number of workshops that detailed various aspects, including financial recovery and the like, with all the stakeholders, correct?
Yeah, I'd say workshops, and I would refer to some of them as technical conferences where we were able to go through some of that. But yeah, for sure.
And in fact, you even had some additional technical workshops because there were some questions on the TRM and issues with regard to what those numbers represented or how those numbers were derived. Do you recall that?
We did. I don't remember the total number, both before and after, but I know our team very active with stakeholders, doing our best to try and answer questions and explain our programs and explain our methodologies, both from an EMV and a TRM standpoint.
And staff was involved in all of those workshops, correct?
Yeah, as far as I recollect, they would have been involved with all of them.
And did any time in all of these workshops, did staff indicate its intended purpose to use the TD that is proposed in its testimony?
Well, I wasn't in attendance to a number of them, so a little bit difficult for me to say, other than I think I would have been made aware if that came up in those earlier conferences. I know as we got into certainly our settlement negotiations in advance of the S&A, we certainly were made aware of the differences, and we had seen, obviously, in testimony, proposals around the modified LRAM.
Yeah, thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Ives.
Thank you, Mr. Nickel.
All right, Mr. Ives, let's turn to the commission and see if they have any questions from the commissioners. I'll turn first to Commissioner French.
All right, we're gonna see how long my voice will hold out here.
So far, so good.
Yeah, it sounds good now. We'll see. We'll see soon. Let me see if I can prioritize questions so I get the good ones out first. Maybe just one quick question to clarify something. I'm looking at pages 7 to 8 of your most recent testimony, and you've got a chart that compares the two settlements, demand savings and energy savings.
I see it.
And let me get to it here. You know, it looks like this is basically in year 4. So this is where we end up, and this is a 1-year look of where we're getting to. And would you agree that essentially what this shows us is the alternative settlement ends up with a lot less energy savings, but, you know, pretty similar demand savings, a little less demand savings?
Yes. Energy is the big differential between the two S&As. I mean, there were some slight changes and modifications on the demand side, but it's, you know, I think the discussion earlier was, when you look at it in aggregate over the 4 years, it's maybe a 30% reduction in demand as opposed to, you know, a 90% reduction in energy.
Some of the stakeholders in their written testimony have kind of characterized the alternative settlement as having no savings or no energy efficiency savings. And I think Mr. Nichols just said this was pretty meager savings. And that surprises me. It strikes me that maybe these parties are undervaluing demand savings versus energy savings. Do you have a take on that?
Well, I would say they are. Well, I think when they make those comments, not to put words in their mouth, I think the opposing parties are concerned about the energy efficiency or the energy savings. I think they recognize that those savings can drive some real bill benefits to customers that are adopting the programs and working through that. Demand is important, and I think they would acknowledge that. But energy is also a piece in the equation, and I think maybe Mr. Laughlin said it best. In the times that we've experienced recently in Kansas, energy has become a lot more impactful than we would have expected it to be, maybe back when we even started this process with stakeholders. So they're when they talk about low income impacts and things like that, I think they would like to see more energy efficiency. They would like to see the PAYS program, which is not in here because it also has the energy efficiency impacts and the throughput disincentive impacts that we've been discussing for a while in this docket.
I actually had a question on that, and I guess I'll insert it here. Just briefly, why is the PAYS program not in the alternative settlement? I know that was very important in the public hearing to almost every commenter. Is it just that it's not compatible with the programs that are that remained in the alternative settlement, or isn't complementary to those programs?
It's that it's not compatible with our ability to reach agreement with staff on throughput disincentive. I mean, it creates energy efficiency, which, creates for Evergy more need for throughput disincentive recovery to mitigate that demand loss or that energy loss. That's where our disagreement has been, and we weren't able to put higher levels of lost revenue in there and have a set of programs that we could agree on with staff in the alternative.
Now, back to your testimony, at page 7, that chart, and then going to page 8, the lines directly below that. You talk about, so I guess, you talk about, you have a sentence here that says on line 2, additionally, the larger the energy savings, the more it will impact Evergy's future generation builds and wholesale market dynamics in a way that benefits customers. I'm certainly aware of how demand savings drive generation builds. I think that's pretty obvious, but maybe you can give a little more explanation. Could you explain how energy savings affect future generation builds?
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, demand and energy are both a consideration when you're thinking about generation builds. Demand is the easy one, right? Needing to be able to have enough capacity to supply your peak demand plus your required reserve margins is important and comes with consequences if you don't in SPP. The energy similarly, and I'll go back to kind of the recent times, right? If you don't have adequate energy, then you certainly are placing more reliance on SPP current market than you otherwise would. And we've seen energy can be volatile. As natural gas prices move, it moves the energy markets and puts more pressure on customer bills if the energy increases. So I think when you consider building, I think you consider both the need for energy and the need for capacity in a build.
So would you say that?
Go ahead.
I mean, because you also talk about it impacts, wholesale market dynamics in that sense. And I think that's what you're talking about there. But I mean, could you give me a little more granularity on how it impacts future generation build?
Well, sure. So as you're looking at your customer needs through long-term resource planning, we certainly look at capacity needs, right, and ability to meet demand. We also consider energy. We consider whether whether we're going to have adequate energy place into the market to, I'll say, match the energy demand that we're asking for from the market. As you know, SPP sometimes values those differently, but there's a value both directions, right? There's a cost for the energy you're taking out of the market, and there's a revenue that you gain from being able to put energy into the market. If you're not putting as much energy into the market as you're taking out, well, then you're creating potential bill volatility for customers with that reliance on the energy market.
So you're saying if, depending on your energy needs, you may find it cost effective for customers to build new generation rather than rely on the market moment to moment.
Yes. And if you have a more robust set of energy efficiency programs, right, you're creating downward pressure on that energy need, which gives you more opportunity to consider timing of build options.
Gotcha.
It works with the demand reductions.
All right. A really important question I want to get to before my voice conks out here. We've had discussion already of funding opportunities through the IRA. And, it strikes me that we're ending up in a similar position here as we did in the electric vehicle docket, where Evergy just happens to be proposing to stand up some programs. At the same time, the federal government is offering funding for the states to stand up programs. And I'll be frank, I've got the same concern you identified that, we may be having Evergy stand up programs right now just to compete with programs that the state of Kansas stands up a year from now. And I'd like you to and I think what you said is we want to be complementary. And I think your words were, we don't want to be duplicative or competitive. And so I guess I'd like you to explain to me, let's assume that the commission approves the initial settlement, the full slate of programs. How would you plan to coordinate with the KCC and the state of Kansas to ensure that your programs are not duplicative, are not competing with the state of Kansas programs? And, would you be coordinating to scale back your programs, given what the KCC or the state of Kansas does? I guess I don't want to put words in your mouth. How would you provide me some assurance that if we approve the full settlement, that we won't see duplication and unnecessary or inefficient competitiveness between our two programs?
Yeah, so that's a fair question. I think the way you work through that, this is going to sound, really cliche, right? It comes through communication and collaboration, right? If we get the full slate of programs approved, let's say the initial S&As, because that's the largest slate that would have more energy efficiency involved with it. I think it will benefit Kansas's ability to utilize IRA funds, because we will be generating the marketplace for vendors and suppliers and folks that are going to be implementers to be more active in the state, which creates the platform for the state to use to put programs out. As we continue to work through state use of IRA funds, I'm quite sure that Evergy will be a contributor in that process with the state and how they set that up. That they'll engage us, they'll involve us, we'll work together, so we'll know kind of where our programs are impacting and where they're at. So we'll be able to work through some of that. And then I think the last piece I'd say is maybe there's a little bit of overlap. Maybe there's a little bit of duplication. Well, then it's incumbent upon us to look at the design and propose modification to programs. That's couple things. It's one of the benefits of energy efficiency programs being on, in this case, a 4-year cycle, as we're not locked into these forever. We're going to be able to continue to learn and modify and tweak, not just for IRA, but for other things that are going on across the country, and other success stories that we can bring to Kansas. And then, maybe the flip side of that 4-year on our programs is it may take 4 years for the government to stand up funds in IRA. I mean, there's a lot of work and a lot of process that goes into utilization of those IRA funds, and it'll take a little bit of time. And maybe the last thing I'd say, sorry, Commissioner, energy efficiency is going on all across the country. Kansas is 49th right now in that report, because other states have energy efficiency going on as well. We're all going to have this dialogue and work through this as an industry of how we work with federal funds and utility programs. It's not just this set of programs that's in front of the commission right now.
Let me just ask you a couple generic questions here. And I realize I'm probably asking you more about the initial settlements than I'm asking you about the alternative settlement. Frankly, to me, that one's a little simpler to get my head around. And I'm trying to compare. But I'm still focused on, what some of the issues are that staff raised with the initial financial settlement. And, first, let me ask you, with regard to the LRAM, I know a lot of the issues were around, discomfort in measuring savings. I know in the alternative settlement, some of staff's concerns were resolved. It probably flows from the type of programs and the ease of measuring those savings. But is there anything you think could be taken from the alternative settlement and applied to the original settlement to give staff more comfort? Are there any other modifications you think we could consider to give the commission more comfort? Are there things you think are going to occur in the first 4 years that are going to give us better data that will give us more comfort in the future? I mean, let me just ask you a specific question. Over those 4 years, are we going to get actual data on energy savings through smart meters? Or are we going to rely on assumed savings in the future? I'm throwing a lot of things out there, but I want some thoughts on how we can get more comfort that the savings are real, that people are experiencing the savings, and also whether there's anything we could take from the alternative settlement to improve the initial settlement.
Yeah, so that's a lot to unpack. Let me get started, and we'll see what I miss. With the alternative S&A, there are some additional steps taken in the measurement, and I think you're right. I think that helped staff get a little bit more comfortable in the alternative S&A. And you're also right that the ability to do that is largely unlocked because the scale of the programs is dramatically less, and the number of measures and the scale measures is a lot less than the initial S&A. Might be very cost prohibitive to do that level of work across the initial S&As. That said, there were a number of things in the initial S&A that attempted to provide some comfort, right? If I remember right, there was the utilization of actuals coming from the EM&V process that also has a third-party auditor review from staff's perspective that were used for year one. and then use to update and inform the TRM to use it prospectively. And then that TRM will continue to get updated as the actual results come through EM and Vs. So it's a little bit of evolving learning document from my perspective, right? Because you're going out, you're doing your EM and Vs, you're validating, you're getting a third party auditor concurrence on that. And then to the extent there are significant differences between what those deemed savings were in the TRM and what those actual are, you can go in and update the TRM and apply that prospectively. So as measures evolve and as things change, the TRM's evolving. The 4-year, the 4-year cap, I guess, or limit on TD, specifically intended to provide comfort to parties that we wouldn't just reflect TD and never come back in and see the commission again. We just collect it forever. Measure lives, average measure lives of the types of programs that we propose are certainly going to be longer than 4 years. But the cap made sense to provide the comfort to staff and parties that we wouldn't be able to take advantage of not having a rate case requirement. And we are really only talking about the need to address throughput disincentive that occurs between rate cases, right? When you come in for a rate case, you're going to reset based on the measures that have been installed when you set your billing determinants moving forward. So you're really just trying to mitigate that demand destruction that the programs have created since rates were set based on billing determinants without those programs. So I think there's a number of things out there. I think, having been through over a decade and I don't know, probably 20 plus, maybe more EM and Vs over in Missouri, I think we know that the TRM is in very good shape, much more advanced than this commission would have considered, 10 or 12 years ago when deemed savings and TRMs were brought in front of them. And it's only going to get better with continued rollout of programs and validation.
So as I'm trying to distill here, and I do apologize because that was a wide-ranging question I asked. What I'm trying to distill here is the deemed savings are really just for this initial application, but we will be much more reliant on actual observed savings and data to do the EM and V backward looking to evaluate whether the programs are cost beneficial and should be either reapproved or expanded in the future.
Yeah, I'd say it's a little bit of both. I mean, we're going to use the EM and Vs for sure. In the initial S&A, that the actuals were going to be the measure for year one, and then we would adjust the TRM and move to using the TRM and the deemed savings going forward, subject to still evaluating to make sure that those deemed savings aren't out of bounds. But we would not necessarily utilize the actuals every time unless they got outside of a band of reasonableness that was stipulated in that agreement. I think it was 15% of an adjustment at a measure level. Then you would go to the actuals and adjust the TRM for that.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, so we are looking at actuals, no doubt. We're sending people out in the fields. We're getting the measures. We're doing reviews and reports, and it's getting audited to make sure that we are adjusting and addressing as actuals don't produce what's deemed, if that makes sense.
So I guess the additional refinement I did want to ask, and I mentioned this, is our customers have made an unbelievable investment in smart meters over the last 5 to 10 years. And I guess I'll just go on record and say I drive an electric vehicle now, and I can I can, through the tools you all provide, I can see the volumetric increase in my energy usage, but I can also see how I've changed, my peak usage. I'm on a time of use rate. It's amazing the amount of data and that's available. And that's just for me. And I know that is all available to you all on an aggregated basis for all your customers. And I wonder, are there enhancements using that big data, which is just amazing? Are there enhancements to our measurement and evaluation and verification that we could make to more fully utilize smart meter data over the next few years?
Yeah, so you're probably stretching my technical expertise, but I think the short answer is yes. We are looking at on a lot of fronts the ability to use our smart meter interval data to disaggregate data and learn about the usage of electricity at a customer, at a circuit, a lot of different levels. Your point is really valid. But big data, when you think about the intervals and the number of customers we have, it's really big. So we are exploring that. I think it will get better. I think we as an industry will continue to get smarter about how to utilize that, whether it's for identification of impacts on circuits of people adding electric vehicles to the grid and in their house, or if it's other measures and methods. So I can't give you a direct answer on how quickly it's going to happen, but we are looking every day on how we can better utilize that big data that's unlocked by those meters the customers are paying for to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of our service. No doubt about that.
Let me ask one final line of questions, and this is really big picture, but let me just say I've been frustrated through this whole proceeding to not have enough clear discussion of cost benefit there's a lot of discussion of savings, and why aren't we getting this huge savings number? I think a lot of stakeholders have gone there. But there's costs associated with implementing these programs. And I don't know if those stakeholders realize that the same customer that experiences the bill savings, in another part of their bill, they experience the cost of the program. And I guess I just want you to tell me, in your opinion, with everything you know about the programs, for both the initial settlement and the alternative settlement, do you believe for the average Evergy customer, I know it's not going to impact every customer the same way, if we approved either one of them, is the energy portion of an average customer's bill going to decrease more than the energy efficiency rider portion increases?
Yeah, so you're right. Maybe an oversimplification to look at it at an absolute, but I can tell you this, and it's an interesting part of the discussion. All of the programs and the portfolios that were advanced in either settlement have been evaluated under kind of all the traditional cost effectiveness testing, whether it be the TRC or the RIM, the others that are out there, the UTC, that have all been evaluated. They all are demonstrated to provide benefits to Kansans, to Kansas customers over the lives of the programs. Now, what happens, and you saw some charts in, I think, the initial hearing, where you see in the early years when you're incurring costs, but you haven't yet started to see some of the longer tail of benefits where you see cost impacts to customers early on, and then it shifts as you get further down the measure life. Part of the difficulty is the mismatch of benefit to cost from a timing perspective, because you're going to incur these costs and we're going to recover them in like 18 months. Well, the measure life for a more efficient HVAC might be 15 years. So the benefits are going to inure to customers over that entire 15-year window, where the costs were front loaded. So that's why you see kind of that weird impact on, I'll say, bills to customers early versus over the long term. But that's why we do the test. And the interesting part of the test is they utilize the data from the TRM and the EM&V and that work to consider the test. But yet when we get to evaluation of the throughput disincentive or measurement of an EO, at least staff doesn't want to use the data to calculate that. They'll use it for the test, but not for the financial side of it. Same data. But the tests are out there. We've demonstrated those tests in Missouri. I keep going back to that, but we've been over there for over a decade, and we've run those tests on programs just like these. They provide benefits to customers, and I think the other stakeholders that are parties to the initial financial S&A that have had experience in Missouri have told you the same thing.
So, and I just want to distill this down. So what you're saying with all of that is it is your testimony that over the long run, either one of these settlements will reduce bills more than it increases bills.
That's correct. And we shouldn't do the programs if they don't. And that's one of the things where I would say this, because I think we might have had this discussion earlier on in the hearings. What happens if a particular program doesn't work out like you expected? And I think there's even language in the KEEIA statute about that. It doesn't necessarily mean the program was imprudent from the get-go. It means you need to look at the design of the program and see if it can be modified to benefit customers over the long term. Or in some cases, you need to look at the program and say, that's not going to work for Kansas. It might have worked for Colorado, and it sounded good, but when we deployed it, it just didn't meet Kansas needs, and we might need to step back from one. And that's why in the long term, we hope we have enough programs in place and enough flexibility to evaluate pilots and things like that, where we're always kind of evolving through our energy efficiency to respond to actual results compared to expectations.
Thanks. I think I'm going to stop there and save a little voice. I might want to ask a question of another witness. So appreciate it, Mr. Ives.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Duffy.
Happy New Year, Mr. Ives.
Happy New Year, Commissioner.
Okay. I want to thank all of those who have gone before me with their excellent questions, because that's covered a lot of material for me. Resultantly, I'm going to be bouncing around like a ping pong ball because they have been answered. So I do appreciate that. First of all, let me, because we've tapped on a number of issues here. I will have to say I was genuinely disappointed when I saw the alternate settlement agreement. It was like night and day. And even after the first reading of the agreement, it was like night and day. That was not what I was expecting. So that's what I'll say out front. Secondly, okay, we're at the bottom, 49, whatever. And sometimes I would believe when you're at the bottom and you're bringing yourself up, and this is kind of on this last line of questioning with Commissioner French, on the types of programs that are put into place. Other states have been doing this for years. They've invented, they reinvented, they borrowed, they've adjusted. So I'm finding it hard to believe that we would be implementing programs in this state, especially with all the stakeholders that have been involved in all the meetings you've had, that would not be successful because there's so much history of energy efficiency programs and low income programs designed to save people money. So I'm a little bit troubled by your response in that surely your experts, which you have a lot of, this is where they focus their time and attention, have not ferreted out the best programs to bring to the state, considering where we are right now. Could you comment?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That's why we advanced the programs in the application that we did, and why the initial S&A contained a number of those same programs after working with the stakeholders, including staff being on board with the programs on the initial program S&A. Because we did bring the experience of the industry. We did bring the experience of our efforts in Missouri, exactly what, somebody used it in their testimony, exactly what I said in merger testimony that I hoped we would do post-merger, bring that to Kansas in a way that leveraged our experience in Missouri. The reason I would say maybe you're dissatisfied with the alternative S&A is solely around differences of opinion between, I would say, how throughput disincentive is addressed, certainly in Missouri, and I would say generally across the country, and where staff is currently situated on throughput disincentive. And we took the stay after staff's remarks in testimony and hearing, and candidly the commission's response in that hearing to try and find something that staff could support, because we thought it would be important to have alignment, or at least an opportunity for the commission to evaluate a set of S&As that had alignment with their staff. That's what we worked on. That was as far as we could get from a program perspective and still maintain alignment on financial recovery. That's why the alternative looks the way it looks.
Yeah, well, initially it was, and I would use the word disappointing. So that said, let me ask you, since we keep mentioning our neighbor to the east, how many folks are taking advantage of your energy efficiency offerings in your territory, and more specifically in the Kansas City, Missouri area, as you're divided that way?
I don't know that I have those numbers off the top of my head. I would say I could easily indicate that from a customer perspective, we've had at least 250 or 300,000 customers that have taken advantage of programs in Missouri since we've started there. That's probably about half of our customer base that is directly taking advantage of programs.
Do you mean currently they're taking advantage, or they took advantage, didn't like it and dropped out or didn't use it, because you're basing it on measurement verification from actual usage, right? From you have AMI there, I'm assuming.
We do have AMI, but we do EM&V with third parties that actually go out and evaluate specific installations and things like that. So it's not just relying on AMI results. It's going out and actually, seeing the installation of the HVAC equipment and understanding the impact of, that 18 SEER as opposed to the 12 SEER that are replaced, and making sure that it's performing as intended to deliver that. But regardless, it's not really about taking advantage of it and dropping out, because if you benefit from a new HVAC piece of equipment, you're going to benefit for the life of that piece of equipment, right? I mean, people aren't going to come and, have us uninstall it because it didn't quite deliver what it was projected to on the energy guideline that sets on the side of the piece of equipment, because it's still providing benefit to that customer.
Okay. I would appreciate if we could, because I looked for that piece of information on how many, since you have a long history in Missouri, what those statistics look like, and kind of, I guess, I don't want to get into pages and pages of tables, but kind of a succinct, here's where we are. And my understanding is too, there's a rating card or something for level of participation, that kind of a scorecard, and where Missouri falls out on that particular piece. And while we're on it, on the rating, I would say I went back and looked at the ACEEE report, and the scorecard focuses on different areas. And a lot of these, as I looked at it, building energy codes, transportation, industry, some of these things are not necessarily zero emission vehicles, with California leading. Electric prioritizes investments in electric heat pumps, diversifying energy workforce, thermal energy networks. Heat pumps are repeated again. Vermont's program of phasing out mercury containing fluorescent tube lights. So there's a wide variety of programs that they look at, and I'll probably ask our folks who are in our stakeholders about this, but I really do think that it's an indicator, but there's a lot of other variables built into the scorecard that are beyond the KEEIA program. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Absolutely. I mean, utility sponsored programs are not the only needle mover to the state's position in the scorecard. No doubt about that. But it will be a mover, right? I mean, if we implement programs and there is more energy efficiency and there is more adoption in the state of Kansas by our customers, it will move it. Will it change the world? Will it take us from 49 to 3? No, because there's a whole other state policy framework that needs to continue to be worked, right?
Right. So
but it will help.
Okay, along that line, should we expect Evergy? Do you believe it's your role to go out there and advocate for an increase in the building? What do we call it? The building efficiency standards for commercial and industrial structures in the state? Do you believe that's your responsibility, or to advocate for a better envelope for every zip code, that every city adopt a higher energy efficiency IECC code beyond 2006? Is that your responsibility?
Well, I would say it's a lot of people's responsibility. I mean, we're engaged with a lot of those entities, right? A lot of the folks that develop building codes, and a lot of the state and county individuals that play in that space. Certainly that's part of what our team does, is to communicate and advocate and work with people on that. But there are, much broader policy implications in the state of Kansas than just what Evergy's promoting. I would say it takes a village to move some of those things.
I agree with you. And I agree with you wholeheartly. Okay, let's go to another area. Let me just be clear from Commissioner French's question. My understanding is we have AMIs everywhere except for a handful of places, and you can count them on one hand, correct? For residential.
Maybe two, but yeah, you're right.
Okay. Is the brain fully turned on in terms of its capability? He talked about enhancements. I'm just talking about what we installed. Is that brain fully working to its capacity? Is it functional? Could it be used to its full capacity? That's my first question. And secondly, if it's not, then what enhancements would we need to gather the sort of data Commissioner French was talking about, or not?
Yeah, so I would say for the core intended purpose of the AMI meter, that it is fully functional, that we are capturing data on an interval basis. We are able to identify outages. We are able to identify if those meters are overheating, which could cause safety issues, obviously. We have the connectivity and the ability to capture the data, not unlike most every utility in the country now who has installed AMI meters. Where we are advancing as Evergy and as an industry is, what can we do with that data? Commissioner French said it right. It's big data. I mean, it's massive to try and work through that data for all of our customers on 15-minute intervals, 24/7, 365. But being able to take that data, do data analytics, utilize it to disaggregate it, to figure out what's going on at a particular customer's usage patterns or a circuit's usage factors, is where we are all continuing to test and evaluate and evolve, but because it's new to us as an industry, from that type of data analytics review, and new to us from that type of big data manipulation. That's not intended to be a negative word. Manipulation is intended to say you have to be able to sort through it all and reason it.
Okay, but more importantly, as we talk about in the state of Kansas, and we've got kind of two divisions here, but within we're talking about census tracts, people talk about the economics of a zip code and working to improve, like in the city of Topeka, we have our intensive care zip codes, and they're coded red on the map where they need the most help. Lowest income, most poverty, most crime. They meet the 5 factors. So do you have the capability now to discern by census tracts and zip codes to really focus efforts on your low income folks through the programs in that original S&A?
You're a little bit beyond my depth of knowledge, but I'm going to say yes. We have the ability to look at our customers within the census tracts and to marry that against, the identification of those 5 factors you referred to, and pursue our ability to reach out to them in an effort to have them consider our hard to reach homes programs or other low income programs that will be a part of hopefully the commission's approval in this proceeding.
Okay, and I believe it was your testimony, if I'm not mistaken, saying those who are most in need, you have to reach them in a different way than a lot of other folks. And here's my point. Talking to a family member over on the Kansas City, Missouri side said, and I'm quoting, "Oh, I'm flooded all the time with stuff from Evergy about stuff." Well, have you taken advantage of any other? And there's just so much. I was like, okay, we're talking millennials maybe, but I understand what she was trying to say. So I do believe as a component of these programs, and I'm really talking to everybody on the screen here, it is important to be effective. And I do believe that the measurement and verification by street address, by zip code, and for the programs that were in the original settlement that really focused, and in the secondary one that focused on those with the most need, should be the highest priority. That said, I appreciated Commissioner French's questions about will the customer really see a decrease on their bill? Because at the end of the day, with all the challenges on all the utility bills, that will be key. And if they're sitting there and shivering at 64 degrees on a night like last night, or 63 or 62, and they're sweating at 75 and 78 degrees in the summer, at least they could see that there is a decrease in their bill. And what you're telling me is with the original program and with the second offering, that they will see a decrease in their bill, regardless of the costs.
Yeah, I want to clarify that. What I'm telling you is over the life of the measures installed, there will be a decrease in a benefit to customers. I think I mentioned to Commissioner French that in the early period, there likely will be a cost impact that exceeds the benefit because you have a mismatch between the number of years that a benefit inures to customers compared to when the cost impacts customers. That I'd say it this way, it is very similar in that respect to a traditional generation unit investment. The most costly impact to customers from a new generation investment is in the first year that you recover on that investment, and it goes down a little bit as time progresses because you have your biggest, largest investment that you're recovering not only the return of, but you're returning a return on that investment, and that declines over time. The same thing in some respects is happening with a DSM portfolio, where you're front load paying for the cost for the benefits that the measures are going to provide to all customers over the life of the measures. So it's very similar in that regard.
Okay. Let's talk about your shareholders. It's my understanding that they're neutral towards the energy efficiency program, correct? I mean,
if cost recovery is done adequately to minimize the disincentive of the lost sales, yes.
well, wouldn't that mean that they're making the same money, correct? I mean, if I'm a shareholder, as long as I'm making the same money and I'm not taking a loss, I'm okay.
Yes, that's right. I mean, if the right mechanism's in place from a cost perspective, then that's right. And they've demonstrated that over having done it now for 10 plus years in Missouri, right? They haven't been at our door with torches and pitchforks for operating programs in Missouri, because they have been neutral to those demonstrated kilowatt hour and kilowatt reductions in Missouri.
Okay, so in Missouri, if Evergy's shareholders are making the same money, then you're still able to provide energy efficiency for Missourians, right? I mean,
We are.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Is your do you believe your primary responsibility is to Kansas customers, or really is it to the shareholders on this issue?
Well, I think our responsibility is to balance the interest of all of our stakeholders. We have to be able to support shareholders in a way that will allow them to continue to invest in the business, which is good for Kansans. We have to be able to do things efficiently and in an affordable way for Kansas customers to be able to continue to take service from us, and as importantly, for Kansas to be able to continue to grow and thrive, because as Kansas grows and thrives, which we're a piece of that equation from a cost of living standpoint, but as Kansas grows and thrives, our business does well, right? People stay in the state, they come to the state, they put new businesses in. That all works hand in hand, but we have to balance both of those perspectives.
Okay, you're making the segue for me concerning economic development, and I happened to be on a program. It was a Missouri program, but your economic development person was on, and I'm sorry, I've forgotten his name, but he was talking about the role that Evergy plays with proposed economic development projects in Missouri and Kansas. And my question is, with your relationship with companies who are looking to locate or grow and stay, does energy efficiency factor in to the questions and discussion you have with them?
I would say it's probably not a leading focus. One of the reasons I would say that, many of the customers that come in, we could use the one that's been announced, right? Panasonic, a very sophisticated company. Companies like that typically have their own energy efficiency programs, their own standards that they design to. They're not necessarily interested in ours because they're already ahead of what we're doing in Kansas, or they're already ahead of what we're doing in Missouri. But certainly as smaller customers come in, as residential folks come in, I think I know you saw the public comments in this proceeding, the very high interest in the public comments in this proceeding from customers on energy efficiency and demand side portfolios, equivalency to what their neighbors are receiving. We hear that all the time, whether it's existing customers or in some cases new customers.
Okay.
But the biggest of the big often are already well advanced in energy efficiency.
Yes, as it affects their bottom line. Okay, so you brought up Panasonic, and they're going to come in and request, or they're going to need a great deal of energy. So when we look at the equation of the energy you lose, the energy demand you lose by energy efficiency, and the fact that the world is not static, and economic development projects, maybe not on this scale, but the gentleman alluded to that there are several companies looking at potential projects here. Doesn't that all figure into the equation?
Well, it certainly figures into our needs, right? I mean, I would say this, and I think maybe Mr. Nickel alluded to this in his opening. Historically, when there has been a growth in usage from the time rates are set until the next time they get set, whether it's more utilization by existing customers or addition of customers, that revenue has offset the infrastructure investment and the cost increases that also occur from inflation or otherwise from the time those rates are set until you reset them. So you're getting more revenue in from new usage, but you're also incurring more costs than you did when you set rates historically. And that balance is kind of what dictates how long you can stay away before you have to come back and ask customers for a rate review and a rate request. If you break that link like staff's modified LRAM did to try and use that new revenue to offset demand destruction, then you're breaking that link. You're still incurring other cost increases and other infrastructure investment that just means you're going to have to come in for rate cases earlier, more often. You're changing the regulatory construct by using that to take away the disincentive of the products are offered. And in Mr. Nichols' example, he said, why would the utility do that? Why wouldn't they just not implement the programs and live under the historical construct where they got that matching of the new revenues with the increasing cost? I think he summarized it well.
And he did, but I still have that rolling around in my brain. I mean, it's not like, to me, you're right. It may be the rate cases where all that is put together, but it's part of the perception and the reality that of that it's not a true deficit, a true loss.
Well, I don't think you can evaluate that unless you also evaluate how much lag is being experienced by the new investments that have been made since rates were last set, and by the effect on inflation, on labor and non-labor expenses that is impacting what we're incurring to serve customers compared to what rates were set on. You can't just look at the revenue equation. You have to look at the totality. That revenue used to offset those things. If you take that away to just offset revenue changes from energy efficiency, you still got those other things going on. We're still invested in the system. We're still experiencing inflation and other cost increases, and something's got to help cover that. And if it's not the new revenue, then it's probably a more frequent rate case and another ask for customers to pick that up instead of provide for the throughput disincentive.
Okay. Let me turn to something different. With these programs in the original settlement, the type of energy that will be displaced, is there like, does that like, oh, well, okay, we can, as a result, we won't need this part of the coal plant, or we won't need, maybe we'll need more solar or whatever. Do the program's effects have a bearing on the type of energy, and I'm not saying this well, but have a bearing on the type of energy that you will leverage toward in the future?
Well, let me ask a clarifying question. So are you asking if our programs are successful so we don't have to put new supply in place because we're meeting that with our demand side programs?
Yes.
What new supply is it displacing?
Yes. What type of supply?
What type of supply?
Yes.
Well, that'll all be kind of contingent upon the IRP, right? If you think about our resource planning,
Right.
I mean, the goal when you project out those future needs is to identify the least cost resource to meet those needs. That's what the resource planning goal is. So it could be that wind and solar are least cost, certainly least cost from meeting an energy need standpoint. But if we really need capacity, back to the discussion with Commissioner French, and if we're not getting very much capacity value out of wind because of the SPP requirements, then it might be displacing, a combustion turbine that would have had to been built to add capacity. So it's a little bit dependent upon what your plan is telling you need moving forward, and what you're eliminating with your programs. For example, in the alternative program, we're primarily eliminating demand or capacity needs.
Right.
In the initial program, we're reducing the needs of both energy and capacity. So we'll look at those differently when we build that into our integrated resource plan. It's just another opportunity to meet customers' energy and capacity needs than just the traditional one. So it will be built in there, and it'll help us solve for least cost needs for customers moving forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you. In terms of, can you share what energy efficiency programs you have in place right now with Kansas, or demand side? What does your current program look like? You alluded to that.
Well, currently we have, I think we still have some thermostats out there that are being utilized by customers. So those would be those would have the ability to impact demand. There's also some residual energy benefits if thermostats are adjusted, but more demand focused. And I think we have some education, and we have some weatherization programs that are active in Kansas currently, but very limited compared to what we've asked the commission to consider with the DSM portfolio in this docket.
Can you estimate how many people, how many customers are still taking advantage of those programs currently?
From a thermostat standpoint, maybe a few thousand. I mean, I don't know that not nearly what we've been talking about when we spoke earlier about the customers utilizing the MEA programs in Missouri.
Okay. All right. So you talk a lot about the Missouri program, and you've had a long-standing program, and but give me a sense of where your folks are in terms of, because I kind of alluded to this earlier, and looking outside your own backyard at what other states are doing, what other beyond what you're offering in Missouri.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's a big focus of our team and the development and I guess expansion of our programs over there, right? Is being a part of industry groups and being a part of the types of teams and committees that are the experts are getting together and talking about programs that are being developed and implemented and successful. It all supports the concept that's in the initial S&A, even though the S&A reduced the dollars for it quite a bit. But this concept of this, I'll call it this R&D pilot process, where you could evaluate new things and new items on a small scale or from I guess a design standpoint, and then determine with stakeholders whether it made sense to implement it in Kansas. That comes from the stakeholders and what they're seeing. We have stakeholders that are multi-jurisdictional, right? So some of our stakeholders will come to us with things that they're seeing in other parts of the country. We'll go to industry groups and meetings, and they certainly collaborate. So that's part of their focus. That will, that's what will make our experts be successful over the long haul at DSM programs, is continuing to evolve with the industry and evolve with customer needs.
Okay. And I'll end up with this. I appreciate Commissioner French raising this, and Miss Woody. The IRA program finally passed last year, but under a lot of discussion, not really hidden away. I mean, kind of knew what was coming down the pipe. I'm a little concerned by your discussion that really in Missouri, you're not further along with the evaluation of how that will dovetail with your programs there. And I do believe that just like the EV, before any trigger is pulled, what can we really take advantage of, whether it's the block grants, the loan programs, whatever, to complement, I believe was your word, the programs that the company has proposed to take advantage of those millions and millions of dollars available, whether it's a competitive grant, which frankly, I think in some areas, the government is moving quickly to set program your deadline to get your application in. And so this is, to me, in this state of Kansas, it's all hands on deck for all elements of this program, especially as it relates directly to energy efficiency issues and low income, assisting low income folks in improving their lot. And I just, your answer kind of left me feeling, well, yeah, we know it's coming. No, it's here. And is there a reluctance by the company to take advantage of these resources?
No, not at all. I mean, I mean, we might just disagree on the pace of being here. I don't think it's here in large respects. I think there are high level numbers that are put out in the bill that in lots of cases are a long ways from having the rules of the road developed and the committees and the things set to do that. We are watching it all. We are actively pursuing funds that we qualify for. Interestingly, many of the areas of energy efficiency that are laid out there, we don't qualify for. It takes a state or a different agency to ultimately qualify for those. We certainly have had discussions with those that are interested in that and pursuing, trying to provide our team's expertise and support wherever we can. But we can't achieve those funds. We're not eligible. We could certainly support and want to and will. And we should be complementary with what we do, what we do in our programs. I would tell you, and I'll say it again, I've said it a couple times, our success in programs in Missouri will help Missouri move faster on establishing programs that the state or other agencies might do, because the implementers and the infrastructure is in place because we've been in the market for a decade. Kansas will not have that ability at the same level because we haven't been in the market for 10 years in Kansas. I hope we are at the conclusion of this docket, and I hope it helps accelerate Kansas's efforts in the space around the IRA.
I would agree with you. There are state agencies that are responsible. One actually located here in Kansas Corporation Commission, which is a state energy program, and there is going to be a lot of money coming directly to the state energy office for a number of home-related programs where there's rebates offered or some sort of assistance to the homeowner. Also, something that's desperately needed is to train more folks to do home energy analysis or whatever it is. But I firmly believe that this has to occur so that we're being smart with any dollars, whatever program it is, that we're being smart and we're utilizing those dollars and matching them up the best way possible. I think you expressed some concern there'd be a little bit of overlap. I hope we minimize that, and that regardless of the program we put in place, that your folks are hand in glove with things going on at the state energy program level.
You and I couldn't agree any more on that.
Okay. With that, again, I appreciate all the questions that came before. And Mr. Ives, thank you. Let me look here real quick. I think I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Denise, how are we doing? You hanging in there?
I'm hanging in there. Thank you.
Okay. We've been going now for almost 2 hours. I was hoping we could finish with Mr. Ives before we break for lunch. Let me do this. Let me go ahead and continue the train of thought here, if I might, Darren, with my line of questioning. As I understand your testimony in response to questions posed by Ms. Woody, in terms of the scope of the energy efficiency programs in Missouri, the proposal for Kansas that most closely approximates the Missouri approach is captured in the initial S&A. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I would say probably, I mean, to be fair, probably the application and then ultimately the initial S&A, that it probably in that order.
Okay. With respect to this Missouri equivalence, we've talked about that to fairly well here this morning. My question is, does the Missouri equivalent of KEEIA provide that the utility may unilaterally accept or withdraw an energy efficiency program ultimately approved by the Missouri regulator?
It does. It's the same, it's almost identical piece of legislation between MIA and KEEIA, and that is the exact same language between the states.
Okay, thank you for that. So as I understand it, whichever proposals, I'm not trying to be unfair to the company here in the least bit. I'm trying to balance a whole lot of competing issues that we have here on the table. But so whichever proposal the commission may possibly adopt, from what I understand, certainly from Ms. Kafer's opening overview and from your testimony, unless the commission accepts in total either the initial S&A or the alternative S&A, there's no assurance that Evergy will not walk away.
Yeah, the language, to your point, the language in the statute is what it is, right? We have had commission modifications to proposals in Missouri that have not resulted in a significant enough degradation of programs or recovery associated with those programs that we felt it necessary to walk away. So it's possible for the commission to put, I'll say, additional guardrails or additional guidance or additional reporting that would add clarity that the commission might seek. But anything that imbalances the appropriateness of the cost recovery, and by that I mean not just the earnings opportunity, but the mitigation of the disincentive of asking people to use less of our product. Anything that breaks that relationship with the programs that are approved will make it very difficult for us to proceed. And part of the reason, and look, we're not trying to be difficult or hold anybody over a barrel, but there is a balance, and I talked about it with Commissioner Duffy. We have to balance our shareholder interest, our customer interest, our community interest. I mean, we can't get too far out of balance with any one of those. And the other thing that I mentioned earlier today is we have programs in Missouri serving customers that have a certain construct to it. And were we to dramatically differ from that across the state line, I don't think that's sustainable for us with our regulatory constituency over in Missouri, or with our shareholders, or with any number of stakeholders.
I appreciate that answer. It's very nuanced. It's very straightforward. I appreciate the candor that's embodied within your answer as well, Darren. Let's go back to another issue that was posited early on by Ms. Kafer. You've alluded to it as well, and that is with respect to the initial S&A and the alternative S&A, that they're mutually exclusive. Why?
Yeah, they're designed on a different slate of programs. I think Ms. Kafer had the schedule in the PowerPoint in the opening that showed all of the programs that were included in the initial compared to how they needed to be adjusted in the alternative. How they needed to be adjusted in the alternative S&A in order to get to a financial recovery alignment on the alternative S&A. So if you tried to take that framework of financial recovery from the alternative and apply it to the programs on the initial S&A, the dollars would not look the same at all, right? You would recalculate the dollars based upon the savings that are in the programs from the initial S&A, and it'd look very different. It'd probably look a lot like the recovery proposed in the initial S&A, because we didn't really change the mechanics of the recovery very much in the alternative. We changed the scope of the programs in the alternative in order to make the financial package be acceptable with staff, which was the goal of the stay.
Okay. Once again, I appreciate the nuances. I think that was an earnest response. I share a concern that Commissioner French shared with you pretty early on in his questioning, and that is the absence of the PACE program in the alternative S&A. I think the PACE program has some phenomenal attributes to it, and I was just very disappointed that that's there. Why? Why could that not be added to the alternative S&A?
Well, I'll say this from Evergy's perspective, it could be added. We agreed to implementation of a PACE program in the initial S&A, right? But it came with the financial recovery plan that was with the initial S&A. There's a fairly significant impact on energy efficiency and ultimately throughput disincentive through a PACE program. And throughput disincentive was what we were trying to minimize in the alternative S&A to try and get to a financial alignment that both staff and Evergy could be comfortable putting our name on. I suspect if we had too much energy efficiency savings from a PACE program, it would, and staff could probably answer this question better than me, it would put pressure on staff's ability to continue to be comfortable with a financial settlement structured the way we structured the alternative S&A financial settlement. So I think we might find ourselves in a discourse between what Evergy believes we need for throughput disincentive and what staff is willing to consider if we added energy efficiency in through a PACE program. All that said, we have PACE currently in place in Missouri, and we had it in the initial S&A. If we could come to a resolution on the right financial recovery for PACE to be added to an alternative S&A, it could be added there.
Let's drill down a little bit if we can, Darren. I'll give you the benefit of every doubt I can, Denise. My questions are just about done, and we will take lunch soon. Let's drill down on this concept of throughput disincentives. That was a question I remember my line of questioning from the previous incarnation of this hearing, and my questions are going to be somewhat analogous to what they were before. We have a little bit different frame of reference right now. We've come down the trail a bit further. We've got some more negotiations behind us now. We have another alternative on the table. I guess my first question would be, with respect to these throughput disincentives, to what extent under the S&As, either one, is Evergy seeking compensation for opportunity costs that are forgone?
Yeah, I would say there is not compensation for opportunity costs that are foregone. What throughput disincentive is trying to do is say, look, based on the rates that are being charged to customers before any program comes in place, there was an expectation for kilowatt hour sales that would be achieved. And that's how you set the billing determinants that set the rates that you charge customers. And as you know, in Kansas and mostly across the country, probably 70% plus or minus of that kilowatt hour charge, particularly when you look at it as a residential level, is covering fixed costs of the system. It's not covering variable fuel or variable O&M that changes with a reduction in usage. It's a core infrastructure. States have decided they don't want to do a straight fixed variable rate for electricity because that's too much of an energy burden, particularly on those that are maybe most in need. So they do it through the kilowatt hour charge. So you set rates a certain way based on a certain expectation for usage. Then you come in post that time and you provide a program that incentivizes customers to use less of your product than the expectation. And your kilowatt hours go down. Well, not only then are you foregoing a little bit of fuel or a little bit of variable O&M, but now you're also foregoing a significant amount of your fixed cost recovery that you planned on when you set those rates. You need to be compensated so that you don't create that disincentive that harms the utility by asking customers to use less of your product. It happens all over the country in energy efficiency programs. It has worked well for us personally, which is my only true experience, right? I can tell you what I read about other states and other opportunities, but in Missouri, we go through stakeholder processes, we go through audits, we go through reviews by multiple parties, and they all demonstrate that methodology is good enough to allow us to offer those programs and keep our shareholders from being at our front door. And it's good enough for customers that it's providing cost benefits that meet those tests and exceed those tests that are typically held up, whether it's the utility cost test or the RIM test or the TRC.
All right. Just to follow on for that, this is not any intent on my part to gratuitously harass you, but I'm going to ask this question a little bit differently. So it appears to me that aren't you really asking for compensation for opportunity costs in addition to actual costs that are incurred?
Well, we are.
I mean, with respect to this concept of the throughput disincentives.
Yeah. So there are three pieces, kind of well understood in the world of demand side management programs that need to be addressed, right? If you spend program cost, there needs to be some form of recovery of those costs that you spend, right? In this case, we recover those costs on a little bit of lag, and there's a time value of money, interest rate that's applied on that for the lag that's incurred, right? That's kind of normal rate recovery in the simplest form that we're all used to, right? Then there's this throughput disincentive, which again is not an incentive to offer energy efficiency. It's mitigation of a known disincentive by asking your customers to use less of your product than what your rates were constructed on. And it only applies during the period until you reset the rates that reflect the implementation of those measures. Once you have a rate case and you reset your billing determinants, identifying the measures that have been installed, there's no more throughput disincentive for those because you've bridged that gap. It's only necessary because of the lag in how regulated utilities change rates, which is only when we come in and go through a process and ask for, this commission to approve a change in rates. So that's the only window that a throughput disincentive incurs. And then you have the earnings opportunity, which the KEEIA legislation would say is the opportunity to make you equivalent to a supply side investment. So there's some opportunity to earn a return for the fact that one of the tools in your kit to meet need now is not a wind turbine or a CT, it's a portfolio of demand side management products. So you have an earnings opportunity to cover that and make it equivalent. Which is that piece is the piece that's most directly kind of talked about in my opinion, in the legislation, is that equivalency to the extent practicable of adding another resource into your kit. I don't know if I answered your question, but that's how I think about those three components. I think they're pretty standard components. People measure them sometimes in different ways. Sometimes they're handled, to parties' points, through decoupling. Sometimes they're handled through the LRAM, like we're talking about. And I'm sure there are probably others when you look across the, however many states have implemented programs ahead of us in Kansas. But we are not an outlier in addressing all three of those components, and not an outlier really in doing it the way that we do it in Missouri and we've proposed here.
All right. I appreciate your answer, Darren. It's now 12:34. We've been going for 2 hours. We're going to take a lunch break at this time. What I'm anticipating is that we'll take a half-hour lunch break. We'll recess until 1:05. Come back at that time, at which time we'll provide Ms. Kafer with the opportunity for a redirect if she wishes to do that. And then we'll move on to the other witnesses. I would remind all parties, we have 5 witnesses to go today. It's the commission's intention that we finish this today. So I would appreciate it if all parties would be mindful of that and the time considerations that are involved. Having said that, we are in recess until 1:05. Thank you.
And Chair Keen, if everybody could put themselves on mute.
Sure. Be advised, if you're not on mute, you're going to be heard.
There are a lot of different spaces of it now. except for
Yeah.
these support. Let me know if you have any more issues.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Has Commissioner French returned? Yes, he has. Before we go back on the record, Denise, I will commit to you, we'll have more frequent breaks this afternoon. My apologies for that. I'm sorry.
I said, I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Okay. We're so glad you're here. You're a great court reporter. We're lucky that we have you. Thank you for being here. Okay. It is now 1:05 and we will go back on the record. We left off for lunch. Mr. Ives had concluded this cross-examination. We were ready for any redirect that Ms. Kafer might have. I would remind you, Mr. Ives, that you remain under oath. Ms. Kafer, please.
Thank you. Mr. Ives, this morning, Ms. Woody asked you some questions about the lost revenue recovery component being temporary. Do you remember those questions?
I do remember that.
And I just would like to clarify the record a little bit because it sounded like you all might have been talking about something different. But would you go to page 8 of your rebuttal testimony? And on line 15, you say that the lost revenue recovery component is temporary and that at the next rate case, are you with me there?
I am.
Okay. It sounded like the questioning and some of the discussion with Ms. Woody was about the lost revenue component being temporary until the next KEEIA filing in 4 years. Can you clarify for us what you meant when you said the TD was temporary?
Yes. So in my testimony, I talk about it being being necessary between rate cases. I talked about that a little bit with Chair Keen, where because you're setting billing determinants in a case and then coming in after that and adjusting customer usage by providing energy efficiency programs, you need to have the throughput disincentive to address that until you come in for the next rate case and build those measures into the billing determinants that you use to set rates going forward. So that's the temporary nature, that it's just for the measures that are installed between rate cases that you put throughput disincentive during that period until you can build them in.
Okay, thank you. And you also received some questions from a number of individuals about the IRA. And I'd like to do some follow-up with you there. One is if at whatever point that money becomes available from the federal government to use for potentially some DSM programs, does Evergy have to wait? If you get a 4-year program approved here, as you proposed, do you have to wait a full 4 years before you could come in and tweak that in any way that you might need to modify it to reflect what's going on with the IRA money?
So maybe a couple things to clarify there. I tried to mention this earlier, but my hope and my expectation will be, as the states or agencies that are eligible for those funds begin to develop programs and start to utilize those funds, that Evergy will be engaged and will be active in that process and in that design and development of programs. So we'll know exactly how they do interface or don't with programs that we're sponsoring. To your specific question, I would say it's not clear in the settlement agreements that we've put together that there's a process to come in and make mid-cycle adjustments for incentives, whether it be based on experience or whether it be based on something like this, where you might have an influx of government funds. It would be fully appropriate, in my opinion, to come in and make those adjustments and advance that with stakeholders in the commission mid-cycle, so that we ensure that we don't have unintended outcomes like, let's say, for example, government funds are used to support adoption of a more efficient HVAC, which might be duplicative or overlap with incentives that we're offering. We would want to come in and at least pursue adjustment as soon as something like that were identified.
And even if there's not something specifically that sets up that process, there's nothing in either of the settlements, the initial settlements or the alternative, that prohibits that from happening, is there?
I agree with that, yes.
To your knowledge, does Evergy currently coordinate with weatherization agencies in Kansas about funding needs?
We do, particularly in the metro area, but generally we do, and we also do on the Missouri side as well.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caver, very much. Darren, thank you as well. I believe that concludes your testimony today, where we appreciate your responsiveness to the questions and your being here. You may virtually step down.
Thank you, Chair Keen.
Thank you. Our next witness is James Owen on behalf of the environmental groups. And Ms. Woody, I return to you and ask if you would please call your first witness.
Your Honor, I'm gonna, Commissioner Duffy, I'm gonna allow Mr. Laughlin to take care of, to do the testimony of Mr. Owens, who is CEP's witness.
Mr. Laughlin.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Teresa. CEP will now call Mr. James Owen.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haas. Good afternoon, Mr. Owen. Will you please state your name and place of employment for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is James Matthew Owen, O-W-E-N. I am the Executive Director and Officer for Renew Missouri Advocates in Columbia, Missouri.
Thank you. And you are the same James Owen who caused to be filed on August 3rd, 2022, supportive testimony of both the original program and financial recovery settlement agreements that were 3 pages and 2 pages long, respectively. Is that correct?
I am.
Okay. And you are also the James Owen who caused to be filed on December 2nd, 2022, 11 pages of opposition testimony in response to the alternative settlement agreement, correct?
I am.
And do you have any corrections to make to any of your testimony today?
I do not.
Okay, and if I were to ask you the same questions contained in your opposition testimony to the alternative settlement agreement today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Okay. Given all that, I'd like to move for the admission of Mr. James Owen's opposition testimony to the alternative settlement agreement into the record, please.
Very well. Is there any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
All right, thank you, Chair Keen. I'll now tender Mr. Owen for cross-examination.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Owen.
Good afternoon, Chairman. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Let's turn first to Evergy. Ms. K.S.A, any cross-examination?
No, I do not have anything, dude.
All right, thank you. The gas companies, Mr. Flaherty?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The KCC staff, Mr. Hendricks, any questions?
I just have a few.
Please.
Mr. Owen, did you testify that you would recommend Evergy consider decoupling to recover costs?
I don't know if I testified to that in the most recent testimony. Is that referring to my previous testimony before the settlement?
In reviewing your previous testimony, I recall you suggesting that decoupling was an appropriate remedy.
I don't have it in front of me. I have my settlement information in front of me. Can I need to probably get that really quick so I can refer to it. I'm sorry. I didn't have that up. Let's see here. I have it up, but forgive me, I'll have to ask, can you point to which page I say that so I can refresh my memory?
Yeah, I'm scrambling to find it.
Okay, sorry, I'll let you do that. Sorry.
In the interest of efficiency, I believe Mr. Hendricks is referring to Mr. Owen's supportive testimony for the financial recovery of the original settlement agreement on page 2, where it says, Mr. Owen states, I highly recommend that Evergy consider decoupling as a means to recover costs in future KEEIA cycles. Is that correct?
I believe that's the reference that I was going for. There's several sets of testimony, so it's easy to get confused a little bit.
Sorry to interject.
Tim, you say it's on page 2 of my initial testimony?
Of your supportive testimony of the financial recovery for the original settlement agreement.
Oh my gosh, I'm not seeing it on here. Am I like,
Can I ask what's the date of the testimony that you're referencing, Mr. Laughlin?
Yeah, it's the August 3rd, 2022 non-unanimous partial settlement agreement on financial recovery. It's your supportive testimony on that. It's not your direct, it's your supportive testimony.
This is Dorothy. I just dropped a link to it in the chat.
okay. Thank you, Dorothy. Oh, that. Yes. Okay. I have it in front of me now.
Oh, really?
Wait. Oh, yeah.
Totally dead?
I can't do anything.
We're getting background noise from the third floor hearing room.
Yeah, getting back, I see where I said I highly recommend that Evergy consider decoupling as a means to recover costs in future KEEIA cycles. I see that now.
Mr. Hendricks, what is your question? Mr. Hendricks, are you there? If you're there, you're muted, or I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. For some reason, my connection on my computer has disconnected. So I'm scrambling to try to figure out how to get back.
You need Zoom on that? Do you need to have Zoom?
I may not need it.
Okay.
Why don't we do it this way?
Well, you might not need to be on video at all.
Okay. Okay. Okay, well, I'll proceed. Oh, okay. Does the climate energy project support decoupling as a method of cost recovery?
I believe I said, let me just make sure I am, what I said was, because I think this was part of this settlement, that it should be evaluated, and it should be considered. And I said, I believe it should be considered as a means to recover costs.
I think you say you highly recommend that Evergy, consider decoupling this.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Do you know what the budget would be for the PACE program?
In Kansas, I do not.
On page 3 of your testimony with regard to the alternative settlement, you indicated reporting was required under the program's partial settlement for data collection covering savings, households served, businesses served, and other items. Am I correct that these reporting and data collection items were set forth for future discussions and not required?
I'm sorry, I'll have to bring up that testimony. What page did you say that was on?
It's at the beginning.
Can you repeat which line then, what you were asking about?
Well, I don't have the testimony in front of me that I can readily get to. I believe it's on 2 or 3 of the testimony of my recollection.
Page 3.
Page 3. Okay, let me. I'm on page 3 now.
Well,
Here you go.
I believe that there's section 3 data collection,
Yes.
and you listed are required.
I meant
Those terms requiring Evergy.
the original program settlement to collect data related to savings, lifetime savings.
Right. Wasn't that just a topic for future discussion? Your call.
I believe it was, I mean, what my recollection from the settlement itself was that Evergy was agreeing that they were going to be doing this data collection to help identify issues involving their customers that may or may not already be identified as low income customers that might be falling through some sort of might be like kind of on the margins of that. I think that was just really talking about the development of that system and to work towards that, to work towards getting all of that information together.
Okay. Well, I'll let the agreement speak for itself, and that will conclude my question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Let's see if we have any commission questions. I'll turn first to Commissioner Duffy.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Owen.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Concerning the PAYS program, do you consider that to be the gold standard of energy efficiency programs?
I consider it to be enormously promising in reaching customers that aren't otherwise being able to find access to energy efficiency currently. I believe it works well if you do not receive eligibility for low income programs, or if you're not already eligible for traditional capital financing or loans.
Okay, and approximately how long has that been functioning in the state of Missouri?
Well, let's see here. I believe it was approved by the K.S.A in late 2019, December of 2019, maybe November. The pilot has been going on for about a year, a little over a year.
Okay, and with that pilot, do you know approximately how many are involved in the pilot? I don't know if that was the same question that was asked earlier or not.
I don't have that information in front of me. I know that Evergy in Missouri has provided information that shows there's a lot of interest and there's a lot of people who have asked for it, but there has been I'll just be honest with you, a lot of people who have not followed through with the program, even though they've expressed a lot of interest in that. And those are issues that we're trying to fix right now.
Okay. And in your role with Renew Missouri, my understanding, are you involved in that directly?
In our testimony, in our involvement in the Missouri Cycle 3 MIA case, we did advocate for Evergy to pursue a PAYS program. Yes.
Okay. All right. Are you aware of its usage in other states and its success rate there in states who have had it for a longer period of time?
Sure. Yeah. Because I mean, right now in Missouri, the other two investor-owned utilities have it. They've been doing it about the same amount of time. You can look at it as an example in Arkansas at an electric cooperative there, a Ouachita Electric Cooperative. They've been doing it for close to a dozen years, and they've had enormous success there, even seeking a rate decrease, which, by the way, the co-ops in Arkansas are regulated by their Public Service Commission. You can look at a program that is not PAYS, but is similar to PAYS called GEMS in Hawaii. It is actually specifically referenced by the ACEEE scorecards that we were talking about earlier as being one of the primary components for why Hawaii has been so successful in their energy efficiency efforts. House Smart Kentucky is a cooperative process in the rural electric cooperative areas of that state, of that Commonwealth. And you can even look at several years. There is a similar program in the Hayes, Kansas municipal utility that does provide this kind of service. And I think, you could look into the Sunflower State itself to find success at the municipal level.
Okay. Since you brought up the ACEEE scorecard, I'm assuming you heard my comments to Mr. Ives about the fact that there's so much more embodied in that scorecard than a utility's energy efficiency demand side management programs. Do you agree with that?
I agree. It has several metrics. Yes, but I do believe that the ability for efficiency programs to be adopted by the utility companies is something that they significantly put more weight on than some of the other metrics, is my understanding.
And let me ask you, do you appear before the Missouri legislature to advocate for programs beyond a utility program, but programs that would affect in a positive nature a customer's utility bills?
Well, I am registered as a lobbyist in Missouri. I do primarily advocate for matters involving energy policy and utility rate making. I'm trying to think. I know that I have appeared to talk about electric vehicles. I believe we have talked a little bit about how low-income housing tax credits can use energy efficiency as a metric to be awarded those tax credits. I would say that my representation before the legislature is somewhat limited in other policy, though.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Let me ask you about light bulbs, because if I remember correctly, you talked about this in your original testimony, and I don't have it here.
Okay.
But it was the forefront even of their original application. Is that correct? Evergy's light bulb distribution to low income and residential.
In Missouri, with their first portfolio, I believe there was a focus. There was a lot of focus on some kind of smaller appliances and smaller household fixtures like light bulbs. Yes.
And is that still going on in Missouri? the distribution of light bulbs and this far into the program?
Yeah, I believe it is. I know of, there's another nonprofit that works in the Kansas City metro area as an example, Bridging the Gap, I believe is their name. And they do a focus on a lot of things like light bulbs, and with water utilities, they work with shower fixtures and toilets and that sort of thing. They kind of work on smaller things for low income customers and work with Evergy on that.
Okay. The hard to reach homes program. So elements of that have carried over into the alternative settlement agreement. Are you satisfied with what you see in the alternative settlement as it relates to the HTR program?
Well, and I believe hard to reach homes was the Evergy proposal that they had submitted in their application. I mean, we had a lot of, my recollection is from looking at my original testimony, we had a lot of suggestions for how to improve that. We believe that those should be adopted. I mean, I think you can look at what some utilities do in Missouri to adopt that. I mean, to the extent that anything is being offered for low income customers is important. However, I think, when you start kind of allocating some of that responsibility to outside agencies like the community action agencies, I mean, they are very overwhelmed. I will just confess to you, I believe they're going to be even more overwhelmed with some of the funding and availability of programs that's going to come through the IRA. I think that's going to make it harder for them to help administer this. So I think we would still like to see Evergy take on more of that responsibility.
I don't disagree with you on that end. I think it will be difficult. So let me ask this with my final question. With your experience in Missouri, and we're looking at programs that put people in multifamily housing locations, they're nonprofits, they're trying to find a link and get somebody into a home. In particular, I'm aware of one, but about 90% of those folks, when they pay their rent, what's included is also their utility bill. And my question was, do you have Energy Star appliances? Absolutely not. No, the landlord is not invested in those. What about better heating implements, or what about insulation? Absolutely not. These are substandard housing that we give money and to these entities for their rent, and their utilities are included, and the landlord is not real willing to make a lot of changes, improvements. Are you in your role, are you involved in that? How do you deal with that? Because that's almost like a vicious circle for anybody wanting to rent and trying to be involved in a program. They don't directly pay their utility bill. So why not turn up the heat to 74 degrees?
Yeah, no doubt it is a systematic issue. I can tell you that in Missouri over the past several years, I mean, we've been doing it for nearly a decade here, we have been able to attract a lot of nonprofit attention and a lot of stakeholder attention to working with landlords, working with housing agencies, working with tenant advocates to try to make sure that not only are these multifamily low-income housing units, taking advantage of the energy efficiency programs that a company like Evergy or Ameren in St. Louis offer, but to also make sure that the individual customers are aware. I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and say they're sitting here, this is their primary concern. They're in a multifamily low-income house. They have a lot of other things that they're thinking about in their lives. We are trying to make sure that that is minimized by making sure we are working with those landlords, working with these agencies who are already dealing with them, making sure that this is kind of something that doesn't take up a lot of their effort. And so I think that's something that maybe wasn't necessarily, and I will tell you, I was not doing energy policy when the first MEA when this law went through. I can tell you that over the period of time where Evergy and Ameren's been doing this, we have been able to see a lot more participation with housing organizations, with neighborhood groups, and we have just had to remain diligent and vigilant with that. Renew Missouri is very, very much involved with that. I mean, it's not necessarily something that you're going to see from the regulatory level, and that's not going to be something that can be ordered, but it is going to be something that I do believe that parties on this matter are going to be involved with. They're going to care about it, and they're going to make sure that this can be done as effectively as possible. I mean, that from my experience.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers. Thank you, Chair Keen.
Thank you.
Commissioner French.
Good afternoon, Mr. Owen.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
I think I've only got one question for you. I do appreciate sort of your granular addressing of the PAYS program, and especially its absence from the alternative settlement. I was surprised more parties didn't address that, but you certainly were all over it. My only question is going to lean on your experience with the PAYS program, but it's going to be a twist on something I asked Mr. Ives, and it relates to the fact that I think maybe one of the biggest areas of overlap with IRA funding may deal with programs like PAYS, because I understand a big chunk of federal funding opportunity is for revolving loan programs for states, which would be very similar. And so I guess my question to you is, if you were sitting in my shoes, would you consider it an efficient use of ratepayer funds to stand up an Evergy administered PAYS program right now, knowing that we probably have a state administered program in the works coming in a year or two? Do you think there is opportunity for those to somehow be complementary, or as Mr. Ives suggested, or do you think it's more likely that we would just see the programs sort of competing against one another? If you could just discuss that concept that you can tell I'm wrestling with. It seems like that to me is the one big area of overlap, and I want to make sure we're addressing it the right way.
Of course. And I mean, it is something our group has been, very intimately involved with the IRA. We worked on a cooperative, we had worked on a very narrow program that got put in that. So I've been very carefully watching it. I've been working on Green Infrastructure Bank funding. There's $27 billion that's going to be potentially being allocated to state, municipal, county level entities. That my hope is, Commissioner, that if this is done correctly, if you have a PAYS pilot or PAYS program or some sort of PAYS-like program that you all approve of through this, that the utility, that the state energy office, that other kind of bureaucratic agencies will work to address. I mean, look, because PAYS, there are going to be issues. There are going to be walkaway issues. There are issues that an energy efficiency contractor can't address, that maybe perhaps some of that funding can. There is going to be co-pays, other money that has to be paid that maybe people can't afford. That should be addressed potentially through this funding of money. I am aware only through talking to people in my networks that Kansas is preparing for an allocation of this money. I do hope that they get it. I do hope that the Kansas City metro area on both sides of the state line get it, and they are able to work directly with Evergy. I mean, and I will tell you, my experience has been, we don't always agree with everything on Evergy. They'll tell you that. I will say that working on energy efficiency programs, which we have been very supportive of their efforts, we have found them to be very cooperative. We have found them to work towards making this effective for their customers. And I believe it is my hope. I mean, we don't know yet. We don't know what this IRA money is going to look like. As I think somebody said, it might be a while. We're still waiting on guidance on some of that. But I do believe that if that money does come, and speaking specifically to the green bank funding, I hope that can be used in concert. If the utilities and other people on this call are doing their jobs correctly, it will be.
Well, I appreciate that. It's a struggle to understand what is the most efficient way to use these funds, especially when, as you mentioned, it may be 1, 2, 3 years out before the federally funded programs get stood up. And in such case, I guess we'd be most of the way through the initial cycle of KEEIA if approved. So
yeah,
it's a difficult question. So I appreciate your perspective. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Owen.
Thank you.
Mr. Owen, the essence of the question I had has been asked and answered. So with that, I will turn back to Mr. Laughlin. Do you have any redirect?
Yeah, just a couple of questions, commissioners. And it actually relates to the question that Commissioner French just asked of you, James. So I guess to redirect, given that the funds from the IRA likely won't be in use for a year or two, is there value in having Evergy implement a PACE program in the meantime, right? And then if that money can then be used from the IRA, the state could then take it over, especially considering that PACE is sort of this national program and everybody knows there wouldn't be any growing pains, right? The transition period would be easier, right? So I guess to rephrase the question, is there value in Evergy implementing the PACE program prior to the IRA funds being available?
Yeah, we talk about how much lag time there might be with the IRA, but we also know that when we're dealing with utilities and we're dealing with regulations, there's lag time there too, because we are dealing with very sensitive populations. We're dealing with lots of money. We're dealing with, basically the delivery of essential services. So PACE is not going to just happen the moment any settlement is approved. We know how that works in this world. That is going to take time. Finding the right implementer is going to take time. Getting them acclimated into Evergy, even though there is that same process happening in Missouri, is still going to be different in Kansas. You're dealing with different populations in the service territory there than you are in Missouri to a certain degree. So yeah, I mean, that's going to take time. I mean, it's eventually, I believe there's going to be some period where it's going to overlap. And then whatever work Evergy and all the stakeholders here, in addition to the KCC, have done, will ultimately end up, like I said, I believe, complementing what's being done. I don't believe it would be very surprising to me to see that there's federal funding that could replicate what PACE is able to do with it being essentially baked into the bill and being able to be a part of the service, the capital improvements that the utility is making to the delivery of electricity itself. I believe that there still is going to be value to this program, no matter what the IRA funds do. But I do believe, again, that they will catch up and they will be able to work together.
Thank you for that. And that concludes my redirect. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Mr. Owen, I believe that concludes your testimony today. We're very grateful for your appearance. We appreciate your contribution to this process, and you may now virtually stand down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right. I'll turn to either Ms. Woody or Mr. Laughlin. If you would, please call your next witness.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy. Kansas Appleseed and Sierra Club and the environmental groups call Roger Colton.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter non hearing of the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Colton. Could you please state your name and your place of employment?
My name is Roger D. Colton, C-O-L-T-O-N. I work at Fisher, Sheehan, and Colton in Boston.
And Mr. Colton, are you the same Roger Colton who provided direct testimony in this matter on June 17, 2022, cross-answering testimony on June 24, 2022, and testimony in support of the non-unanimous partial settlement on August 3 of 2022?
I am.
And did you also provide testimony in opposition to the non-unanimous partial alternative settlement?
Yes.
And is there anything in any of that testimony today that you feel you need to correct?
No.
With respect to the testimony that you gave in opposition to the non-unanimous alternative settlement agreement, if I ask you the same questions that are in that testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Commissioners, I move the admission of Mr. Colton's testimony in opposition to the non-unanimous alternative settlement agreement into evidence.
Any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
I tender the witness for cross-examination. Thank you.
Very well. Good afternoon, Mr. Colton.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Let's see if we have any questions on cross-examination. We'll begin first with Evergy and Ms. Kafer.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The gas companies, Mr. Flaherty.
No questions. Thank you.
All right. KCC staff, Mr. Hendricks.
Thank you. Mr. Colton, you're a man of my admiration. You graduated from law school and then obtained an economics degree and then a journalism degree. That's something that I tried to do when I was working here at the Kansas Corporation Commission about 45 years ago. So you accomplished what I aspired to. I appreciate your efforts. Have you had an opportunity to review the energy security and climate change investments in the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022?
At a very macro level, I would not claim to be familiar with them.
Is it correct that the act establishes a $9 billion consumer rebate program with particular emphasis on low-income households?
The part of the act that I've looked at is the $3.5 billion that was devoted to the weatherization program. So I'm not familiar with the $9 billion figure that you mentioned. I'm familiar with the $3.5 billion for WAP, the Weatherization Assistance Program.
And what is the scope of the weatherization provisions of the act?
It would provide supplemental funding to weatherization providers, which I think most people would agree tend to be community action agencies. And it would be delivered pursuant to the otherwise applicable restrictions and procedures of the WAP program. The WAP program being the Department of Energy's low-income weatherization program.
Do you know if the act focuses on electrifying low-income home appliances such as heat pumps, electric HVAC, and water heaters?
I know the act does have components to it that focuses on electrification, but again, that is not the part of the act that I've looked at.
Are you familiar with the high efficiency home rebate program?
I am aware of it, but not familiar with it.
Would you, subject to check, would the program allow for point of sale rebates up to $14,000 per household for electrification upgrades?
I would say the act speaks for itself, but I could not have, from personal knowledge, say whether that's accurate or not.
And were you talking about the home energy performance-based whole house rebates program?
No.
Do you know if this provides rebates for qualifying retrofits to both low and middle income households?
I am aware of that, but not familiar with it.
are there grant programs and loans available for improving HUD-assisted multi-family housing in the Act?
I don't know.
Isn't there a 1.5 billion in competitive grants for tree planting?
I don't know. The part of the act that I've looked at is the $3.5 billion supplement to the Weatherization Assistance Program.
And is that true? Do you know about the grants and tax credits to reduce emissions from industrial manufacturing processes, including almost $6 billion for new advanced industrial facilities deployment program?
The act would speak for itself. The part of the act that I'm familiar with is the $3.5 billion supplement to the Weatherization Assistance Program.
Do you know if there is money for developers who build new energy efficient homes?
My answer would be the same.
Now, my understanding of your testimony is that you would like to see specific funding element for income eligible multifamily structures with defined budgets. Does the alternative settlement agreement provide that?
The alternative settlement agreement provides that 50%, that of the hard to reach home program budget, 50% of that would be devoted to multifamily.
Doesn't the alternative settlement agreement also establish a budget for hard to reach or low income households that is equal to the budget for those programs in the program settlement agreement?
I believe that the alternative settlement provides a budget that is somewhat for the multifamily component that is somewhat higher than what the original settlement provided.
Well, there is a flexible amount, isn't there? The 30% that doesn't go through agencies. And isn't that money, in part at least, designed for weatherization with respect to homes that would not otherwise qualify for federal coverage? For instance, aren't there situations where houses are not entitled to get funding for weatherization if they don't meet certain requirements provided by the federal regulations?
I'm not sure what your question is, but my understanding of your question is, or the answer to your question as I understand it, is that of course there will be housing that is not eligible for weatherization assistance under the regulations of the Weatherization Assistance Program.
And isn't the 30% designed to fill that gap?
Well, the 30% is designed to go through trade allies. It's limited to heating and cooling. So there's no refrigeration, there's no air sealing. It doesn't provide 100% direct install as the weatherization component does. It only provides rebates. So it is not a weatherization equivalent directed toward homes or households that don't qualify for weatherization. The weatherization program and the Enhanced Home Comfort Program, which is the program component you're talking about, are not equivalent programs. No, they're not equivalent programs directed toward two different populations. No, I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay, I might be mistaken because I've been involved with trying to provide money for structures and buildings that could not qualify for federal funding. And in order to get those structures up to a level where they can get funding requires certain amounts of expenditures. So I thought that this 30% window would allow for that opportunity. Am I mistaken? my understanding.
If your understanding is based on a belief that the weatherization program delivered through local agencies, which is called weatherization in Evergy's original filing and in the original settlement and in the alternative settlement, weatherization refers to the piggyback program on the federal weatherization program, and then the enhanced home comfort program, which is the other income qualified component of the hard to reach homes program. Then your understanding would be in error, that those two programs are not equivalent programs directed toward different populations. They are distinctly different programs, and the enhanced home comfort program is significantly more limited than the weatherization program.
The overall budgets are the same, is that correct?
No, the overall budget, well, depends on what you mean by overall. The overall hard to reach homes budget is the same in the original settlement and in the alternative settlement. But in the original settlement, the overall budget for the hard to reach homes program was 10% of the total portfolio spending. Of that 10%, 5% or 50% of the 10 was devoted to weatherization. Under the alternative settlement, 20% of the overall hard to reach homes program is devoted to weatherization. So there's a substantial reduction there. 30% is directed toward the enhanced home comfort program, the other income qualified component, and the remainder 50% is devoted to multifamily. So while the overall budget for the total hard to reach homes program remains virtually the same, the allocations of those monies between program components is significantly different.
Would the $2.5 billion that you were talking about under the Inflation Reduction Act go directly for weatherization?
3.5 billion.
3.5, I'm sorry, I sometimes I get confused because the numbers are so
yes,
long.
3.5 was earmarked, if you will, for the DOE, the Department of Energy's weatherization program, yes.
And that would significantly expand the efforts with respect to weatherization throughout the country.
Sure. The operative word there is whether it's significant, but I don't think anybody could argue that $3.5 billion is not a significant expansion of weatherization. Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions. And once again, I congratulate you on your professional work.
All right, thank you. Mr. Colton, let's see if we have any commissioner questions. I'll begin first with Commissioner Duffy.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Colton. I'm looking at page 12 of your testimony submitted December 2nd. I'm on line 11. Well, actually, that whole middle paragraph. The question was, is there a final way in which the alternative settlement harms income eligible customers? And I believe in your response in that paragraph, you focus on the reporting requirements. So could you just expand on that a little bit more and kind of hone in on what your concern is, because that's right, that is eliminated in the alternative agreement.
Sure. Under the original settlement from August, there was the opportunity to expand the weatherization funding in future years. The opportunity to expand that funding was based upon whether the weatherization programs or the delivery of weatherization services were effective. As of now, there are not metrics and agreed upon measures to define what constitutes effectiveness. You may remember from my original testimony, I talked about how low-income energy efficiency investments do more than energy efficiency investments directed toward non-low income, because they help address rather inability to pay. So it's been demonstrated time and again that there are four metrics: the completeness of payment, the timeliness of payment, the regularity of payment, and the extent to which payments are made without needing to be chased with collection activities. All of that improves for low-income folks given energy efficiency investments. And those improvements redound to the benefit of all ratepayers over and above the energy savings that we've been talking about today, that everybody's been talking about today. So by eliminating the collaborative to establish the metrics to determine the effectiveness of the low-income energy efficiency programs, that eliminates the ability to demonstrate these additional benefits to not only to the low-income participants, but to all ratepayers. And that means that low-income households will carry larger dollar amounts of arrears. They will carry arrears for longer periods of time. They will be subject to more credit and collection activity. They'll be subject to more miscellaneous fees. They are harmed across the board.
Thank you. Yes, you pull that thread and it goes a lot deeper. I went back and read your other testimony to see specifically, and I would agree that kind of rounds out the picture of the activity beyond what is direct, the indirect. So, okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, let me look. So you do also, I mean, the whole discussion of decoupling was embodied in your August testimony as well, as part of the collaboration process. And as the collaboration process is not included in the alternative settlement agreement, do you believe that to be a big hole or gap?
I do. Neither my August testimony nor my testimony in opposition to the alternative settlement agreement takes a position, if you will. I don't know if that's the correct term, but on whether decoupling should be used or not. But what I state is that the original settlement agreement provides for a very rational mechanism to guide the conversations to present the commission with a recommendation at the end of the collaborative process. That collaborative process has been eliminated. And so the elimination of that collaborative affects not only the low income budgets, as I've discussed, but it affects the cost recovery as well.
So the collaborative process, in your experience and your knowledge, do you see that in other states where energy efficiency programs have been implemented, that there is embodied in the order or the responsibility that there is a collaboration of stakeholders that continue on the discussion and the continue on the discussion and the resulting activity?
I would answer that in two ways. Number one is there are formal collaborative processes that have been established by commissions. And I do a lot of work in Pennsylvania. I do a lot of work in Michigan and Wisconsin, and those commissions have established formal collaborative processes. Those formally, so I said two answers. So those formal collaborative processes have been established, and my clients have been involved with those and find them to be effective. The second part is whether a utility might say, well, we're going to have conversations with stakeholders, whether or not there's a formal collaborative process, and relying upon those informal conversations where the commission staff isn't formally involved, KERB or KERB's equivalent in other states isn't formally involved. Those don't work quite as well. Even outside of energy efficiency, just 2 weeks ago in Wisconsin, the Wisconsin Commission, not on energy efficiency, but on an affordability program, established a formal collaborative process for Wisconsin Electric Company to address low-income energy affordability. And that was considered to be a big step forward over and above just the informal, sure, everybody can talk to everybody else, whether or not the commission tells them to or not.
Okay, my final question to you is this. So in some states, they actually see a line item for energy efficiency programs, okay? And not everybody takes advantage of them, but everybody pays for them. How have states navigated that negative, which I think is out there, of why should I have to pay for this when I have done it myself? I keep my thermostat down. I sprayed the insulation into my attic. Why am I being charged for things that I am not able to receive because I don't meet the income guidelines or I have already done?
Well, again, my focus is on low-income investments. And with low-income households, as my original direct testimony established pretty clearly, I believe, those investments wouldn't occur without utility funding of those investments. 100% direct installed programs are necessary in order for investments in low-income housing units to occur. When those occur, when those low-income investments occur, there are benefits to everybody, whether you participate or not. In the long term, as the Evergy witness said earlier today, the benefits will exceed the costs. With low-income investments, as I've talked about, you have these additional cost reductions that redound to the benefit of everybody. When you reduce the dollars of arrears, when you reduce the age of arrears, for example, you're reducing the dollar lag days. And those of us who do rate cases know that when you reduce dollar lag days, you're reducing working capital. And when you're reducing working capital, you're not only reducing the working capital expense, but you're reducing, since working capital is a capital expenditure, there is a return on equity associated with it. And given that there's a return on equity associated with it, there's an income tax component associated with it. So the rate reduction associated with low income investments is far more than the rate reductions associated with other investments. So I think it is in the benefit, the best benefit of all ratepayers to ensure that those low-income investments occur.
Thank you, Mr. Colton. I appreciate your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner French.
Thanks. I don't believe I have any questions for Mr. Colton beyond what's already been discussed. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm in the same boat beyond what's already been asked and answered. I have no questions either. Ms. Woody, any to redirect?
Just one brief question. Mr. Colton, you were asked several questions about the IRA, although I don't believe any of your testimony originally touched upon that. But you were asked several questions about that. Is that correct?
I remember those questions.
And is the IRA designed to replace utility programs?
No, we need to remember that we've been through this before. This conversation that people are having about the IRA. You might remember, I don't remember whether it was 25 or 30 years ago, there was a pot of money called the oil overcharge money. It may even have been more than 25 or 30 years ago, but it was called the oil overcharge money. And it was directed federally to be devoted to low-income energy efficiency. And there was a specific constraint put on the oil overcharge money that it was intended to supplement and not supplant existing resources. And I would think that the same constraint will be put on IRA money, that if the IRA money only supplants existing resources or utility programs, then it will not have achieved the purposes that it was intended to achieve, because the bottom line will be the same. So if utility budgets are reduced because of the existence of IRA money, states will effectively be undoing the intended benefit of the IRA money for that state. The other time that we've been through this is with ERA money. After the Great Recession, and there was a significant amount of federal weatherization money. And people have talked about how community action agencies may struggle to spend the IRA money, but they are in virtually the same position as they were when they faced the ERA money. And I don't remember what ERA said, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, perhaps, but back in 2008, 2009, what community action agencies are struggling with today are a couple of things. One is that the inflation, both in materials and in salaries, are reducing their ability to deliver energy efficiency services. And secondly, there is a federal limit on per job costs through the Weatherization Assistance Program. And given the inflation in materials and salaries, caps are hitting those federal limits more quickly than they would have even a year ago. So if you cut back the utility investments today, it's just exacerbating that whole inability to deliver the services which WAP is Weatherization Assistance Program is intended to deliver. But the thing to remember is we've been through this before. We've been through it twice. And history counsels that we should not be reducing utility investments because of the increase in federal dollars.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Colton, I believe we have concluded your testimony now. We're very grateful that you appeared here. We thank you for your appearance and for your testimony, and you may virtually stand down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Our next witness is for CURB. Mr. Nickel, would you please call your witness?
Commissioner Keen, this will be Joseph Astrap conducting the examination of the witness here.
Very well.
Okay, thank you. At this time, CURB calls Alice Napoleon to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give and the matter on hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please tell us your name.
Alice Napoleon.
Thank you. And what is your occupation and business address?
I am a principal associate at Synapse Energy Economics. Synapse is located at 485 Massachusetts Ave, Suite 3, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02143. I'm sorry, 02139.
Thank you. And are you the same Alice Napoleon that caused to be filed approximately 19 pages of written testimony in opposition to the alternative settlement agreement on behalf of CURB on December 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review that testimony before appearing here today?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, do you have any edits or corrections to make to this testimony?
No.
Okay. And if I were to ask you the same questions contained in that document, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioners, at this time, I would move to admit the testimony in opposition to the alternative settlement agreement for Ms. Napoleon into the record.
Any objection? Without objection, it's admitted.
Thank you. At this time, I would tender Ms. Napoleon for cross-examination and commissioner questions.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Napoleon.
Hello. Good to see you.
Let's turn to cross-examination. We'll begin with Evergy, Ms. Kafer.
No questions.
Thank you. The gas companies, Mr. Flaherty.
No questions.
KCC staff, Mr. Hendricks.
Thank you. Ms. Napoleon, I like your name. You've commented on customer support for education, energy efficiency, and the PACE program. Do you agree that it makes a difference when you ask customers questions, how you pose the question in eliciting the response?
I agree.
And do you think customers would have a favorable response if they were told that they would be reimbursing the company for an extra over 50% of budgeted costs for the programs and cost recovery that would be billed to the customers? In other words, would customers comment favorably if they knew that 52 cents of every program dollar spent was taken up in incentive expenses?
Well, I have to say that the 52% was discussed earlier in this hearing, and I don't agree with the characterization of it as a particular incentive. And I note that there are returns that are provided for other types of supply, and as well as the time value of money. And yeah, so I'm not sure that that's really an apples to apples comparison. And I do note that the programs are demonstrably cost effective in the actually in both the alternative settlement agreement and the initial settlement agreement. So I don't know if that's answering your question, but that's my attempt.
Well, you would agree that the $63,775,857 that's added on to budgeted costs would cause the overall program to be assessed at $185,677,280. Is that right?
I guess I could take your word for it. If you want to point me to a specific element in the settlement document.
Yeah, it's attached to the financing agreement. It's a schedule at the end of it on the partial financial recovery settlement. And it lists all of the costs associated with carrying costs, earnings opportunity, and lost revenue. And all I did was add the amount that is going to the company to do these projects, and came up with the grand total of 185 million.
Okay, and would you repeat your question?
Well, I just said, you indicated that there are differences, but the magnitude of the settlement, the financing settlement that you proposed, is to roughly add $63 million to the program costs of some roughly 122 million. And this would be an overall cost to the customers, would it not?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the Inflation Reduction Act?
I have not done a comprehensive assessment of it. I am generally aware of the provisions in the Inflation Reduction Act.
So you don't have any specific knowledge about the $9 billion consumer rebate program?
I am more familiar specifically with the types of measures that are being targeted through that legislation, not the specific amounts.
So with you would know something about electrifying low-income home appliances?
Some, although that was not something that I testified on specifically.
Well, obviously, do you agree that it's the appropriations and the tax credits and the things that customers can readily take advantage of are set forth to allow for electrification of households and includes heat pumps, electric HVACs, and water heaters?
Yes, I am aware of that. And I am aware that there's potentially some overlap with the Evergy programs as presented in the initial settlement agreements and in the initial application. However, I do not anticipate that there needs to be any particular conflict between these programs and any programs implemented pursuant to the IRA. The reason for that is, one is that there are other measures besides heat pump water heaters and heat pumps that are in the Evergy, in the initial SNAs, and they only represent, somewhat of, I'd have to go and check, subject to check. It's not the largest part of the energy savings. The other matter is that the Evergy programs in any version of them, whether you're talking about the initial filing or of the initial settlement agreements or of the alternative, the amounts of savings that are being sought are so small that I am very confident that there is more than enough potential, energy savings potential, that Evergy can shift to tap other savings, and so that they don't need to be duplicative. Noting that the savings as a percent of sales. I believe that Mr. Colton mentioned that in his testimony in opposition to the alternative S&A. I looked at it myself also. From the initial, actually from the initial, it's about 0.3% of sales in program year 4. And for the alternative settlement, it's 0.04% of sales, which is minuscule compared to what leading states are doing in terms of energy efficiency.
Are you familiar with the high efficiency home electric home rebate program?
Not specifically.
In determining savings, if I were to take advantage of the point of sale rebates up to $14,000 that's provided in the Act, and also signed up for the program, how would you determine what the overall savings was with respect to my household?
I'm sorry, so this is a program that you're asking about in the IRA?
Yes.
Okay, well, that program, those elements, as I understand it, have not been established yet, and it may take some time in order for those to be established. So I don't think that I can answer that question specifically.
Have you studied the 1.5 billion in competitive grants for tree planting?
No, I have not.
Do you know if there is a cost component to the Evergy demand side management programs for planting trees?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Do I know if there's what?
You know, in the settlement of the programs, is there a provision that covers planting trees?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge?
No. We'll check. This is in the alternative settlement?
No, not the alternative settlement, but the full programs. I thought there was a provision for planting trees.
Oh. Okay, yeah, that may be ringing a bell. I'm looking as we speak. I'm looking and I'm not seeing it, but I am remembering a little bit about it. But you said it was 1.5 million?
Well, that's in the Act.
Okay.
So there'd be some overlap with respect to planting these trees, right?
I am not an expert in the cost of tree planting programs. I tend to think that they could easily use the money for that and not compete.
Okay, well, you're telling me that you're really not fully knowledgeable about how the Inflation Reduction Act and all of the different measures and rebates and loan and grant programs would impact an assessment as to what the overall savings would be and what would be the magnitude of those savings in relationship to the Evergy programs.
Is that a question?
Yes.
It sounded like a statement to me.
Is that correct?
That I am not an expert in the IRA. and how it would,
I'm talking about, establishing the savings. So what would be the basis for it? If all of these expenditures go forward and we have these programs, how do you go about sorting out where the savings occur?
oh, I'm not saying that there isn't work to be done to make sure that there aren't overlap of programs. Programs, it is a real problem that happens in a number of places, and I've seen it where maybe utility programs are competing with state programs, and that's not an efficient way to do things. So I don't mean to say that there aren't issues that need to be ironed out, but I also don't think that that's really a good argument for reducing the amount of energy efficiency that's being offered in Kansas by Evergy.
Have you made a determination as to the number of states that have adopted decoupling as a measure with respect to energy efficiency?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but there are quite a few, yes.
Are there more states that have adopted decoupling than have introduced a lost revenue?
I believe that it's around the same number.
And I take it from your testimony that you still favor decoupling overall as a way to address the situation.
I do prefer decoupling, but I recognize that it takes some time to implement, and it will take some effort on behalf of the parties. On the other hand, what I saw in the initial S&A was definitely an improvement over the LRAM that was originally proposed by Evergy. And there are a number of states that do pursue LRAMs. And in the interest of getting energy efficiency up and running in Kansas to provide those benefits to Kansas ratepayers, I believe that it is worth that LRAM, using that LRAM. Otherwise, you're foregoing lost opportunities, all sorts of lost opportunities. Every year that you don't have energy efficiency, that's a loss to your ratepayers.
Did you read Dr. Glass's testimony when he determined the amount of conservation that was occurring in Kansas as compared to Missouri?
I have not looked at that in a while. Should I open it?
I don't know. Do you have it before you?
It would probably take me a few minutes to locate it, but if you want to ask me questions on it, I will certainly go and do that.
You wouldn't be surprised that there has been a level of reduced energy consumption in the state of Kansas over the last 10 years. You know,
yes, there is some very small level of savings. If you compare it to other states, it's minuscule. It barely even shows on a chart if you're comparing it with other states.
Okay, well, I'll let Dr. Glass's testimony speak for itself. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Chair King, you're on mute.
Well, I'll repeat that again. Before we proceed with commissioner questions, we're going to take a break. We've been going for an hour and a half here. We need to give the court reporter and ourselves a break. It's now 2:36. Let's take a little over 10-minute break. We'll resume at 2:50. We'll be in recess until 2:50. Michelle, could we go back to full screen? All right. It's 2:50 and we're now back on the record. We'll resume with the cross-examination of Ms. Napoleon for KEEIA. And where we left off, we'll take up from where we left off, in fact, and we'll begin with the commissioner questions. I'll start with Commissioner Duffy.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Napoleon. I'm on page 15 of your testimony dated December 2nd. I start on line 5 and I'm reading, but to be plain, it was never my recommendation to support the energy efficiency programs, no matter the cost. You go on down to line 9, it bears reiteration that cost-effective energy efficiency is a least cost resource, which benefits all ratepayers through lower energy and peak capacity costs than supply side resources. Okay, so further on down in line 15, you believe that the alternative S&A's lack of robust energy efficiency programs for all residential ratepayers is not likely to provide an effective start to develop these networks. Okay, and walking back up the chain, therefore won't produce the savings, won't blah, blah, blah. Can you tell me is not likely to provide an effective start? So can you embellish a little bit more on that, please?
Sure. So as I believe Mr. Ives was saying earlier in today's hearing, there's infrastructure, there are markets that develop in order to provide energy efficiency to a diverse array of customers. And with the lack of emphasis on energy efficiency in the alternative S&A, I don't believe that infrastructure, that connective tissue, that expertise will really develop. You're talking about a demand side program or 2 demand side programs, and you're talking about energy education programs as well as the low income programs. So on the low income side, you'll have some of that develop, but it won't necessarily be broad enough to be able to expand effectively to residential and commercial customers. And I also want to note that, you know, the way that the LRAM is set up in the alternative S&A, there are not enough restrictions on it. I would really like to see the sunset on the claim of savings in the LRAM. That's not there in the alternative. It is there in the initial S&A. And so, you know, you're potentially facing the programs being rather costly. And so you don't necessarily even want to expand them to other sectors who can certainly benefit. I think one of the questions that you asked earlier was, what about the customer who thinks, the non-participant who thinks that they've done all sorts of insulation and have done everything on their own dime? One of the things that I have learned in my over 15 years in this line of work, and particularly owing to strategic energy management and the work that I did with DOE, is that you can go, if you have someone who is technically savvy, or not technically savvy enough, savvy enough with energy efficiency, they can go and find opportunities even for the most savvy customers. So even your Panasonic might think that it has already tapped all of the energy efficiency opportunities that are available to it. We've saw it time and time again, where they would have a what's called a treasure hunt, and there would be more opportunities to those customers that they didn't know about and they hadn't invested in. And so the lesson that I take from that is, one, that very few people on their own or organizations are going to make all of the investments that are cost effective for a number of reasons, because there are these barriers to implementing energy efficiency. And the other thing is that potential changes over time. So as technologies improve, there might be opportunities that weren't there before. When you're the example of the person who already did all of the insulation and whatnot. Well, as certain technologies in their home or in their business get older, and the technology that is represented there might see improvements and opportunities that didn't exist before. So yeah, it's a little bit of a long-winded response, but hopefully I got that across. You're on mute, Commissioner Duffy.
I'm sorry. So you're speaking for the entity that represents all the people, not just the low income, but all Kansans. And
yes,
I do believe in that we look out for the long game. We don't play the short game, but we look for the long game here. And I guess I'm hearing you say that it's just lacking the robustness. The alternative is lacking the robustness that's needed to really jumpstart a program and give it the oomph that it needs. But one thing that I've also, I can change a light bulb in my car. I learned how to replace my toilet was running, the flusher mechanism to keep that from happening, all on this device, handheld device. It's incredible what people are doing on their own without group instructional guidance or somebody coming in and doing it for them. Isn't that the way of the future? Is that we provide some directional, the link, and they can follow through on their own instead of all these charges and everything else that will be coming down the pike on some of, not all, but some of the energy efficiency programs that we're talking about.
I don't know if that's the way. That's an interesting question, and thank you for that. I don't know that that's the way of the future. To me, that seems like a way to where people who have the opportunity and have the technology will be able to make improvements, and then you'll see other people left behind who, for whatever reason, it could be language difficulties, it could be financial difficulties or whatnot, are not able to avail themselves of efficiency improvements. So I'm a little bit leery of that picture of the future.
So that the handheld device won't solve all the problems of the world.
Well, I know it doesn't solve all of mine, but
all right, thank you. No, that's all the questions I have for you, Ms. Napoleon. Thank you, Chair King.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duffy. Commissioner French?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Napoleon.
Hello, Commissioner French.
Well, I appreciated your testimony. I thought your written testimony was very clear. I understand exactly what your position is. So, I'm not saying agree or disagree. I'm just saying I don't know that I need a lot of clarification. But let me just take this time to ask you the one question, sort of overarching question that I asked Mr. Ives, and it relates to just maybe an unequivocal statement of how you view cost benefit of these programs or of the settlements. Is it your opinion that both the initial settlement with the financial settlement or the alternative settlement, both will be cost efficient on an overall basis for Kansas customers?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And you haven't seen any analysis that would tell you otherwise?
No, I have not. I think there are, let's see, the initial settlement, there might have been one program that did not demonstrate cost effective or pure cost effectiveness with the ratepayer impact measure. I think that because the ratepayer the way that it's structured, though, I would not recommend basing a decision to go or not go decision using the RIM.
That's all I have. I thank you for the clarity. It's something, it's unbelievable that I sort of feel like I haven't understood that all the way through, because it is, to me, the key question in all of this. So I appreciate the response. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Napoleon, I have no questions for you. So I'll turn to you, Mr. Astrab. Do you have any redirect?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Napoleon, I want to take you back through your cross-examination with Mr. Hendricks or staff, okay?
Sure.
He talked about the $63 million or so that's being tacked on top of the initial settlement agreement budget that's not necessarily present in the alternative settlement agreement. Are you familiar with that question?
Yes.
Okay. And he was referring back to an attachment to the initial settlement agreement, which broke down the budget and this extra $63 million. Do you have that in front of you by any chance, or are you familiar with that sheet?
I'm sorry. I'm not hearing
Attachment
you.
1, I believe.
Sorry, Ms. Haas.
What?
Mr. Astrab, your question, my screen froze in the middle of your question.
Oh.
That you started about the $63 million or so.
Yes, I was asking if she's familiar with that and has that document in front of her.
And this is to clarify, this is the settlement, the financial recovery for the initial and attachment 1, I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
And I believe Mr. Ives talked about this generally, but that $63 million that Mr. Hendricks alluded to is those three parts of the financial recovery portion of the programs, right? Including carrying costs.
Mm-hmm.
And that also includes the throughput disincentive or lost revenue mechanism.
Right.
And earnings opportunity.
Right.
And would you agree with me that those three components are similar to the parts of regular rate making mechanisms used to recover costs that a utility makes investing in other supply side investments like generation plants?
The lost revenue is a little bit different, but the carrying cost is certainly similar, and the program, the direct financial recovery through the program budget, and the earnings opportunity is similar and is often accounted for in a weighted average cost of capital.
Thank you for that. And in regards to the throughput disincentive and lost revenue, the difference that you alluded to, does that refer to the fact that a utility recovers some of its fixed costs and its volumetric charges for what it sells?
Yes.
Thank you for that. I want to turn your attention now to the IRA discussion that you had with Mr. Hendricks, okay?
Yes.
So are you aware of any details of when the IRA funds will be available to utilities?
I am not, and I believe that there are restrictions on utilities to use those funds. I think they're mostly designated for state energy offices and the like.
Okay. And as far as like ratepayer incentives go associated with the IRA, like with these trees program, there hasn't been any sort of like definitive date on when people can start getting that money, is there?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And so does it make sense to you for Kansas to sit and wait and see what the IRA may develop instead of implementing robust energy efficiency programs?
No, it does not, because in part, Evergy, I take the issue that someone else brought up, and I don't remember who it was. Apologies for not giving credit there. Someone noted that it will take Evergy some time to ramp up their programs. That's true. However, Evergy has experience with very similar programs on the Missouri side. So I think it will be a relatively quick ramp up. And I think that those, in the meantime, while you're between the date that the Evergy programs are launched and implemented and the IRA programs are implemented, all the ratepayers are experiencing lost opportunities for energy efficiency savings.
Thank you for that. I want to talk with you about that lost opportunity and the comparison between the alternative settlement agreement and the initial settlement agreement. Now, Commissioner Frantz, in his sole question, was asking about whether or not there's any sort of cost benefit to implementing either of these programs. Now, you mentioned the experience that Evergy has in running programs like, for example, in Missouri. Do you believe that the initial settlement agreement has more benefits related to gaining experience and data compared to the alternative settlement agreement when it comes to implementing energy efficiency programs?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you believe that type of experience in administering energy efficiency programs is important to have a successful portfolio?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And also just adding on to that, from the initial settlement agreement, there was the stipulation to pursue a collaborative process. I also believe that the communications that would happen through the collaborative process would be very valuable for improving the efficacy of the programs over time, as we've heard from Mr. Ives has happened in Missouri.
Thank you for that addition there. And do you believe that collaborative process and open dialogue is also a benefit that the initial settlement agreement has over the alternative settlement agreement?
I do believe yes.
Thank you. Turning back now to Commissioner Duffy's questions. She talked about the robustness and the importance of that regarding starting energy efficiency programs. And she gave the example of being able to kind of, figure it out herself and using her cell phone and the internet to discover how to take care of these problems. So would you agree with me that education for a customer is very important in regards to energy efficiency?
Yes, education is very important with energy efficiency. It is a necessary but not sufficient precursor to improving energy efficiency.
Thank you. And in regards to participation of all Kansas ratepayers, based on your review of both the initial settlement agreement and the alternative settlement agreement, do you believe there'll be, as far as raw numbers go, more participating under the initial settlement agreement or in the alternative settlement agreement in terms of participation in Evergy's programs?
By far, I believe there will be more participation in the initial settlement agreement. I put in my testimony in opposition to the alternative agreement and an estimate of that. I'm not seeing it at the moment. Oh, here we go. I said I think that it will be at least reduced by a third, but I think that that's extremely conservative. I think that participation in the alternative settlement will be much lower than that. It'll be reduced by, this is just a guess, but something like half. And the reason for that is in part that the home energy report will garner a lot of participation. And that is not present in the alternative S&A, as well as all the programs focused towards business, both the hard to reach and the whole business program and the residential whole house program.
Thank you for that. And while we're talking about participation and the benefits associated with that, Commissioner Duffy asked you about this energy efficiency infrastructure that you referenced in your testimony in opposition to the alternative settlement agreement. So I want to follow up with that. In your experience, does a higher number of participants in the energy efficiency program help or hinder building that infrastructure?
I don't know that it, maybe it helps, but even more than in terms of building the infrastructure, it might help. But
well, I just read
but I do want to say that participation is really important in terms of getting support for the program. So instead of for non-participants who are experiencing some rate impacts associated with the program, in general, I advise to ramp up the programs and expand participation rather than scaling them back, because you're getting benefits across the board for ratepayers, and you're getting even more benefits for those who participate, and you can target more of those over time.
Thank you for that. And I may have been unclear. When I referred to the infrastructure, I was talking about like the network of vendors and businesses who offer these products. Does having more people and an increased demand for these products help foster those relationships faster than not?
I think so, yes.
And just one final point, I want to go back to Mr. Hendrick's cross-examination. One of his first questions was in regard to how a question may be posed to a customer and their response. So following that logic, how do you believe customers would respond when asked whether or not they would rather invest in a least cost resource that gives them the opportunity to lower their personal energy bills versus paying for utilities, investing in generation and other types of infrastructure? Which one would you think they'd pick?
I think they would pick the former.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Ms. Napoleon, I believe this concludes your testimony. We appreciate your appearance before the commission this afternoon, and you may virtually step down.
Thank you, Chair Keen.
Thank you. All right. We now turn to our last witness. It'll be Justin Grady on behalf of the KCC staff. So I would turn to you, Mr. Hendricks, and ask that you call your witness.
Yes, at this time, Your Honor, I would call Justin T. Grady.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Grady, would you state your job responsibilities for the utility division of the Kansas Corporation Commission?
So I'm the Chief of Revenue Requirements, Cost of Service, and Finance. I work in the Utilities Division for the Kansas Corporation Commission.
Have you previously filed testimony in this KEEIA Docket 22-254?
Yes.
And as in regards to the alternative settlement agreement that has been filed by the staff, have you prepared pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
And is that the pre-filed testimony prepared by Justin T. Grady on November 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
If I were to ask you the same questions that are contained in that testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Do you have any revisions or corrections?
No, I do not.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that Mr. Grady's testimony be admitted into the record, and I would allow him to stand for cross-examination.
Is there any objection to the admission of this testimony? Without objection, it's admitted. And Justin, I believe you've been tendered for cross. Can you turn on the video at the third floor conference room, or is that of no help to us at all?
So I don't know if it will help or not, but I have my video on my computer. I can I can see my video, but I don't know if it's showing up on YouTube or not.
We see you.
I see you. You're on a different page. So, okay, very good.
Hopefully it's the lower page.
No, a different page. All right, let's turn first for cross-examination to the environmental groups. Ms. Woody?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Grady.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple of questions for you here. Now, staff was supportive of the original programs in the original settlement agreement, correct?
That's correct.
And staff believe that those programs are in the public interest and that they are designed to create and support energy efficiency, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, staff still stands by their support of those programs, correct?
Well, we do.
But staff did object to the financial recovery settlement agreement, primarily because of the lost revenue component that Evergy proposed as a way to fund the programs. Is that correct?
Yeah, the lost revenue component as a way to recover the throughput disincentive, and then additionally the percentage of retained net benefits for as a component of the earnings opportunity.
Okay, and in the alternative settlement, quite a few of the energy efficiency programs have been removed from the alternative settlement, correct?
That's correct.
But I believe that the lost revenue mechanism that was proposed in the original settlement, that mechanism is still is in the alternative settlement. Is that correct?
Well, it's different. There's been, some discussion about that today. Primarily a major difference is the method of calculating the lost revenue itself, which is contained within the EM&V component, the evaluation, measurement, and verification. So there was an effort to get as granular as possible, as measurement based as possible, as opposed to utilizing engineering estimates. And so that's a major contributing factor to the difference of the lost revenue, the effect of the lost revenue mechanism in my mind. And then, as has been, the source of discussion already today, and it's identified in my testimony as well, the lost revenue dollar amount that we're talking about is a fraction of what was contained in the original settlement. And I think it's 10% or so of the amount that was contained in the original settlement. But yes, there is a lost revenue mechanism in the alternative settlement agreement.
And the lost revenue mechanism in the alternative settlement agreement, the mechanism itself is the same. I know you're saying the EMV testing is different, you think tighter, but the mechanism itself is the same.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there are differences for sure. I mean, even the timing of the calculations, and for instance, in the alternative agreement, I guess primarily because the magnitude of the dollars that we're talking about is so much less. In the first year, the alternative agreement utilizes the technical resource manual to calculate lost revenue, but it's trued up to that more granular, more detailed, more measurement-based, approach. And that's different than the original settlement. So I don't know. There are differences. It's nuanced. I would say that, there's no question it is a lost revenue adjustment mechanism. It's just different.
Okay. And I think you said that one of the biggest differences that is the reduction of the lost revenue recovery, and that comes primarily because of the removal of most of the energy efficiency programs. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Astrab Cross.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Justin, or Mr. Grady, actually. I want to talk with you about the IRA and Mr. Hendricks's references to Dr. Glass's testimony just a bit ago. Does staff, or do you believe, or does staff believe that the passage of the IRA will supplant the need for utility administered energy efficiency programs in Kansas?
No, I don't believe it will supplant the need for utility energy efficiency. I think our understanding at this point is that it will certainly supplement, enhance, bolster, potentially substitute for, depending on the individual program. But there's significant energy efficiency efforts in that bill. There's a revolving loan program that's called for and contained within that bill. I think there's probably a good question. It's probably a good question as to whether or not that revolving loan program, can fulfill the needs of or would substitute for the PAYS program. I'm not an expert in the distinctions between those two, but I just know that they both sort of serve the same purpose. So I think that's a fair question.
Okay. And do you have any specific information about when IRA funds or this new PAYS-like system will be put into place in Kansas through the IRA?
What I know at this point is that I know the funds that we are supposed to be awarded, from the information that I've been given from our state energy office, which is $6.4 million. And I know that as of this point, the application that we will make to the Department of Energy or whichever, governmental agency is involved in evaluating the applications, it will be due on April 21st, 2023. I know that there's guidance coming out all the time and webinars and information that, that our state energy office is involved in. But I think that's, as far as exactly when the money will be available and loans will be available, no, I think that's probably not known with specificity right now.
Fair enough. I want to talk with you about your support for the alternative settlement agreement. One of the reasons why staff supports the alternative settlement agreement is because staff views it as a viable path forward for energy efficiency at Kansas. Is that right?
I guess it is a path forward. It is a known quantity, a known certainty. There's a certain amount of finality associated with the fact that, if the commission accepts that settlement, then we know that something will be done with regard to energy efficiency and demand response in Kansas, something additional to what we're doing today.
Do you have your testimony in support of the alternative settlement agreement in front of you?
I can certainly pull it up. I've got it electronically, so.
That works too.
Thank you.
Yep. When you have it up, I want to turn your attention to page 5, lines 1 through 5. Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
Okay. And read along with me silently while I read aloud to make sure I've got the right section here that's read correctly. Question: why does staff support the alternative settlement? Answer, staff supports the alternative settlement because it represents a viable path forward for demand-side management or demand-side program implementation in Kansas at a fraction of the original cost to ratepayers compared to the Evergy's original application or the non-unanimous financial settlement. Did I read that right with my stumbles?
Yeah, that you got that correct. And I do still agree with that testimony.
Okay. And so when you talk about a viable path forward, I want to ask you about that. Does staff foresee a viable path, the end of that viable path, result of that viable path forward as energy efficiency programs the same or similar to the ones already in the initial settlement agreement, or does it have different ones in mind?
You know, I didn't have a specific program mix of energy efficiency programs in mind when I wrote that sentence. So if the question is, you know, at the end of this 4-year period of time, what will the result be? I guess you know what, I'll just tell you what I meant when I wrote that sentence. When I wrote that sentence, it was, you know, the only reason that we got involved in or agreed to be involved in the additional settlement discussions in the first place, right, was because there appeared to be considerable uncertainty that, well, it was a near certainty that Evergy was not going to move forward with the original settlement if the commission accepted the revisions to the financial settlement that staff had recommended in our previous testimony and at the hearing. And so we were approached by Evergy to have additional discussions to provide another alternative that would be something concrete and definitive that everybody knew, you know, that it would remove this sort of cloud of uncertainty as to what would happen if the previous financial settlement had been modified in the fashion that we recommended. And so that's what I meant when I said a viable path forward. It's an option that will present additional demand response, energy efficiency, low-income programs, and additional education. And it's that's what that sentence was written. That's what I had in mind when I wrote that sentence.
Okay, so this time staff doesn't have an idea where Kansas should end up with energy efficiency, or does it just intend to leave it where it's going to be with the alternative settlement agreement?
I mean, if the commission accepts the alternative settlement agreement, then, you know, I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, we're not in control. You know, the commission itself isn't in control of what the energy efficiency landscape in Kansas looks like, right? That's not the state of the law that we have. So it takes, you know, I mean, there's been a lot of discussion about it, mostly in the last hearing, not much in this one, but Evergy has a veto. And so, you know, I like the original suite of programs. And I say me, I mean, I wasn't the program witness. I'm really not right now. There were other witnesses that supported, you know, that were in support of the original suite of programs, but staff supported them as being in the public interest. We just couldn't get to a place with Evergy where that we could agree with the financial recovery that they requested, right? And so, you know, if we could be in a world where everybody would agree with decoupling, if that's the correct, you know, if decoupling is the right balance, if that's the right mechanism, we get to a world where everybody would agree with decoupling and we would agree with a more reasonable earnings opportunity like is contained in the alternative settlement agreement. Then, you know, we'd still be in a position to support that original set of programs. It just, unfortunately, that's not the reality with which we were faced when we were attempting to negotiate the alternative settlement agreement.
So I guess kind of to summarize there, staff does foresee implementing programs that are already in the initial settlement agreement sometime in the future?
No, I didn't say that. I don't know.
Okay.
I just don't know. I mean, I do agree with Mr. Ives' testimony this morning in that, the reason that the collaborative information, the collaborative session, the collaborative processes aren't in the alternative settlement agreement, frankly, is because there didn't appear to be much interest by anybody else involved in the negotiations, any of the other parties. There didn't seem to be an interest from any of the other parties that were involved in those discussions to put that collaborative information in the alternative settlement agreement. There wasn't really much discussion about that at all. So it's not as if it was a purposeful decision to exclude the collaborative discussions in the alternative agreement. It just wasn't ever really discussed or brought up or requested to be included. I would say that if that was the will of the commission to modify the alternative agreement to put that collaborative information back in there, this just me speaking as a witness, I'd be fine with that. I don't see anything wrong with it for sure. And I would also say that if there would have been a request by the other parties for us to put that in the alternative agreement, then I would have agreed with that, and I would have advocated on behalf of staff that we do that. So the collaborative portion of that whole thing, I would say there's potentially a question. That's a potential solution, right? To get to a place where there's more energy efficiency in the future and perhaps a more sustainable financial recovery mechanism. We would certainly welcome that. It's just difficult for me to speculate as to what the end result would be.
So you're saying here today that if another party outside of staff and Evergy has suggested to include a similar collaborative term as in that was in the initial settlement agreement, you would have put that in there because you believe in the collaborative process. Is that right?
That's correct.
So in the initial hearing we had on the initial settlement agreement, didn't you say that you did not feel comfortable or faithful that Evergy would have meaningful discussions regarding that collaborative process towards decoupling?
Well, I don't know if that's what I said. We could go back and look at the YouTube hearing or look at the transcript. What we did state sort of generally in that hearing is that we don't believe that the end result of that collaborative process will be Evergy suddenly becoming comfortable with the concept of decoupling, right? And I think there was a lot of testimony today, really, that corroborates that or that confirm that, in that Evergy has been doing this for 10 years in Missouri. They have a lot of experience with the lost revenue mechanism. They like it. And I think it's going to be very, very difficult through that collaborative process or otherwise, at the end of the day, to get Evergy to a point where they're comfortable with the decoupling mechanism. The example that was used in the opening statement of $20 million of energy efficiency savings and $10 million of otherwise revenue growth. Well, it's accurate to say that staff's modification or our recommended throughput disincentive would only compensate the utility for $10 million worth of net lost revenue growth. But Mr. Astrab, KEEIA's original proposed position of decoupling would provide the exact same compensation, right? The only difference is if there was $30 million of revenue growth instead of 10, then the company gives back $10 million, right? So our original approach, it's been an interesting proceeding so far, but our original approach was always a more middle ground approach, and it's somehow been construed today to be actually less ratepayer friendly or more utility friendly than some of the other alternatives. And I think if that was the case, we wouldn't have the degree of disagreement that we have with Evergy today, right?
Right. So when you compare the LRAMs between the initial settlement agreement and the alternative settlement agreement, the biggest difference there is the amount of money and savings being calculated, and that's a money issue, correct? From staff's perspective?
It's a money issue, and as has been accurately pointed out during this proceeding, there is not a 4-year limitation on the period of that lost revenue could accumulate on the measure lives. And the reason for that is because that is only beneficial in the event that Evergy is going to stay out from a rate case for longer than 4 years, which I don't think is very likely to occur, right? That hasn't occurred in my 20-year career around here. The only time that that has occurred was when they had a merger and we all agreed to require them to, right? So the reason that there's not a 4-year limitation on the sunset of the lost revenue is because it wasn't a consumer protective component that I thought that, that staff collectively thought was important enough to negotiate and put into the lost revenue mechanism. We thought that 10% of the overall lost revenue was a more impactful, more significant magnitude of consumer protection. And that's why that component is not in the lost revenue component.
Sure. But in order to get to these numbers and to make the alternative LRAM work, staff and Evergy had to reduce the budget and reduce the amount of savings available through programs by getting rid of those programs. Is that right?
That's the effect. Yes, that's the effect. I mean, the effect of having a lost revenue mechanism that's only 10% of what was in the original settlement. The only way to accomplish that is to scale down and limit the number of programs that are in the settlement agreement. That's correct.
And so if Kansas doesn't implement any of these programs, Kansas isn't, or we're not able to gather data or experience on how these programs are administered and see the actual statements that come about from them, correct?
That's correct.
And so I want to talk about the savings that we've talked about in this docket regarding demand and energy savings. Both settlement agreements, they include demand savings, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a higher level of demand savings in the initial settlement agreement compared to the alternative settlement agreement.
I think that's true. Yeah, I just can't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but
sure. But you agree that there's at least a difference there, right?
I think you're correct. I think it's the degree of magnitude of reduction for demand savings is not near as significant as the degree of magnitude of reduction of energy savings. That's correct.
And as far as energy savings go, there's a pretty wide margin between the energy savings associated with the initial settlement agreement and the alternative settlement agreement, correct?
Yes, that's correct. As well as, $130 million of cost recovery over 4 years.
Right. And so in lieu of those savings, both on demand and the energy savings difference there, wouldn't that have to be made up by Evergy either purchasing energy from the market or building out its generation?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll ask you the same question that I asked Ms. Napoleon earlier about whether ratepayers would be more willing to pay for that additional generation build out, or they rather pay for a least cost resource and what comes with that.
So I have a feeling that we're maybe going to get into a pretty robust discussion about, cost benefit and actually how these programs impact customer bills with Commissioner French's questions. At least he alluded to that fact earlier with Mr. Ives. What should not be forgotten, right? What should not be lost on anybody in this proceeding is that neither one of the agreements that are before the commission will reduce residential customer bills in total in the first 5 years, in the first 10 years, or on a net present value in the first 25 years of the programs. Okay. So the tables that we presented in the last evidentiary hearing are still there. as far as I'm concerned, they are irrefuted and irrefutable. They are based on the company's models, the company's calculations, and they show that overall residential customer bills will increase with the original settlement agreement. And they show that they would show, if we put together the same tables, they would show that overall residential customer bills would increase with the alternative settlement agreement. That's different than a question of whether or not the programs are cost effective. There are a host of different tests of whether or not these programs are cost effective, right? And only one of those tests is the ratepayer impact measure, which tells you the impact on rates. So it's, you can have a cost effective energy efficiency program, which reduces the costs of generation and reduces the costs of purchasing power from the market. And yet customer bills still do not go down. Just so I want to make sure that everybody is clear with the fact that what's presented, the options that are presented between the two alternative settlement agreements, it's not like one is a cure-all and a panacea to cure everybody's concerns and make energy so much more affordable in Kansas, and the other one won't do that. That's not what's occurring. So, I would say that a lot of customers may very well be indifferent between the idea of whether they are purchasing the power from the integrated marketplace, or they're basically paying for their neighbor to save that energy. I mean, we presented, and I referred to the focus group work that was summarized in the Wichita State report. And there, if you haven't read that recently, I highly recommend going back and looking at it. Because
let's talk about the Wichita State report really quick. In regards to demand side management, didn't people in that survey recommend relay negative feelings about demand side management regarding having to give utility control or thermostat? Does that not impact participation levels from your perspective?
May the witness finish answering his question. It looks like Mr. Estrop basically cut Mr. Grady off in the middle of his response.
And if I did, I apologize.
The objection is sustained. Mr. Grady, you may continue to answer the previous question.
Yeah, thank you. I was getting pretty long-winded. When we get into we can talk about the Wichita State report. It should probably be, I assume it is, but if it's not, it should be administratively noticed or in full attached to my testimony. You're right. There is some degree of concern expressed associated with programmable thermostats by some customers in that report. And there are other customers that said, no, I'm okay with the program, or I saved money from the program and I couldn't tell when the utility company had control of my programmable thermostat. But there are reasonable people can read that report and have different conclusions, but the conclusion that staff took away from that report is that a main focus of energy efficiency in Kansas should be low-income programs and education. And that is ultimately, those were our priorities coming into to the KEEIA filings that Evergy made. We expressed those concerns during the workshops that Mr. Nickel referred to earlier. We certainly made our opinions known about the concerns with the financial mechanisms of lost revenue and the earnings opportunity that have the issue of our concern about lost revenue and the history of that and the commission's history of that is well known. It's essentially the exact same issue that we all litigated 5 years ago in the 2016 docket, right? So the assertion somehow that was a surprise to anybody that we were concerned about lost revenue being an element of the financial recovery I think is, maybe not accurate.
Okay. So in light of that discussion about cost effectiveness and customer bills, does staff believe that it's not worth it for Kansas to pursue energy efficiency members for all ratepayers?
No, I think it is a worthy endeavor. It's just a question of, and obviously the impasse that we found ourselves in, it's the same impasse that we have found ourselves in for the last however many years in the state, right? 15 years. I think pretty much exactly. So, it's maybe worth reminding that KEEIA also has had significant concerns about lost revenue. It is the minority position in the country, at least based on the information that's in the record. And the commission 3 times in a row in 3 different orders said, we don't like this approach. So as you know, Mr. Astrab, we tend to take that commission precedent pretty strongly or pretty seriously. We tend to follow it pretty closely. And so that is, that's the position that we took in this case. We still support the original suite of programs. We just find ourselves at an impasse as to how to agree to pay for them.
Okay. So then does staff prefer denying the opportunity to study these programs and how they work in Kansas over giving Evergy an opportunity to possibly over-recover lost revenue?
Yes. I mean, that's essentially what we were faced with, right? I mean, it's not an insignificant amount of money. It's $185 million recovered from Kansas customers over 4 years, right? And so, and again, there's undisputed bill evidence about what the expected impact is to customer bills, residential customer bills. Now, I will mention that the original settlement had expected non-residential customer bill reductions, business reductions larger than the residential bill increases, right? That's in the original exhibits that we presented in the testimony. So, or in the last evidentiary hearing. So it's not, it's not as if there aren't any bill savings in total or that the programs aren't in total cost effective. But it's not an insignificant amount of money, and it's an issue that's presented an impasse, not just with me or with this current commission, but for the last 15 years. And our concerns were strong enough that we were willing to object to the original settlement and offer what we thought was a much pretty reasonable modification that was definitely less aggressive than KEEIA's original litigation position, that we hoped would be that middle ground, but obviously it appears that it wasn't. So,
thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Let's turn to the commission for questions. Justin, I'll begin with Commissioner Duffy.
So we're back to, I mean, based on what you've shared with Mr. Astrab, let me just ask you this. The historical nature of orders from the last 15 years, which I was not a part of, but a lot of you were, they all centered on the same issue, correct?
That's correct. Lost revenue has been it's the original orders from the 2008 and 2012 timeframe were, as you know, were sort of higher level policy, general investigation type orders in which the idea was to let's evaluate everything and talk about best practices and see how we want to move forward with this on a policy basis. And a big part of that debate is, should we do lost revenue or should we do decoupling? And, each of those orders came out pretty starkly against lost revenue. And then in 2016, we litigated that issue, and it was I can't remember how many days the hearing was, but it was a significant hearing. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a week. But in any case, we fully litigated it in the 2016 docket. And, the commission came out and again, rejected the lost revenue approach and basically accepted a very similar version, I would say, to what staff proposed as a modification to the original settlement agreement in this docket. Earnings opportunity, there's always been some controversy associated with that. But as the magnitude of the dollars is less. It's not quite as impactful from a dollars and cents perspective. And so I don't think that's ever been quite as controversial or focused on, for lack of a better word, in those previous proceedings.
Okay, so the company's unwillingness, well, maybe that's the inability for staff and the company to get together, do you believe it is because if they accepted staff's premise on lost revenue, that basically the problem is the ramifications it would have with the Missouri Public Service Commission?
Yeah, I think there was some pretty revealing and candid testimony offered today discussing that exact thing, right? I mean, I think, Mr. Ives discussed it. They've been doing this for 10 years. They're successful over there in at least in their mind, they've had these programs, customers. I don't doubt that the customers that participate in them like them. And their path has been lost revenue. So I have a really difficult time seeing how or when that's going to change. I'm not saying that they aren't willing to earnestly have a discussion about it. We have a good close working relationship with Evergy. Talk to them almost weekly, if not more. And when they sign a document that says we're going to have a collaborative discussion about pursuing the development or the advancement of these alternative mechanisms, I certainly believe it. I'm just not sure that we would ultimately get there. I believe that they would earnestly try. But and then what if we did get there and we recommended decoupling, but yet Missouri still wants to stay with lost revenue? I don't know where that leads us either. So there's a lot of uncertainty, I would say, in that whole, let's just approve it now and hope that it changes in the future.
I would agree with your comment there that it would be hopeful, but not certain. And with some certainty, I think we need to understand that, especially if after the last 16 years, we still haven't come to grips with this, or 15 years, whatever it is. So there are a lot of utilities that cross state boundaries. Ameren is one. I mean, I can't name them, but there's a lot of them who have two PSCs that they deal with. It's not just electric, it's gas. They're all located in different areas, and everybody does it a little bit different. So I too got the feeling that this is a bridge they really don't want to have to cross and then justify why here but not there. I mean, it does potentially open up a can of worms, but decoupling, is it not a real potential? I mean, with staff, are we just saying the word, or are you all pretty serious about that?
Oh, I mean, I think we've supported one version or another of decoupling in several dockets, right?
Yeah, true.
Several gas rate cases, you know, a version of it in the 6446 docket, and a version of it in this docket. I mean, the only difference between full decoupling and what we recommended in this docket is that if the company is earning over its revenue requirement because of economic development or EB or whatever, then we don't make them give the money back to get them back whole to the revenue requirement. That's what decoupling does, right? Decoupling says we're not going to track your costs directly. I mean, it basically says we're going to make you totally indifferent with regard to the level of revenue that you receive. We're going to let you recover precisely your revenue requirement, no more, no less. And what we've offered as a modification to the original settlement agreement is, you know what we offer. We said, well, to the extent that you are under recovering your revenue requirement, then we will allow you to recover your lost revenue. And actually, we said that that revenue requirement can grow as well for directly identifiable cost increases associated with economic development and EV and et cetera. So, you know, as long as what I think would be pretty difficult to get to decoupling in the future is as long as the utility sees the opportunity for future revenue growth. I mean, if we're on the cusp of significant electrification across the country over the next 10 years, that'd be a pretty difficult sell for the utility to agree to give up all of that potential upside, right? So I don't know. I don't know what the likelihood is of getting there.
And all this discussion is programs aside. I'm not talking about programs. That part I understand that you're supportive of the programs. I'm not questioning that or the company's resolve on programs. I think bottom line, if we're talking about the financial impact on the ratepayer, the customer, and as you have described it, Justin, that for the next 25 years, the residential customer will see an increase in their bills. I think there's the nut of the matter, and how we, I mean, I don't want to use the word hopeless because I never believe anything is hopeless. I just still can't believe after this time that we've not been able to like break open the discussion a little wider to really, because I think this alternative settlement, in my opinion, it lacks robustness on the program side. It's weak. And the dollars reflect that.
Well,
Mr. Chairman,
on the energy efficiency side, I didn't mean to interrupt.
On the energy efficiency side, yes, we've transferred some over, but on the energy efficiency side, it's empty. For right now, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it very much.
Of course, thank you.
Commissioner French.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grady.
Good afternoon. Sound good.
I'm warming up. I think you preempted one of my questions, so I don't have a lot. But although, let me ask you. I was going to ask you to comment on the issue of, how we should view both the initial and the alternative settlement in view of both benefit cost tests and bill impacts. I think you comprehensively addressed that and sort of gave all the appropriate caveats and nuances and shades of gray. Is there anything that you weren't able to address with Mr. Astrab that you'd want to address here beyond what you said?
Yeah, no, I just a few things. I mean, what I'm relying on to make those statements is the company's modeling that exists for residential bill impacts and non-residential bill impacts. We put it in the exhibit, or we entered in it as an exhibit in the last hearing. And you know, if somebody, one of the boxes on this screen, can file something late or speak up and tell me that I'm wrong, then I'll gladly admit right now on the record that I'm wrong, right? It's just that when I heard the earlier testimony that this is going to result in net bill reductions, I have not seen anything that supports that on a residential customer basis. Now, the original settlement agreement, the non-residential customers, the business customers, the bill savings from that were large enough to offset the residential bill increases. And so on a net present value basis over the 25 years, it was net present value positive beneficial. But for residential customers, both the original settlement and the alternative settlement both result in net bill increases at the end of the day. On a net present value basis over the first 10 years, over the first 5 years, that's what the math shows. But, you know, additionally, that does not mean that I'm testifying here today, because I'm not, that they don't pass all of the standard cost beneficial tests. And that's because a program can be cost beneficial or pass a benefit cost test and still increase customer bills. Those aren't the same things. One has to do with the utilities costs overall, and one has to do with the you know, what actually filters down to the bills and how it affects bills over time. So that's the best that I can answer the question. And you know, hopefully we flush it out fully and we get all the information in the record that the commission needs to make their decision.
Thanks. I appreciate that. And as much as I understand exactly what you're saying, I'm still going to find myself at a point of confusion later, I promise. But that's as well as I think it can be explained. Let's move on to a couple more granular questions, and then I'm going to have you talk about something more general. But let's talk about looking back at the initial financial settlement that staff opposed. You know, as we talked about, it had an LRAM mechanism, and the alternative settlement also has an LRAM that you don't oppose. Are there any kinds of guardrails? Say the commission were to be inclined, this is just a hypothetical, say the commission were inclined to approve the full suite of programs in the initial program settlement. Are there any set of guardrails or any specific guardrails that would make staff more comfortable with the LRAM mechanism in the initial financial settlement? You know, stealing sort of the audit mechanisms from the alternative settlement, getting more actual data from, you know, smart meters, as I discussed with Mr. Ives. Are there any guardrails that could get staff more comfortable in being able to accurately measure lost revenue?
I don't know. I mean, I'm going to try my best to answer your question. I just don't know what is possible or feasible or cost effective from Evergy's perspective. You know, I mean, in all candor, I'm not an EM&V detail implementation expert, right? I don't know what the level of granularity and measurement and actual site specific consumption data, you know, that those the concrete nature of actually calculating the lost revenue that's in the alternative settlement. I feel like, or I recall from the discussions that, you know, that is made possible because of the significantly scaled down version of the programs. But I don't know if there are other alternatives, you know, if there's something that could be, well, how about just every residence that participates in any energy efficiency program, period from Evergy, let's just do a weather normalized 12 months ending year over year view to see whether that specific customer's usage goes up or down. You know, that's the sort of thing that, to be honest with you, we never discussed. You know, there's a long history of us describing our concerns, sort of what I'll characterize as micro level concerns, and that's the calculation specifics and engineering estimates versus actuals, and, you know, the sort of exogenous events that can happen where, you know, a child moves back from college or you buy a hot tub or something. That those concerns are there, and they're real, and we've expressed them historically, and those are addressed in the alternative settlement. You know, the macro level concerns of, you know, you can accurately calculate energy efficiency on my house, but my neighbor moved in across the road and bought an electric vehicle and his usage went way up. And so at the end of the day, are you really worse off? You know, we're not going to solve those concerns, right, absent some sort of a decoupling mechanism or a modification like we presented in my original testimony. But we basically put the macro level concerns to the side in our alternative settlement agreement, right? And we said we're going to get comfortable enough with the micro concerns and with the calculations that, you know, we're at an impasse here. We're looking for some solution to move the ball forward, and not everybody got everything they wanted. And that's what we didn't get, was we basically gave up on our macro level concerns about lost revenue. So, you know, earlier there was a discussion of why there's not a pays program in, and, you know, if we add that to the settlement, then we're going to get to a point where staff gets uncomfortable with the level of lost revenue. Well, the way I would think about that if I was a commissioner is, well, who cares what staff's level of comfort is, you know? I mean, and I even say that about myself personally, like who cares whether we like it or not? The commission likes the pays program and thinks it's the right thing to do for the public interest of Kansas. Then, you know, then I assume that can be added and we can calculate lost revenue for that program. And, you know, hopefully we can calculate it in the same fashion that we did in the alternative agreement. And if it results in 20% or 30% of the lost revenue that was in the original settlement agreement, then so be it. You know, it's not like it's personal for us and we're anti-lost revenue. We're just trying to follow the commission precedent and express our concerns, you know? So, I don't know if that answered your question, but that's that's candid as I could be about the fact that in response. So
yeah, that, you know, I think I was putting you in an impossible situation because that was probably a question for an EM&V expert or somebody with a lot of knowledge in software and data analytics. But for the record, I do care what staff's comfortable with or not comfortable with, regardless of the policy outcomes. Let me keep with the same flavor, but on a different element of the initial financial settlement. I want to talk about the earnings opportunity issue real quick. And I don't necessarily want, I understand what the positions are and why Evergy, believes that the earnings opportunity they've proposed is the most just and reasonable. And I understand why staff believes that the earnings opportunity they've presented results in the most just and reasonable rates. But my question is, mechanically, is there any reason that the commission could not? It strikes me that there's a pretty wide gulf between what Evergy has proposed and what staff has proposed. And is there any reason that mechanically the financial earnings opportunity component would not work if the commission were to use its judgment to pick a different number, both for a target and for a cap, and just insert it?
No, not that I know of, so, and, there is a number in the alternative settlement agreement, right? That's, perhaps not in the middle of the two numbers, but it's pretty close. But from my perspective, that's a good outcome in the alternative settlement agreement, regardless of the size of the portfolio, So if we could have arrived at a position where Evergy accepted staff's modified throughput disincentive, then I would have been fine accepting the original settlement with the modified earnings opportunity percentages that are in the alternative settlement.
Okay,
Right.
I think I'm following you. Yeah.
Yeah, the percentages are, what are the percentages? So the new settlement is like 7.45% to 7.83% of total spend. Because it's a higher number than that, but it only applies to 3 of the 5 programs, right? So when you look at the total spend of all 5 programs, it's like 7.45 to 7.83% at target. And then if the programs are fully successful at the maximum levels, it's 9.31% to 9.79% of spend. And so, I like the methodological way that they were developed. Evergy probably does not like the way they were developed as much, but it was I also took a compromise position to go to the 18 months of lag instead of a 12-month calculation, and they backed off of their 30-month position. So it's, even on a black box basis, I think it's a reasonable number. And so from my perspective, there wouldn't be anything wrong with using it for a broader perspective of programs.
Is it your recollection that Evergy, though, has already said they would not accept that to be, they said we can't mix and match. And I guess I interpreted that as saying the earnings opportunity from the alternative settlement, they would reject that. Was that yours, or do you think I'm maybe over? And maybe that's a question for Mr. Ives.
It is, but I'm going to answer it anyway because I think you answered one of mine. No, I don't get the sense that, if you look at the magnitude of the dollars that are involved, right? I just don't get the sense that that's the deal killer. It was always lost revenue. I know the earnings opportunity got a lot of discussion in the first hearing. But, you know, if you take the percentage of spend, the earnings opportunity, and you add to it the carrying charge amounts that we came up with, well, I mean, you're at like 12% markup over what the company is spending, you know, and so it's bears repeating or remembering that in the 16.446 docket, when we litigated this exact issue, the commission said no carrying charges. You don't need that. So I think it's a pretty significant sort of improvement and advancement from their perspective, from where they were and from the status quo. You know, these companies do energy efficiency programs today in Kansas, right? I mean, they charge millions of dollars per year to customers for them, and they don't get carrying charges today for those, right? So,
Well, no, that's very helpful. I mean, it gives me something to chew on, because I think we're going to be left after this hearing with a lot of open questions to decide on a lot of possibilities. I don't think it's, you know, it's this settlement or that settlement or nothing. I think we're going to have to really search for an answer. So let me shift gears to one final, very general question. I don't think this is something you and I have discussed, but it's something I've discussed with others on staff. You're the finance guy. This isn't really specifically a finance question, but I think everybody here knows you're more than that. You're a Renaissance man, willing to and interested in everything related to utilities and regulatory. We are, the last time Kansas looked at energy efficiency, I think you mentioned, was 2016. I think we could probably describe that as a time where we had lots of excess reserve capacity. We had low to no load growth. Just from my perspective, it was probably a very different time. Right now, we're in an environment, at least in our region, probably in all regions, of, you know, quickly dwindling excess reserves, capacity reserves. We, in our region, or at least our Evergy service territory, I think we are potentially going to see load growth, substantial load growth for the first time in a while. Does any of that changing environment affect subjectively how you view the value of kind of ramping up energy efficiency and demand response as tools in our toolbox?
well, you saved the best for last, that's for sure. That's a really good question. You know, it's yeah, absolutely. I mean, so it's kind of amazing to think that in just a period of time from when Evergy filed this case, really, or started thinking about it, or did the modeling to think about it, right? We just 24 months ago, we were all in a period of time of $2 natural gas, and nobody was predicting that it'd be more than 4 or 5. You know, the companies were still in a period of surplus capacity. So, you know, yeah, absolutely. If we were to rerun, and we can't, we won't, because there's not time for it, right? But if you were to rerun every model that was presented in this case with that new natural gas world, or higher projections of natural gas costs, or, you know, with a 15%, we haven't even done that, with a 15% reserve margin, or, you know, that more, the tighter capacity situation that our region is facing and that our state is facing. You know, your question is very astute, in that every one of the things I just talked about would value energy efficiency more, right, would value the capacity shaving more, would value the energy savings and the demand savings. That all of that is absolutely true, right? So here we are, where in just a period of 18 to 24 months, the world turned upside down, basically. And if this is the new world, where all of a sudden capacity is really tight, not just in SPP, but all across the country, and we're all thinking about talking about building new generation, and natural gas is going to be $5 to $10 an MMBTU for the next 5 or 10 years, then yeah, I don't want to speculate, but it's definitely additional energy efficiency and demand response. It'd be a lot easier to justify a lot more of it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I believe that's all I have. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Okay, Justin, I believe we're batting cleanup here. I think it's down to you and I here with this last series of questions. I would ask Michelle, if she's there, to if you would go to Justin's pre-filed testimony in support of the alternative settlement agreement dated November 22nd. In particular, if you could screen share page 5.
I don't think I have that to share. All I have are PowerPoints.
Okay. Okay.
Sure, I can share it if you tell me again what you were looking for.
Yeah, Commissioner French, go to Justin's alternative settlement testimony of November 22nd, page 5.
I'm headed there, just a second.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
I apologize if I'm headed, I would share.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Is this what you're looking for?
That's perfect. Thank you. Absolutely perfect. Justin, is this on your screen as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I indicated, this is your pre-filed testimony in support of the alternative settlement agreement dated November 22nd, 2022. I'm going to take a page out of Paul Harvey's. No, don't do that. It skipped. We need to go up to the top of the page. There it is. Freeze that. Thank you. I'm going to take a page out of Paul Harvey's book, and I want us to look at the rest of the story. Mr. Astrab focused on the first sentence in response to the question on line 1. I want to focus on the entire answer, lines 2 through 10. And I'm going to read this into the record. The question beginning on line 1 is, why does staff support the alternative settlement? And the answer beginning on line 2, and please correct me, Justin, if I slip or I'm wrong here. The answer is, staff supports the alternative settlement because it represents a viable path forward for demand side program implementation in Kansas at a fraction of the original cost to ratepayers compared to Evergy's original application or the non-unanimous financial settlement. It continues on line 5. The alternative settlement provides for $45 million of demand side programs in Kansas over 4 years. Importantly, it accomplishes this program spend for less than half the incentive level. That's the carrying cost, the lost revenue, and earnings opportunity contained in the non-unanimous financial settlement proposed by staff. Accordingly, the alternative settlement is a much more efficient use of scarce taxpayer funds. Justin, have I done justice to your pre-filed testimony?
Yeah, the last sentence reads ratepayer funds instead of taxpayer, but other than that, that's correct. You read it.
Thank you very much. Carry over from my boated days, I guess. I don't know. If we could remove the screen share now, please. Okay, very good. Um, Talk about cost benefit. Here you summarized in a nutshell why the staff was supporting this. And I understand some of the nuances and the areas that Commissioner French is going in with too, with respect to his questioning of you as well. So if I understood your testimony this afternoon, if the commission were to adopt, as it now exists, the initial S&A, that would result in an initial residential rate increase. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's, we can pull up the exhibits. I mean, they exist in the record that we put in the evidentiary hearing whenever we last met, but it's, there are 4 years of residential rate increases, growing to $14.5 million, an increase of 2.4%. I'm sorry, an increase of 2.2%. And then there are a series of bill reductions that continue for, 20 years after that. And if you sum all of that up for the first 10 years or the first 15 years, bills increase, residential bills increase. The net present value of all of that is an increase to bills for residential customers. It's $7.7 million. There's non-residential customers. It's not the opposite, but non-residential customers see a bill increase and a rate increase as well for the first 4 years. And then they see several years of rate reductions and bill reductions. And those bill reductions are larger than the bill increases. And so at the end of the day, it is a net present value positive benefit for businesses, the original settlement, but not for residential customers.
Okay. And by the same token, then, if I understood your testimony, the alternative settlement agreement to which the staff is now subscribed would not result in a residential rate increase. Is that correct?
No, that's not accurate. So okay.
What is accurate?
No, sorry. I didn't mean to say it quite that starkly. I'm sorry. So we also support, the alternative agreement results in net bill increases as well, right? It's just that the alternative net bill increase is less. Now on a net present value basis, interestingly, over a 25-year period of time, the net present value bill increase for residential customers would actually be higher for the alternative agreement by about $5 million. And the reason for that is because, first of all, we charge customers $130 million less for those programs, right, up front. But also the investments are in low income programs and education programs, and they're not the kind of investments that produce significant bill savings. And so it's less of a rate increase for residential customers in the first 4 years. It's a lot less for sure, but the alternative settlement agreement also represents a rate increase for residential and non-residential customers over the next 4 years.
Okay, thank you for that. Have you been present at the hearing throughout the day?
Yes, sir.
Were you present during my cross-examination of Darren Ives?
Yes.
You might recall during that cross-examination, I did bring up the subject of Evergy's veto. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I thought Darren provided a very fair answer to that, pretty granular to boot. But as indicated, I think in Darren's testimony, and as K.S.A indicated at the outset of the opening statement, actually, that she gave for Evergy, that the only guarantee we have that Evergy will actually buy on to an energy efficiency program is if the commission either adopts the initial S&A or the alternative S&A, with him indicating that if there were modifications to either of them that Evergy didn't think were, I'm not trying to be unfair to Evergy here, weren't onerous to their position, that they would certainly consider it. Is that a fair recounting of your recollection of that testimony, that aspect of that testimony?
I believe so.
I'm trying to be fair to Darren in his absence too. So basically, we can talk about, and I think we're going to have to consider, as Commissioner Prince suggested, any number of ranges of nuances to either of the two to maybe come up with something we hope is in the best interest of ratepayers. That's what we're here about. And in the interest of energy efficiency too. So I guess my question is this: I'm going to keep my lines of questioning very, very concise here in the interest of time. If we take a look from your perspective, and I'm not trying to be repetitious here at all. I mean, you can answer this in the most summary fashion you think suitable. But if we take a look at the initial settlement agreement, what are the really major concerns that you have, aside from the financial aspect, which I absolutely understand? Or maybe that is it. What is your principal concern about that agreement?
Yeah, our concern is limited exclusively to the financial aspects, right? So we support the original program settlement agreement. The programs themselves do pass the typical battery of benefit cost tests that Bob went through in his testimony, or Dr. Glass, I should say. That agreement wasn't easy to arrive at, right? Obviously it's multifaceted, it's detailed, and there were a lot of cooks in the kitchen. There were a lot of different opinions. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with the programs themselves. And if had we been able to agree to a modified throughput disincentive that looked something like what staff recommended in my testimony, then we'd probably already be implementing the programs. I think the original implementation date was supposed to be in January of 2023, I think. But yeah, it was the financial side of it. It was the lost revenue, how you calculate it, when you calculate it, what you include, whether it should account for other offsetting revenue increases or not. And then all of the discussion that we had around Evergy's view of the world with regard to opportunity costs and earnings opportunity, and what our view of the world was on that. And so those were our concerns.
That's a fair answer. I appreciate that very much. I'm not going to try to beat a dead horse, but my last two questions bear on exactly what you addressed in your last couple of sentences. Going back to my cross of Darren Ives and the discussion that he and I were having about opportunity cost. Do you recall that testimony this morning?
I do.
So, and that's all spurred here by the issues that you've addressed here. the question of these throughput disincentives, quote unquote, the question of lost revenues. And so I'm going to ask of you the same questions I asked of Darren. In your opinion, to what extent under the S&As, whether it's the initial one or the supplemental, is Evergy seeking to arrive at some compensation for these opportunity costs that have been foregone?
So how I would characterize the opportunity cost discussion is mainly, if not exclusively, a question of the earnings opportunity calculation. So,
right.
You know, I don't disagree principally with much of Darren's testimony pertaining to the lost revenue question. You know, he apparently has stronger feelings than I do about the word incentive as opposed to elimination of a disincentive. But I sort of view those as synonyms, and I didn't mean it to be, you know, pejorative or negative. It's it admittedly, if it was calculated perfectly, then it should represent the revenue that the company would have otherwise earned anyway. You know, the question, the concern comes from a regulator, and this is the reason that lost revenue is controversial in a lot of states in this country. It is the minority view across the country, according to the information that's on the record. You know, when from a regulator's perspective, the utility says, okay, if I'm harmed by energy efficiency by $10 million, and then electrification transportation increases my rates by $10 million or my revenue by $10 million. Their position is, before I would have had $20 million, you know, and my regulator's position is, no, our North Star is your revenue requirement. We haven't had a rate case. We haven't reviewed the justness and reasonableness or the prudency or the necessity of those other investments. And so I want to see you recover your revenue requirement. And so I understand where they are coming from. You know, they would say we should get the revenue from economic development. We should get the revenue from growth. We should get the revenue from hot summers, and we should get the revenue from electrification transportation and the lost revenue that we're no longer getting because people are becoming more efficient. But the regulator says, well, wait a second, if we add all of that up, isn't there a possibility that you're going to recover more than your approved revenue requirement? And that's the concern that we have, right? So the only opportunity cost, I guess, that I see is that, you know, that it's the revenue that we would have earned but for the energy efficiency. But, you know, the biggest concern that I had with opportunity cost and our previous discussion from the last hearing was more about the earnings opportunity. You know, it was about, well, because these programs are going to be effective, we're not going to have to build a power plant, and therefore we're not going to get to earn on a power plant. And so we need to be compensated for that. And what I objected to about that is, just because you're not using that capital to build a power plant does not mean that you cannot use that capital to build transmission or rebuild distribution lines, as we know is occurring and will be occurring for the next long time. So, you know, what I would say is the original settlement, financial settlement, I believe definitively had opportunity cost recovery in the earnings opportunity. This alternative settlement, I would say we have addressed that. You know, we've come to a meeting of the minds. We have a percentage that's Evergy would probably get to a place of agreement on that percentage from sort of a black box basis. And I got to a percentage, I got to a place of agreement differently. But I would say that I no longer have concerns about the opportunity cost issue with earnings opportunity in the alternative settlement.
Well, you did well in that answer because you answered the next question I won't ask. And that makes everybody happy around the table here, I would suspect. My biggest problem with opportunity costs, and I'll address it in a far less articulate way than you did, is that the assumptions or the value that's going to be ascribed to opportunity costs are so largely subjective and conjectural. And there are so many different alternatives that could be thrown into the maelstrom, into the mix, such as to make the determination of what the opportunity cost really is in this context incredibly conjectural and problematic. That's my concern. All right, I think we are at an end. Thank you for your indulgence and patience with my questions. But I didn't mean at an end, Walker, because you're going to have an opportunity for redirect if you wish.
I just have a few cleanup type questions. Justin, in the settlement agreements, does the commission have to approve a methodology for EM and V?
I think the settlement agreements speak or stand on their own with regard to EM and V in terms of there's sort of a framework presented and established, but I believe the commission will approve the EM and V one way or the other that comes out of the annual process.
Is it likely that the IRA and the number of energy efficiency measures contained in it will complicate the computation of savings going forward?
Well, it depends on how you look at that, right? But if we only basically attempt to estimate what the energy savings are based on, say, Evergy's experience in Missouri and, some statistical modeling and whatnot, let's just say for an HVAC program, then, probably won't be that difficult. But if instead we're going to look at site-specific consumption data and try to evaluate, how much has this customer actually saved, and they get a heat pump water rebate from the federal government and they get an HVAC rebate from Evergy, then yeah. Now I don't know how anybody's going to attempt to ferret that out or sort that out. I'm sure there's ways to do it and ways to estimate it and calculate it, but it certainly will be a complicating factor.
We've talked about the PAYS program, but it's my recollection that a budget has not been adopted for it, either in the original program settlement agreement, or if the commission were to adopt it as a component of the alternative settlement agreement. And would that not be something that we would have to address going forward?
I think that's accurate. When the questions surrounding the PAYS program started coming from the commissioners, I went back and looked at the alternative, or the original settlement, just to see what was the magnitude of, anticipating that I might get a question of what if we just add the PAYS program to the alternative agreement. But there's not a lot of detail in the original settlement. It just says, yeah, we like it, we're going to do it. Here's sort of the framework and the provisions. And then there's a requirement that it be refiled, right, with the commission and that the tariff be approved. So yes, the short answer is yes. I don't think we have any of those details or how impactful it would be, what the magnitude of it would be, how it would change lost revenue. I don't think we have any of that, unfortunately.
Let me ask you a linguistic question, because I think this has come up, and I think that to some extent, my character might have actually been called into question, but would reducing a disincentive cause an incentive to be created for its reduction?
Yeah, I mentioned in my discussion with the chair, I don't know, maybe it's unfortunate that that our use of the word incentive was perceived in the fashion that it was. It wasn't meant to be, it wasn't meant to be aggressive or pejorative or disingenuous. I just view it as a synonym. I really do. The words are in my testimony as well. I called it incentives as well. And I think I was just trying to bunch it all together to say that we're not just talking about the cost of the programs. There's other costs that are added on to that. And, I don't disagree with the nuanced explanation that the elimination of a disincentive is perhaps different than an incentive, but they could also be viewed as synonyms. So I think they're pretty similar.
So in the final analysis, it's really a matter of linguistics, how you interpret those words.
I think so.
And the last question I have was CERB's original position in the docket in support of decoupling and a reduction of the earnings opportunity.
I believe that's right. Yeah.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Walker. Justin, I believe your testimony is at an end for this proceeding. We thank you very much for your appearance here today. We appreciate the value of your testimony as well, and you may virtually stand down.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're approaching the conclusion, and in fact, I think we are close to the conclusion of our hearing in docket number 22-EKME-254-DAR. As a reminder, the briefing schedule provides that post-hearing briefs, that is initial post-hearing briefs, are due February 6, 2023, and that Evergy's reply brief is due February 27th, 2023. Before we close, I want to thank, first of all, our IT staff for once again coming through today and providing us with the assist that we needed to conduct this hearing. We thank you, Michelle, and your team for all of your efforts on our behalf. And importantly, too, we want to thank you, Denise Haas, for your indulgence, your patience, and for serving again as our court reporter. When we draw you as a court reporter, we always consider that to be a good day. So thank you so much for that. That being said, if there are no further matters at this time, we will close the record and adjourn. I thank all of you for your participation. Take care.